Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. We are live here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube. Uh, those who follow Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook, which is a group I have there, and those who follow HCS 895 Short Reel TikToks. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing great. Uh, we did a test earlier, and we're going live here from a different source. I see we got somebody that tuned in there. How you doing, cousin Jesse?
I'm doing great, cousin. How you doing? Welcome to all the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Let us get started with the program. Hello, Madeline. How you doing? Nice to see you.
How you doing, Sister Madeline? Hope you're doing great. Where's brother Josh Turner at? Uh, Maybe he'll show up later on. I
¿Dónde
didn't know if
está
you
él?
you wanted to do a live or not. Come in here with us, talk about this night terror, sleep paralysis, succubus, or incubus. I know he's had some experiences of things that he witnessed. How you
Welcome,
doing,
exuberant.
exuberance?
We're starting with a brand new show. Welcome to the first episode
Was
on this
actually
platform.
on this platform. Yes, something different. You can see they say spiritual encrypted encounters, just in case people forget what show they're on. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope y'all enjoyed the show I did yesterday. Uh, I
That
was
was a good
going
show.
solo there by myself. Uh, we got into talking about a lot of things from the military and stuff like that. Uh, but today I want to talk about night terror, sleep paralysis, the succubus or incubus, things that happen when you're trying to get some rest. Sometimes when we're
Excuse
trying
me.
to get some rest, we can get rest because our body is not at peace. Uh, we might have spiritual openings, or at times, sometimes things that we might be on can cause this kind of things. People that might be on drugs, people that are drinking, or if you're on certain medications, can cause all kinds of things to happen in that nature. Also, I hope everybody's doing great here tonight.
Hey,
I
cousin,
see.
I can't see how many people are in the chat. Hi, Shade Viking. How you doing?
Oh yeah, I see seven. There's seven people right now that are
Okay, because
viewing.
I can't see nada.
You just seen the people that just popped in right now, right? How you
Hi,
doing,
Benny.
brother Benny, brother Shade?
What's going on, Benny? I hope you're having a good afternoon, man.
Let me see here what we can do here when you click a name. Oops. There we go. I'm just keeping looking at all this.
Well, I'm
Uh,
telling you right now, I'm trying to see if I can block people, and I can't. Doesn't give me
yeah,
an
well,
option.
this is a different platform than YouTube. Uh, I'm thinking I'm the only one that can be able to block people out of here
All
right
right?
now because it's a different platform
Yeah,
than
because Maddie doesn't have the wrench on her name. She's
yeah.
not a
That's
moderator.
what I'm seeing here. I think I'm the one that has a capability of. I don't think I have a capability of giving anybody uh because it's off this platform.
Viking, salute.
But it does say here. to have people on a block list. So, like I said, it's just trying to see how what this is all about.
Madeline says she's still on YouTube, so she's still able to mod.
Okay, well, that's good that you can be able to do
Our
that through
first
YouTube.
child, welcome.
Okay, that's good. She can do things here, and I
Oh,
can
I
add
see it
people.
now. I see it. She put her wrench on there.
Okay, there you go. And I can still do my I can actually ban people from here, so they won't be able to appear. I can ban them from here
Cool.
through here. So anybody comes here disrespectful, I'll ban them for good.
The hell's that symbol?
We got Shade Light King. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing great. Bear with us today. You know, this is we're going off a different platform.
Yes, that's what it is,
That's
Madeline.
what it is. So wherever the moderators are in charge, you can get people out of here, and I can block people from here from be able to, so they won't be able to come onto StreamYard. I'll boot them out. For anybody that comes in here in a disrespectful way, I just want people to know. For those who've been tuning into spiritual encrypted encounters here for a while, you've known the problems we've had with the trolls. They've been trolling the hell out of us when we was on YouTube. I changed over to StreamYard, and they were trolling the hell out of us there. Uh, and then they have the audacity to talk smack about us when we know who it is doing this, right? So they come out trying to make it seem like they're the victims, but they're the ones that are they're trolling the hell out of us. The only thing I got to say about them that if they ever decide to man up, then we'll solve the issue of the trolling problem real quick.
Bona
But
fide troll slayer.
besides that, you know, those besides those losers that continue to troll, you could say it's the haters, right? That are trolling. We're going to try to stay focused with the topic up here tonight: night terrors, sleep paralysis, succubus, and incubus.
Welcome, ancient kings.
How you doing, Agent King? How you doing,
Welcome,
Lojo?
Loto.
I think I remember Lojo.
He says he's from PRT.
Uh, we might have a surprise guest later on. I'm not sure if he is busy or not.
Ooh.
But if he is busy, if not busy, I might be able to shoot him a link. If he wants to come on here on this live, that I'll be able to send him a link. Yes, I don't mind if you're interactive with one another, respecting one another as as people, and we sticking to the topic, asking questions of what we're going to speak about. It just when the trolls come in here, that's we won't tolerate that. We're not going to give them more attention than what they don't already have, which they really don't have that much attention. When you have fake numbers, fake subscribers, uh, it's kind of like they're just talking to themselves when they're doing the lives. Our Father shall say, seems like a coordinated attack on any group serious about cryptid study in thinking Josh and A pissed off a Nosferatu. I don't think it was a Nosferatu we pissed off. I think it was just
A corner rotting.
how should I say, a person with
Sup,
an
Smurf?
addiction. You know, especially when I talk about that the any that drugs is a spiritual opening, and there's people that are doing the drugs. They're believing in the Old Testament instead of the New Testament with Jesus Christ. That's where the problem lies. That they're stuck, and they don't want us to bring up the topic of them doing the drugs and being on the bad road. So yeah, they're going to get pissed off because that's what they do. How can you try to stick in the Old Testament or in the New Testament? It's about forgiveness. It's about maternal love foundation. That's how I work. But just because I forgive and have my love foundation doesn't mean I ain't gonna protect my vessel. No, anybody. That's for any human being, right? If somebody comes at you in a negative way, you're gonna protect the vessel. If somebody's coming at you verbally, you're gonna say something back to them. Besides that, I'm just here with my cousin Jesse on this new platform, trying to do good, like we've been doing. No, I went a couple of days there by myself, but I felt that I need to bring cousin Jesse or whoever wants to join. I have many ways that I can add people here. Um, and Brother Josh Turner is always invited here. As I've seen a lot of people enjoyed when Brother Josh Turner came in here the other day. We have an opening for him. If he wants to join, I can always send him a link to him so he can join us.
You got
Maybe
Pat
Sister
there. Did
Mel,
he join?
maybe Sister Madeline can bring him in or tell him if he wants to come over. And if he wants to come over, I'll let him come in. He'll be a surprise guest here tonight. For some reason, these people get really triggered with Brother Josh Turner. I mean, with me,
What's right?
they get triggered with me because I just don't pay attention to them. What I do, I just rip them a new one. But for some reason, they really hate it when Brother Josh Turner comes, uh, does a live, joins in for a live. So it's up to him. Maybe Sister Madeline can get in
Hello,
contact
Mike.
with him or to Sister Nellie Turner and let him know. No, I can always bring him in. But for right now, we're talking about night terrors, sleep paralysis, and succubus and incubus, or what certain people call the sea witch, right?
The sea
I'm more
heck.
the sea hag. I know it's happened to all of us. I was talking to cousin Jesse about what happened to me earlier. They gave me this medicine called methocarbal for muscle spasms, right? So it was the first time I ever took the pill. I took the pill. I couldn't go to sleep for about 4 hours. I was just laying in bed, couldn't go to sleep, and I started itching with the pill, and then in my dream, it got freaking attacked big time. In the dream I was having, I could see myself like it was older, and I could see my son. I could see like a black balloon, and
Hi,
there
Morgan.
was nothing but sand. Like it was desolate. Like there was no trees. There was no nothing. No, it's just like sand, cracks in the ground, and there was this like a cobra like snake, but it wasn't a cobra. It was like light brown, and it was biting. It took a bite, and it was just a crazy dream that I couldn't wake up out of it. But it's because I was caught up in the dream, and in the dream, I prayed a little bit, against what I was seeing this snake. But that snake came out in another different kind of snake, so there was like several snakes in the dream. I guess you know that's why when I before I started this live feed, I told my cousin Jesse that I tied back and rebuke of the things that I was seeing because it also took me to Elms Grove, to a certain location in Elms Grove, where I seen a figure there which looked like a person dressed a certain way. It's kind of like spiritually some of these dreams because I've been in those locations. So the negativity, is what jumps in the dreams to try to affect you to see if could get into your mind and affect you in that way. That's why I'm talking tonight about night terrors, sleep paralysis, succubus, incubus, even sleepwalking. Oh yeah, so the dream I had, it was a crazy dream. It looked like in the future, like I could see myself, but like older, and my son was older also in the dream, and I was just trying to protect my son because even though I was old, uh, the battle of the balance still existed in the dream. All right, brother Shea Viking, you have a good night. Get some rest, brother. Um,
Take it to the shade, Shade Viking.
so let's talk about, a little bit about the night terrors and sleep paralysis. Would you like to start a story, cousin Jesse, of night terror? Something that
Sure.
happened to you that was like a night terror that
This was
you're asleep, and certain
the
things
sleep
happen around.
paralysis. This was a sleep paralysis dream, brother. I was living in a little apartment, man, and I was asleep, and the next thing you know, I'm staring at my body. I'm standing over my body. I can see myself asleep, and then from under the kitchen cabinet, man, a lot of black shadow figures came out. I'm talking about a lot, man. My little apartment got full, and we were fighting. I was fighting them and winning, but then there was so many in my apartment that in my dream I jumped out of the window, and I was standing in the front yard, and I look up like that, and through all the neighborhood, up and down the street, man, I see these black shadow beings coming at me, and I'm fighting them in the middle of the street, man. And I'm holding my own, but the more I look around, the more that are coming. And then the next thing you know, I'm back in my apartment looking at my body, and I got a about two or three shadow demons, man, standing on my chest, and I couldn't move,
How
man.
big were those shadow figures?
Well, the ones that
Or
I saw in my dream, they were short, man. They were short. They were like maybe chest high to me, but there was a lot of them. And like I said, I had two or three on my chest, and I couldn't wake up. I was screaming, and the only thing I could hear was "Ooh," like that. Like that in my mind. I was screaming real loud. But like I said, I had trained myself, man, because I always sleep on the edge of the bed by the floor. I managed to turn to my left side, man, and fell off the bed and landed on the floor, and that's what woke me up. So yeah, that was kind of weird, man. That I
and
was
this
being
the
attacked.
dream was during the day.
No, this was at night, man. It was at night. It was at night.
There's dreams where you can't move and you're just stuck there, which become like night terrors, where you just laying there, and you can see the things that are right there by you, but you can't wake up out of them. Like you can see things in the distance. Like I've had some. I think it's a mixture, right, where I could see the room, I could see the bed where I'm laying down, and I mean I could see the room for how it is. Everything that's in the room for how it is. But in the distance, like by the doorway, it's like somebody picking in, looking through the doorway. You can see like a shadow figure, and it's very tall, just looking. And then it might move a little bit more, but then it moves back. Like it picks in like this, and then it goes back. But I'm trying to get a look at it, and I can't see it. Uh, and that dream would always happen to me there for the longest time, till one day, I trained myself that when I was having the dream, instead of looking in the distance to look to see what's to my left or to my right of me, right? So in the dream, I was able to look my eyes to look to the left. Then when I looked to the right, there was one right there by me looking at me, which I believe was a succubus, staring right in my face, like it was attached to me, right? So when I seen this succubus attached to me, I was able to say within my dream, because I was trained this to say a tie binary rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. When I said that, I was able to wake up from the dream. So When I woke up from the dream, I got on my knees and I went to prayer. I prayed for if there was anything negative in my house, for it to leave that is not welcome there. Some people forget to pray when they're coming out of a night terror sleep paralysis. Uh, they're like, "Oh, we just dream. I'll be okay." And you ever notice sometimes when somebody says, "Oh, I'm okay," but then when they go back to sleep, they go back to the same dream, you know, and then they start having the same nightmare or night terror. But you're supposed to pray against it to let it know that it's not welcome in your house. Or if you have to, if you have holy water or something natural like olive oil, go place 70 crosses in your house, especially if it's nighttime, on your doorways and your windows in your room,
Atmosphere is nocturnal.
so nothing will be able to come in. That's what you're supposed to do, brother and sisters. Have to
I,
protect your household.
well,
Was that
cousin,
cousin?
I've always been able to control my dreams, man. I've always been able to control my dreams. If the dreams are going out of control, I can always step back and do it over and control my dreams to a better outcome, man. I've always been able to do that. I don't know why, but yeah.
And
Then there
then you
was,
get the ones where you have the dreams, and when you're waking up, you're waking up with scratches, bite marks, hickey like marks. Where something is marking you, and some of these markings, there are threes. It could be like three bite marks, three bruises, three scratches, three hickey like marks on your body, which is not good when it's in threes, because that's letting you know that it's something demonic in nature, which a succubus and an incubus, that's what they are. And normally, where there's one, the other is there, plus a familiar. So they
I
travel in
believe that,
three.
Madeline. I
Yes,
really do
Sister
believe it.
Madeline, that's what they are. Sometimes when people go to sleep mad, right, or they've been arguing all day at their job, or they've had a bad day and they're just pissed off that they got to go work tomorrow and put up with the same people that are giving them the bad vibe, or like what we go through here in the podcast, with the same negative people jumping in, coming in a negative way into the lobbies, and then after
Yes,
you do
Morgan.
your live feeds, I want to say, you look at all the negative comments to say, but then they pretend that they're good peoples. Yeah, it gets you upsetting because you're trying to do your own work. So I'm not going into their podcast and interrupting their podcast, but they're coming into my podcast and interrupting me. So if they can see the wrong that they're doing, well, that by itself, it just brings bad things, because you're trying to do something positive, and there's people coming at you in a negative way. It's like if they don't want me to say nothing about them, well, they need to stop trolling me and saying bad things about me, or else I'm going to continue to defend myself. I'm going to continue to defend the honor of spiritual encrypted encounters, because it's not just about me. It's not just about
Yes,
my
Madeline.
cousin. It's about even the guests that come in here, because everybody that's coming here is coming and speaking in truth. So that's what it's about. That's why I say what I say. Sister Madeline says, I believe it's called lucid dreaming when you're able to control your dreams, aware that you're dreaming. You can train yourself to lucid dream by doing certain things when you're awake.
I meditate like crazy, Madeline. Uh, at least 2 3 times a day. I find time to just go off somewhere in my house, man, and just meditate and clear my mind.
Yeah, for my meditation, I used to, in Elms Grove, I used to always meditate, but where I was meditating, all the other things were around too, But you have to set it in your mind of what you're going to do when you have to train your senses, right? So it'll be first in nature. The reaction that you're gonna give out to the situation is going to be a first in nature first a nature reaction. If you set in your mind that when you see a succubus or incubus, if your eyes are closed and you wake up from the dream and the succubus or incubus is there in spiritual form around you, that you're going to be able to say right off the bat, a tie binding rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, without thinking about it. And that's first in nature. You have to say it or practice it numerous times, right? So when it happens, it becomes first in nature. That you're not going to think about it. You're just going to say it. A tie binding rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. Sister Morgan says, if you want to do a lucid, drink pure apple juice before you sleep. That
No,
is chemical that makes you dream like crazy.
no, not on a carbohydrate digestive. Carbohydrates are allergic to apple juice. It gives us diarrhea.
Oh my God.
Apple juice.
Okay. The meditation is likely why you're able to lucid dreams all the time, Jesse.
Yeah, I credit that to be that's how I'm able to control my dreams. But hey, cousin, remember I told you there was one dream that I can't control, and every time I have that dream, no matter what relationship I'm in or how long I've been in it, when I have that certain dream, that marks the end of the relationship. It always it's always when I dream a tornado that my relationship is over. That always signals the end of my relationship is when I dream a tornado.
There could also be, well, not that it's a bad thing, but maybe it's a warning about the
Hmm.
people that you're in a relationship might have been dabbling in something like the dark arts, or somebody within their family that might have been dabbling in the dark arts, which is like a generational curse. It happened to me about the tornado. I remember when it happened to me. I was in Germany. I was out there training. I was in home fields, and let me say, was it Germany? No, it was on Fort Hood. I was training. I was asleep on the tank, and I dreamt about a like a cabin, and I seen somebody in the dream, and the person in the dream that came through the door was my mother, and she had the person I was married to at the time like this, and she was trying to
Oh,
tell me something, and behind her I could see a tornado. When that happened, I already knew that my mom was telling me that she was out doing the witchcraft because I could see black candles and all kinds of stuff. Uh, so when that happened, the first thing I did is I filed for a divorce, man. But she showed me this. My mother came out of the dream, so and my mother, she was already deceased, so that was letting me know that something wasn't right. That there was something going on with witchcraft. So that's why I opted out of that relationship.
I remember I told you, man, and the people that worship La Santa Muerte, they get betrayed by La Santa Muerte. And see, that's what happened to your boyfriend. He stopped worshiping her, so she came back and was trying to take him.
The only time I
La
ever
Santa
experienced
Muerte is no
something was when
joke.
I dated this guy when I was 20. Don't tell me it was Hector. I'm just playing, Sister Madeline. He used to do Santa Muerta worship, then stop and gave out nightmares. A paranormal activity in his hands. Yeah, I see a boy that he's got like that syndrome, thinking he's some kind of freaking wizard and shit. He probably seen too many Harry Potter movies. Harry Potter.
You want to play Quidditch?
Exuberant said that his mother worshipped the Santa Muerte and was sort of witch in exchange for financial wealth. And how did that go for her there, Exuberance?
Madly.
Well, in Brother Heck's case, it was like a generational curse because it ran in the family. And then he decided himself, because he's talked about it, where he started dabbling in that. When I spoke to him over the phone, that he was dabbling on that. I said, "Well, that's your problem. You're dabbling on it. There's nothing good that's going to come out of it. That's probably why you're sick." I even prayed for the guy to get rid of any negative attachment through witchcraft and necromancy. And supposedly, right, as we all know, he's healed now from the cancer. But now, whether he was saying the truth or not, I don't know. All I know is that what's a better way than money? That not giving somebody money is, but to heal them from the ailments. That you were figured that if they get healed from the ailments that they have, that they were thank God. But no, I remember one day me and cousin Jesse were talking about the paleros. He was kind of offended by that. Do you remember that day, cousin Jesse?
Yeah, he told me I shouldn't be talking about that. That's not something you talk about. But hey, man, I'm not that person I was. I don't have no loyalties to nobody but my God. And that's it. I want to talk about it, I'll talk about it.
Sister Madeline said, Morgan, yeah, my ex had some weird stuff happen, and I witnessed a few things with them in person. I think Brother Heck did have cancer, but that is probably been in remission longer than he's letting on. Or maybe it's not as bad as he thought he had it. I don't know. All I know is I try to help the guy through prayer, and he just goes off on me. I guess he didn't like the prayer because I was talking about generational curses. You know, and he was a brujo because that's what he was practicing. Or he's going to take it offensively, just like other people we know. They take things offensively when I talk about a love foundation. They dislike that.
That's a good idea, Morgan. And that's what happens when you mess with La Santa Muerte exuberance. Now she's having financial troubles because of La Santa Muerte. Es traicionera.
Yeah, what people don't understand is all this is beings, that they worship, or that they're going to have some power, some gains over people. That those things, they're just tricking them. There's not really giving them power. It's the unseen forces that are around that are making things happen. But once, if they only knew that those unseen forces only want one thing, they just want their spirit. They just want to claim their soul. If they knew that's what their real goal is, they're to know that the things that they think they can do is not really them. If they think they can levitate 2 feet off the ground, well, it's not them doing that to themselves. It's the unseen forces that are levitating them off the ground. Because they're unseen. You know, they think they can have some kind of telekinesis. They can move objects, and they pretend that they're moving a fork or a knife or whatever. It's not them that's doing that. It's the unseen forces that's doing that to make them think that they have this power. But in actuality, it's a spiritual opening where they can bond them and possess them at any given time. A possession. Yes.
Okay. You received the trophy for getting 100 messages today with Restream Chat.
Uh, right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the chat. I'm going to go into YouTube right now, and I'm going to share. I forgot to share it to the groups that I normally share to. Or should I keep it this way?
Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe I ought to
keep it.
share it. The trolls won't come in here. But that's all
Yep.
right. Sister Madeline has it under control. And I can ban them from here, so they won't be able to pop in.
Oh wow, Madeline, that's harsh. Oh, we have a troll already. He wants the Turbo Man doll.
The Turbo Man doll.
Name is Seamus. Could somebody please escort Seamus to the door?
Okay. I'm gonna share it to the other groups that I'm affiliated with here through my phone, real quick.
Morgan? No, Madeline, could you escort Seamus to the door, please? He needs a Turbo Man doll.
Who is it? What's a Turbo Mantle? What is he talking about?
It's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I
But
got
I
him.
could I'd get it myself, but it won't
I
let me
still
have
send
that
him
option.
away. I added him to the block list from StreamYard from here, so he won't be able to come in here no more. Okay, I shared it to. I'm gonna share it to my news feed. Let me see what other platforms I can share it to from here. Let me see. I can share it to mm, more. See what else. What other places he allows me to share it to.
Well, now I got a letter saying, "Oops, something went wrong. Try re." I can't see the chat anymore, man, at
You
all.
can't.
Nope. I tried going to like the private chat and me at the bottom of the screen. I go back to the chat and it says, "Oops, something went wrong." Can you see the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing nothing.
Uh, Not as you exit out and come back in, cousin, or
You know what happened last time? I had a hard
yeah,
time coming in here. Let me refresh the page.
yeah, it might be that you need to refresh the page. I think I'm gonna hit the wrong button. Let me see. But yes, brothers and sisters, I don't know. See if cousin Jessica can come back in here. There he is. There we go. Let me go to the chat now.
I see
There we
everybody
go.
now. Hi,
There we
Real
go.
MMA.
How you doing, Sister Ivy, Lone Star, Benny Felix? So y'all want to share it to whoever groups that you're affiliated with? You're more than
Greg
welcome.
Greg Frost says he has a question for you, Abe.
Go ahead, shoot away. I don't see no Greg Frost on here.
I do. He's right under Madeline.
I just see Real MMA under Madeline.
There's one guy that says it's open mic. Share it here.
Okay, it says countdown 28 days.
One on
I
top
have
of
a
that,
question for everyone. I see Greg Frost there. What's up, Greg?
Lone Star Supernatural says Abe. It's open mic. Share it here.
Y'all can ask any questions before we continue.
As long as they're respectful. Oh man,
Let me see
getting
if
old sucks.
I wonder.
I'll be right back.
Did you ever find out about brother Josh Turner, sister Madeline?
I'll be back.
But did not continue. I'm more sure he's busy right now. Yes, a different platform, a little different look here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. So, by a sign of showing of maybe a little emoji of a ghost, how many people have had encounters with the succubus and incubus through night terror, sleep paralysis, possible sleepwalking? Who's had not just within the dreams, but has encounters when they wake up from the dreams, or by a sign of thumbs up, whatever is easier. Uh, who has had those experiences? That goes from being in the dream to looking realistic as you're awake from the dream. That you're actually seeing uh, like a dark shadow or dark spirit in your room that looks like Dura like wearing like a hoodie of some sort, or possibly hearing like chanting either inside your home or outside your home. Has anybody has had those experiences in that nature? You're a tank mechanic, an 88. My cousin was a tank mechanic also. He was in the on the Hercules. No, that's one thing that when you get attacked in your dreams, sometimes you don't have control over the dreams because you're trying to wake up, and when you think you're woken up, then you find out that you're not still awake, and you try to wake up from that, and sometimes it just continues and continues and continues till you finally wake up. Yes. What's up, Lone Star? Talk to me. You know how people always try to talk crap about me, to say that I'm lying about my service in the military and everything like that, right? Well, here you go. I'm gonna show
I've
y'all
seen the
here.
paperwork.
I'm gonna show you here live. You see the emblem in the center? That's because I was in the States Army. There's my picture on the left, and this is my VA card from when I go to the VA facility. There's an emblem of the United States Army right in the center. So I'm showing you my proof. You know how we get all those haters from that come in here trying to say I never served the United States Army? Well, there you go. That's my proof. That's my VA card. The only way you can have a card like that if you're a veteran or you serve in the United States Army.
Hey, Ridge Runner, how you doing, man?
I just had to show that to y'all.
I've seen all the actual paperwork. He's the real deal.
Yeah, it's just some people just come in here being disrespectful just because I wear this hats. I mean, golly, don't serve my country, had to do what I had to do. They get mad because of the shirts. This shirt's got an angel holding a saber round. There's a saber round from a tank. Let me see something here. I want to try some. Let me see something here. Whoa,
Qué feo, pelado. Quítate la cachucha, güey.
that's even a closer picture. I just want to do a close up so y'all can see the angel holding the saber round. Whoever here was a mechanic, they know about the Abrams tank, so you know that the Abrams tank has a saber round. That's a saber round here. Now, of course, is an angel holding the round. Okay, let me. You want to see a mini Jesse? Okay, there you go. It's a mini Jesse.
He's almost a duende.
That's a mini Jesse right there. As a duende. But we'll keep it the way we had it. I think I like it this way.
Be afraid, Red Runner. Be very afraid.
Oh my god! Thank you, Texas Outlaw. You're welcome, brother Texas Outlaw. There's been so many people that done serve the United States Army or any branch, Air Force, Marines, Navy, the reserves, National Guard, you name it. For those that have never been in trouble with the law, it's never too late to join one of those services. I believe they got good bonuses if you join the like the National Guards, Texas National Guard, or wherever state you're from. They pay pretty good.
What's up, JFA? How you doing, man? Yeah, see what you did, cousin? You scared the hell out of Red Runner. Now
Brother
he's
said
gonna
the only thing that scares me are very big girls with love in their well, in their eyes and midgets with hammers. Oh my God!
don't get me in trouble, Runner. I was gonna say something, but I'm just gonna bite my tongue.
I don't know who Lone Star is. Okay, wait up. Let me check my messenger real quick.
His name is Lone Star. Beware of the armadillo, buddy. Hey, Liz,
Let, let,
what's up?
let me
¿Cómo
check my
estás?
messenger. To check my messenger.
I was gonna talk to you in Spanish, Liz, but I forgot you know habla.
Lone Star. I don't think I got. All right, here we go. We're gonna add a. I'm gonna send a link to this Lone Star guy. All right,
Do
wait
I
up.
do I need
Let
to
me.
get out?
No, no, cousin. Okay, let me see how I can do this. Oh, man, where's my tech at?
Oh, you understand it, you just can't speak it. Okay, okay, I see how it is.
Uh,
Where's X Tech support? Your last name's Delgado, Liz. You need to speak mucho español.
I'm trying to remember
Man,
how to end. Hey X, are you there?
Smurfy, comments like that are gonna get you banned.
Okay, let me see how I can do something here to invite this guy here. Just trying to remember how to do this. The tech is the one that knows how to do everything. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me see how I can do this. Okay.
He's not on StreamYard, Lone Star.
All right. I sent him something there.
No, the stellar cubic bean. It's not drinkable in Bassett water, man. It's dirty hot dog water for your information.
Hopefully, I can add him right now when he comes in here. I think I have to go to a different setting here.
I can teach you, Liz. Yo
Okay,
te
there we go.
enseño.
There he is. I got it. I got it. I'm figuring it out. There you go.
Am I finally in?
How you
You're
doing, Lone
finally
Star?
in.
Ah, what's up, Abe? Dude, what? Dude, I've
How
been
you
trying to
doing,
tell you
brother?
to invite me for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, this is new to me. Uh, my first time here on this platform.
Dude, Matt, I like Madeline was the only one like engaging in the fucking chat or freaking chat. Don't mean to cuss, but she was the only one
That is
engaging in the
fine.
chat. I was like, dude, no, yeah. What's up, dude? What the hell, man?
Nothing much. Just here, man.
Hell yeah, hell
Uh,
yeah. What
how
what's the
you
topic
been?
for conversation? Well, I've been good. I've been great.
We're
Great.
talking about night terrors, sleep paralysis, succubus, and incubus. Anything
Oh,
dealing with that, even nightmares, or you want to call her the sea hag. Uh, that's the topic we're speaking up here tonight.
oh,
Things that happen in the middle of the night.
oh, yeah. I've had plenty of those, but I can't say I associate them with like demonic terrors. Maybe like me falling asleep, maybe, but not like demonic terrors like the hag or the succubus or anything like that.
Like
Have you?
what is your experiences of have you had happen to you?
I would like to say more often than not, when I'm falling asleep, I hear someone yelling in my ear. That happens all the time. It's like whatever it is says my name, Sean, real loud, just Sean, real loud, and
Huh?
but it always happens when I'm just falling asleep. So it's like I can't associate that with like something like weird. It's just me falling asleep, right? That's happened since I was a kid. It's like just as soon as I fall asleep, I hear someone yell in my ear,
But is it a voice of a woman,
"A man."
a man?
Hmm. Yep, every time. Almost always sounds like my dad, but not quite. Just a very rough and gruff man saying, "Sean," wakes me up. But
From
sometimes
your
even
sleep?
lately, oh
From your
sorry, go ahead.
sleep? You're asleep
You
and or you're going to
know,
sleep and he wakes you up. So like
falling asleep, then it happens. I would
so
like
that's kind of like a what was it called in Spanish? So you haven't gone into the sleep yet, but it's kind of you're in between wake and asleep.
I would I would have to say sure some weird stuff might happen at that point in time where I might hear voices, but sometimes between that awakening of sleep, I come with some really good ideas also at that same point in time. So what is that? What's going on there where you're falling asleep, but then you're half awake and either you hear a voice yelling your name or you come up with a really good idea. or something else? Like, what is that that's happening right there?
Oh man, that could be just
Is it supernatural?
it could be you just have a lot of things in your mind. What is the thoughts when you're going to sleep? When you're thinking about things, when you're before you're going to sleep, was your mind thinking about what were you thinking when you're going into sleep? Was you always thinking about things that
Oh, I
sometimes
can.
it's when you go to sleep, it goes by the thoughts that you're trying to think of something, and
I
or you have so much things in your mind that when you go to sleep, like if, for example, if you're mad, right? If you're mad with somebody and you go to sleep that way, it's not a good thing because then bad things might happen in your dreams, where in which you have bad dreams. If you go to sleep, I guess in a good way, then good things might happen. I guess it depends in that nature. Uh, but there's times that things can come in your dreams just to interrupt your happiness. Or I know my brother. He's doing good for himself, but he has problems with sleep paralysis and night terrors. He's been having it for years. I always tell him I give him some minerals. Like me, I keep black tourmaline around my neck because black tourmaline keeps away negative energies, and I keep selenite because selenite brings your guardian angels and angels for for protection for those who are believe in Jesus Christ or whatever they believe in. This is just extra protection, and if it's worked for me, in which, well, today I was wearing it and my dream still got infiltrated. I
well,
think it had
I
to do with the medicine that I took. There was the first time I ever
mm,
took this pill. It was I think it was called methocarbal,
hmm.
Mr.
and
Carbamol.
yeah, I had all kinds of crazy.
Is
I
that a sleep
mean,
aid? Is that a sleep aid? Because anytime I've taken a sleep aid, like whether it be melatonin or something else, I've had some crazy dreams.
yeah, it's
But
it's well, actually it's a muscle relaxer,
ah,
but I have an old injury, but I wasn't feeling pain, but I took it anyway just so I could sleep good. I
mm-hmm,
couldn't sleep for 4 hours. I was just tossing and turning.
mm-hmm.
I started itching all over. And then when I went to sleep, I just started having this bad nightmares, man. I was dreaming about snakes.
Mm.
Uh, I could see it was like a balloon in the form of a blimp, and it was all black. And the balloon was black, and the carriage was black.
Mm-hmm.
The ground you could see nothing but sand, but it was hard sand and it was cracks all over the place. Like there was no life, you know. Uh, Out of the sand there was some certain kind of snakes. I would say there were cobras, but I didn't see the symbol of the cobra. But there were snakes that lived in the cracks of the sand. That were, I guess, in the dream I look older. I could see my son older, and the one of the snakes was trying to bite me. That's when I woke up from the dream. Uh, but I believe that was side effect of the medicine.
Right. So you think there is side effects of like your own meditation versus side effects of medication.
Yes,
So there's dreams you have when you do meditation, and there's dreams when you do medication. Is that what I'm
yeah,
understanding here?
yeah. That was the first time I ever took that medicine, man.
Okay.
First time, and I had bad side effects. Normally when I have bad side effects with something in that nature, I don't take it no more.
So
Especially if the side effect is that bad that I'm having this futuristic dream and making it, I'm look. It's like in the future,
right.
and I'm an older man, and there's there's no life, just cracks in the sand and snakes. I felt it
So
was dealing with it didn't happen during the day.
right.
What's up,
Yes.
Alex Zabato?
Let me see some of the comments here. But the other dreams, what happened to me in Elms Grove, brother, Lone Star. Was it Lone Star? Supernatural,
Uh,
brother Sean.
I've
In
heard your
Elms
story, dude.
Grove.
I'm your friend on Facebook. We've
Yeah,
talked. You know,
on Elms Grove, man, that's like a whole different character there, man. Because things were happening to me when I slept. It's kind of like whatever was there, they didn't want me to get no rest. Things
right.
were happening during the day. Like most of the times, whoever sees me here, I'm up all night. When I get my rest, is during the day. In Elms Grove, even during the day, they didn't want me to get any rest. The things that were around there in that area.
So it's not
Uh,
even. It's not even. Maybe not even eligible. It's just what you experience as a child. All that witchcraft from Mexico and everything might have kind of like a PTSD effect on you, maybe a little bit. But even before you were in the military, maybe it had a little bit of an effect on you.
it was not PTSD when, especially when I capture it on short reels, man, or on
I
the
would.
video.
So we can you and I can sit and talk about because you're military. I'm not, but I have a lot of friends
Yeah,
who are. Like a lot of my friends who are. We can talk about PTSD. You have PTSD from
I would say I do. Yes,
stuff. Yes, yes. It's
I
it's
mean
it,
being
it's
in
it's
a
it's not one thing. You could have PTSD from a billion different things. It's
yeah,
not one thing, which we think PTSD just has to come from like war in Afghanistan.
yeah,
No, you can have PTSD from getting into a car accident. God
yeah.
forbid that happened to you, right? Now, with that being said, we can agree and talk like the things you're experiencing are not from PTSD. They are from
No, they're not PTSD, especially
weird
when you.
shit that's happening to you.
Yeah, I capture it on camera. When I go
Right.
do my lives, you hear the disembodied voices that come at me. You could hear, I capture some of the manifestations they take.
Yeah.
But it's because I'm on Tema Law Foundation and I
Right.
place Jesus Christ first. That they come at me. They through spiritual law, this unseen forces, right? When we
Hmm.
talk about unseen forces, we're talking about the balance. If it's something negative, doesn't matter. Anything negative you can say,
Hmm.
think of.
Right.
If you have your love foundation, your relationship with Jesus Christ, you've forgiven people, and that's part of love. Through the spiritual gifts of discernment, you're able to. These things have to identify themselves to you.
Right.
If it's 20 of them around you, well, you're gonna hear 20 different things. It could be somebody talking a different language. You could hear a pig noise. You could hear growlings. You could hear laughing. Different things happening at once. But when you're looking visually, because you're wide awake, you're not seeing nothing. But you can have you can be recording this events that are happening, and it's when you debunk the videos when all these things surface up. But
Right.
spiritually, I can hear things, and
Hmm.
when I'm looking, I'm not seeing nothing. But on the video, it's when they identify themselves. They show themselves on the video, like letting the spiritual law they have to identify. So what I do is if I hear too much activity around me, I go into prayer. I go into prayer because that's letting me know it's a spiritual battle.
So let me ask you this, Abe. So
Hmm.
if there's a spiritual battle happening and you see something that other people don't, how do you decipher or decide who is who is being crazy and who's not? Because some people might not see what you're seeing. And they might even be some of your best friends, but they don't see what you see because their eyes just aren't open yet to that point.
Well,
When do you decide to believe them, and when do you decide to make fun of them?
I don't make fun of them. That's the thing. I just help.
So what did you
Uh,
do with Bart and Nunley when
yeah.
you made fun of
Go
Bart?
ahead.
When did you make what did you do when you decided? Because just not too long ago, you and Barton were friends. Then all of a sudden, one day, you guys weren't, and you just picked a side. Who could let's say, dude, I'm not trying to pick a side here. I'm just
Yeah,
trying
no,
to say
no. I understand what you're
maybe,
saying, but
maybe,
I never.
maybe, 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 maybe both these sides are telling the truth, but you picked one or the other, but you chose one of them to make fun of than the other.
Well, I'm going to tell you
Come
how
on.
it happened since you're asking. I had unfriended
Point comes out.
Christopher Confrontation. I had unfriended Larry Joe Fisher, and I had unfriended the guy from Germany because they kept on sending me all kinds of crazy messages all throughout the night till 3 in the morning. and I will tell them, look, I don't want a part of what you're trying to do. Leave me out of it. I'm just doing my thing with spiritual encrypted encounters. They continue to do this, so I unfriended them. I made a video of why I unfriended them, and when I made the video, I was doing live on my just on my Facebook. I was doing a live video of why I unfriended them, of what they were trying to do, and Barton Nunley came into my live feed, and I got the screenshot of it, and he insulted me, and he had nothing to do with Barton Nunley. He insulted me. That's how
Wait,
That's
Barton
when.
Lindley came into your live feed and then insulted
Yes,
you
sir.
and had
Yes,
nothing to do
sir.
with Barton Lindley.
It had nothing to do with Barton Nunley.
How did Barton Lindley come into your live feed and have nothing to do with Barton Lindley? That's what you just said.
Yeah, he came into my live feed.
Barton Lindley
Yes, Barton Nunley. I'll tell
came
you
into
what he
your live
said.
feed
Yeah,
and had nothing to do with Barton Lindley.
it had nothing to do with Barton Nunley because I was making a video
The video he was making had
why
nothing to do with
unfriended
Bart Lundy, man.
why I unfriended those three individuals. Why I unfriended them, right? That's why I unfriended them because I had already been telling them to
I'm
stop
a little
with the
confused
nonsense.
here. Before we can continue with the story, I'm a little confused here. Barton Nunley came in telling a story about Barton Nunley, but Barton Nunley is not to be to blame for this. That's literally what was just said 2 seconds
But I
ago.
think you
So what's going on
misunderstood,
here?
brother.
But
He said he was making a video and Barton Lundy
I
came in and the video had nothing to do with Barton Lundy is what he's saying,
with
man.
nothing with Barton.
Oh, okay. So that was not explained to me. That was not
This is
explained to
way
me.
before all this other BS that
Okay.
that they're saying that I'm taking sides with. That I wasn't taking sides with nobody. I kept on telling them, look, man, whatever y'all trying to do, I don't want to be part of it. Just let me respect what I'm doing. Let me do my own thing on spiritual encrypted encounters. They
Okay.
didn't want to listen. I had been telling them for about 2 weeks, and they kept on. I kept on. I talked to my wife. So you know what? I'm going to friend this guy because they keep on messaging. The one that was messaging me the most was Larry Joe Fisher, all kinds of crazy stuff. So that was it, man. I had it, and I unfriended him. I made a video the following day that I unfriended him,
Mm-hmm.
and the one that came to bat for them was talking bad about me, which was Barton Nunley.
Okay.
And that day he unfriended me, but he's the
Barton
one.
or Larry. Barton or Larry.
I
Barton Nunley
feel,
unfriended me because he
Madeline,
came
both of y'all are
sending
right.
him.
You and Morgan are right.
Are we still live?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
we're
live.
live, man.
Oh shit, dude! I thought we were talking. Oh shit! Fuck.
Oh no, brother, we're live here. I have nothing to hide for nobody, man.
All right. Never. We're
A
getting to
matter
the
of fact,
bottom.
I got
I
the
guess we're
message.
getting to the bottom of this now.
Yeah, I got the message right here. What he told me.
Hello,
So you
everybody.
can see.
This is
So
welcome
you can.
to Shaunterville.
I'm
This
just being
is
straight up here, man.
Sean Phil. Of we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Okay. All right. Here we
So
go.
what, you just took
Basically,
over the show?
Yeah,
You
this is
just
my
taking
show
over
now.
the show, man? This is your show? I
No,
don't think so, man.
this is still Abe's show.
no, no,
This
no.
is
We're
Abe's
just
show.
talking.
It
We're
was a
just
joke. It was a
talking.
joke. It was just a joke. Calm down, buddy.
Uh, we're just talking,
I'm a
bro.
little high strung, man.
I'm
I'm a
gonna
little
tell
high
you how
strung.
insulting he came at me, and you know what? I'm
We're
just
just
gonna tell
dude,
you.
I'm just
There's nothing that
having a
had to
good
do
time,
with
bro.
him.
Having a good time with Abe.
He came in defense to Larry Fisher
Mm-hmm.
after I told him numerous times, stop sending me all this bullshit, right? And he kept on sending me all throughout the middle of the night. He kept on calling my phone number, ringing it off the hook. I'm gonna tell you what he said to me, so you can know why he continues to troll me because he's the one that initiated this when he supposedly went to bat for his friend Larry Fisher, and me, it wasn't dealing with me. It wasn't dealing with choosing with any sides. I was already doing works with brother Josh Turner on
Mm-hmm.
Fridays, so it
Okay.
had nothing to do with that. But these guys, they were up to no good, trying to cause division, right? The
Mm-hmm.
same thing they're still doing now with fake profiles. No difference. Yeah, I continue with my show. I've already changed to 3 different platforms, right? And they still continue to troll me. Barton only comes, and the only reason I say shit about this guy because he don't stop. They don't stop. They continue to troll me. I'm on a different platform right now,
Why would
and they still
Barton?
continue to troll me. I mean, you come in here and sounds like you're in the defense for them, right?
That's what it sounds like to me. You got your cape on.
Do
But
I,
if you don't know the whole truth, you
Jesse?
know,
Do I have a cape on, Jesse? Do I have a cape on?
Yeah,
I mean,
it
the,
looks
the, the
like.
way you were saying, bro, is like if you don't know the whole truth, you
Or
coming at
maybe
me
maybe
that I'm saying
maybe
something about them.
maybe I'm just coming here trying to hear the entire truth. Okay.
No, well, you came in
But
here like multiple
now
times
y'all are
saying,
labeling me as being a white knight that comes in here. Do I have a cape on
no,
my
I'm not saying
shoulders?
you're a white knight, bro. I'm just saying
Well,
you
your
come in
boy
here.
Jesse did.
No,
Your boy Jesse tried to label me into something. I'm just here trying to hear everybody else's side of the story. Okay, because
well, you thought we
honestly,
wasn't live, but we're live right now, man. So
well, I didn't
since
think we were live. I thought we're talking. I thought we were
well,
talking.
yeah, man,
But now I know we're live. But now,
we've been
with that
live,
being
bro.
said, I don't know what do we do? Like, why are we all arguing and fighting here? We're all fighting to find the same truth here. So what are we doing next? So what's next? Keep arguing, keep arguing, keep fighting about the same shit. So y'all are trying to argue for the same stuff all day,
Who's
every
arguing,
day.
bro? I ain't done
Nobody's
nothing wrong.
arguing but you.
So I ain't done nothing wrong. I'm just doing my shows like I've been doing. I just ain't playing. Uh, we're just trying to play games with these guys. I keep on telling them, hey, stop trolling me with your fake profiles. Start bringing me in, and they continue.
Yeah,
They've even created freaking short videos of me. What am I supposed to do?
no,
Not say, not defend myself. I mean, I'm a combat veteran, bro. You know, if I
no,
if I do
Abe,
if I
I
give
get it.
up in the front lines, if I
No,
give up in the front lines, what would happen to me? I wouldn't be here right now, right? And
no,
I sure still ain't gonna give up to these losers.
Abe, you don't have to mention all that. You just talk about because,
Well,
dude,
I'm just
Abe,
being straight up.
you've always been straight up. You've always been a good guy. Even before what you just said just now, you've always been a straight up guy, down to earth guy. You're just trying to fucking talk about a subject that nobody
Well, I
else
was talking about a
believes.
subject that's told me to invite you, invited you in, and you come up with this BS.
No,
You're not even
no.
talking
Listen,
about
listen,
first.
listen, listen,
You know what
listen,
I'm
dude.
saying?
Listen, what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying, dude. I wasn't trying to offend you. You're talking about a subject that nobody else believes in. Like, I believe in the same subject you do. We're sitting here
Well,
arguing. We're arguing amongst each other where no one else believes what we
You're the
believe.
one that brought the argument, bro. We were talking about a
I
subject,
did.
night terrors,
I
sleep
did believe in arguing a
paralysis,
little
and
bit.
this, and you say you don't believe in it, but
No,
you're
I did.
hearing voices. I mean, you're hearing voices. Something has to be happening if you're hearing voices, right?
Wait. No, I never said I didn't. I never
You say
said
you
that.
say you hear a voice every night you go to sleep, just calling your
That's what you
No,
name.
said.
I look. We're talking about like two different things.
No, you're saying you're hearing voices, somebody calling your name. They sounds like your dad. Is your dad alive or dead?
I said that happened when I was a kid. I didn't say that was happening every night. You just
No,
made that
that's
up.
what you were saying that it was happening every night, brother.
Would no? We can rewind the tape. And I said when I was a kid, I heard the same thing when I was a kid. I didn't say that I was hearing that every night.
Sounds like it was just an excuse to get on the show and talk about something else.
Oh no! You know what, dude? I don't need to get on. I don't need to get on this. I don't need to get on
No,
anything to
man. I
talk about
mean,
anybody.
uh,
If y'all gonna just make shit up about me,
no, bro. Before
no,
you go,
dude.
I wanna tell you what
We can
Barnani
rewind
said.
what we talked about. And I said when I was a kid, I also did hear it when I was a kid. And I could have
Well,
sworn
now
it
you're
was
saying it
with
was a kid,
you,
but
Jesse. I could have sworn it was you,
I thought
Jesse.
you
But now
said
we're gonna sit here and say I've heard it. Like I'm insane. No, dude. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. See
no.
what's going
That's
on.
what you're saying. You were talking about PTSD. I I don't
That
get
was
money for
not what I was
PTSD,
talking
bro.
about. I was talking about PTSD was a different thing. That was an entirely different thing. Is this what y'all do? Y'all like take what people
But wait up,
say and
brother.
then
Before you go, I want to tell you what
I'm
Barnani
not
said to
going.
me.
Okay, what did Barton
Okay,
say?
don't go nowhere because I'm gonna get it out of here so I can show you. I'm not the one that started nothing. It's something. It was because I didn't want to
I'm
be
starting, Abe.
affiliated with them because what they wanted
I'm happy to
was for
talk to
me
you
to shoot.
every day, Abe.
They
I'm not
wanted
starting
me to
anything.
shoot
I'm happy to
sides,
talk to
bro.
you every
Look,
day.
listen to me. They
I'm
wanted me
listening.
to shoot sides. They
Okay.
wanted me to shoot sides, and I was already, me and Josh, we had a fallout before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we squashed it, and we moved forward. He invited me to the conference. He invited me to do a Friday night show with him. That's what I was doing.
Okay.
And this individual wanted division. They wanted me to choose them, and I didn't. But just because I didn't choose them doesn't mean that I choose Brother Josh Turner. I just didn't want to be part of what they were trying to do.
Dude,
I wanted to continue to do my show, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why did you have a beef or issue with Josh Turner? Why did you have one with him? If we're going to talk about him, let me ask you a question. Why did you have a beef with him? Seems like everybody has a beef with him, right? So surely it's got to be your fault why you had a beef with Josh Turner. It's not Josh.
Listen to
why we had a beef with Josh Turner. It's got to be you.
People were instigating.
You instigated the beef with Josh Turner. Is what
the
you're saying.
Person that was listen to me. The person that was instigating the fight, he's dead. He died 2 days ago. The person that was instigating the fight with me, Brother Josh Turner, was David from Texas. He's dead, and I'm not going to talk about the guy, but I'm just going to say that he was him.
I just came from a tribute
because he was my friend at one point in time.
So right? So what issue did David and Josh have? Was it the red circles around black blobs?
No,
no, you didn't.
The red circles that you're talking about, that's your other probably your buddy.
I saw dude,
corner on the cob guy.
Dude,
Michael McGee. That's a whole different person.
David lived around the corner from me. I was there tonight the tribute. I was there for tonight's tribute with David. You weren't there.
So
I was there. I was there for David's tribute, and I was talking about David's pictures. But you know what? Who was there? You weren't there. Paul was there. Chris Cyrus was there. His wife was there. Everybody was there except for you and Josh Turner. So if you and David were such good friends, where were you at?
No.
You know why? Because Josh told you every fucking picture that you took of red circles didn't mean shit. And now all of a sudden, you're BFFs with Josh Turner. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Listen to me. Me and David wasn't friends. We wasn't friends. I told him
I thought you just said you were friends with him.
Listen to me. At one point, I said at one point in time we were friends.
Oh, so one point in time you were friends.
But he was trying to instigate the war between me and Josh Turner. So I did not.
Or maybe he wasn't maybe he was not agreeing with you.
Dead. No, so you're pissed off because he's dead, and you're trying to blame me for his death.
No. Wait, you just made that up. You just made that up. You just made that up.
That he got right. You didn't have an operation.
Just made. Did you hear what he just said?
You're upset at me.
Primo, you don't even have to argue with this fucking bato, man. Just get him out of here.
Abe, I'm not upset at you. Abe, I'm not upset at you
because he's passed away because he.
But you just said I blamed you for his death. I never said that at all, Abe. That's weird. That's weird that you would even say that.
You're blaming me.
I never blamed you. I never even said anything.
You're coming in here for his defense.
I'm not here for his defense.
Sounds like it to me.
For Barton, for David, for who?
Dude, I'm here to talk about fucking Bigfoot and paranormal shit, and then they got brought up.
The show was night terror, sleep paralysis. What are you talking about, bro? That's what I thought you were coming in here.
I never, dude.
About
what you just said. What you just said.
Primo, get rid of this fucking pendejo, man.
What you just said was never brought up, ever.
I
never even thought about that,
bro.
So what you're saying is you're sending incubuses to people's.
Listen to me. When people see this show, they're gonna see that. I mean, not to be mean or nothing, that you sound like an idiot, man. Right now,
came in here under false fucking pretenses and shit.
No. I'm just letting them speak, man, because I have nothing against nobody.
Did you not hear what you just said, Jesse? You didn't hear what you just said.
You coming in here like an idiot, man.
You came in here under false pretenses, Bato. Well, that's not even the topic that we're discussing, bro. Bigfoot or anything like that.
Wait up. I wanna share something real quick.
Oh, hold on.
To this guy. Before he goes, I want to share something with him. He's defending all these people. I guess you're affiliated with them, and I guess you showed yourself tonight that you're in affiliation with them, and you're mad because certain people. You know what?
Hold on.
I didn't put RP for Brother David because you know what? I don't hold grudges against anybody.
Primo, ya mándalo la chingada.
Hold on, I hear what you said. I have a female at my house, so I couldn't.
So there's a lot of people that you mentioned. So all these people you mentioned have beef with Josh Turner, basically. That's what you're saying, including you.
Oh yeah,
Including
since
you have beef with brother Josh Turner. You
since
said
day
it
one.
indirectly. All the people you named, Christopher Cyrus and all this, they were from Texas. He's not here no more. All of y'all
Oh,
had beef with brother. What was the reason that y'all had beef for brother Josh Turner? Answer me that question. Since we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty. I know it's not about me anymore. It's about brother Josh Turner. Why do y'all have a beef with brother Josh Turner?
well, dude. Okay, it was never about you, but what we talked about was about you. But now that we're changing the subject, now it's
What
about
we
something
talked
else.
about, what we
The real
talked about.
subject.
Yes, no, Jesse. What you're still focused on was about us, but now we're changing the subject to
The
JT.
real. I mean, that's what you're here for. What is it? The beef that
That is
all of them
actually
had with brother Josh Turner.
that's not exactly what I'm here before at all, bro. But with that being
You
said,
said it, man. You said it indirectly. You
I
said all these
I
people
know I know what
that
I
is in
said.
your camp.
I know what I said. You guys don't know what you said. I
I'm
know what
saying
I
you said
said.
all the name of these people. So
All
what's
these
the beef
people that are in the live are witnesses to what happened on this show, man. So don't
I
even come across and try to rewind bullshit, dude.
and
Everybody's
I
talking about what's going on right now, what you're
Jesse
doing.
and Jesse, I just said I know what I said. I'm a oh
I know what you
I
said too.
and I'm telling you, if you stop talking, I know what I said, and
Oh, you
I'm
Okay.
gonna tell me to
telling you
stop
what I said
talking?
now. I know what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, what's the beef that
yeah.
you got with him? I want to know.
He's racist. He doesn't like black people. He doesn't like
Racist.
Mexicans. And he used to
He's
call people the N word. And on top of that, dude, back in the day when we first get in our beef, dude, he was talking mad shit about immigrants coming up here. I was like, well, where are immigrants coming from? They're well, from Mexico. And then I was like, well, they're coming up here to fucking just live a good life and they're not trying to do anything bad. And he was like, no, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, aren't you kind of Mexican? It was a big old thing. I called him ignorant. I got to a big argument with his wife. I was like, no, he's ignorant. She was like, he's not ignorant. He reads a lot of books. And I said, no, I didn't call him stupid. I called him ignorant for what he said. And that was a big old thing. And so Josh has blocked me ever since then. And I'm still blocked. They can't see what I'm saying because they've blocked me every time. When I came to when y'all came to my city to do the last PRT conference, he barely talked to me. And he was like, "What do you want me to come to your PRT? You don't want me to come to the you don't want me to have you come to the conference tomorrow?" I was like, "No, dude. We'll talk about it a little bit later." And we never talked about it. You know why?
So all these people that you just said right now, bro, you all gathered together to conspire against Josh Turner.
No.
Yes.
That's what he said.
There's all of you conspire to come up against them, and you give up the rest of the people that were affiliated.
Who
One
the
of them
fuck?
is dead.
Who
One of
did
them
I
is
just
dead now, which
who
was
did
there
who
from Texas.
who did I just mention? Who in all that? Who did I mention? I just mentioned my own.
Before you mentioned a lot of
No.
people.
I mentioned my personal beef. I didn't mention anybody else.
Yes, you said everybody else's name.
No,
Christopher
I didn't.
Cyrus.
Who?
They were from Texas.
I said
Other people.
pre-existing. No, I said pre-existing beef with him, and then it got to me. I didn't mention anything else
Barton
about
Nunley.
people. Is that a pre-existing beef, or is that
Barton Nunley. That's
is
what
that a
you were
is that a
saying.
is that a pre-existing beef? Do you know what pre-existing means? Like,
He's never disrespected me, and I'm Hispanic. Brother Josh Turner.
I don't think
He never disrespected Jesse.
I don't think I ever
We're La
heard
Raza. We're Hispanic. We're
that's
from the
true.
Rio Grande Valley.
Matter of fact,
He's never
I don't
disrespected
think
any
I
way,
ever
shape, or
heard
form.
Barton ever say anything bad about you, but you talked bad about him the other day, made fun of him
I'm going to tell you what he said about me because I got it
about.
right here.
I don't think he made fun of you. I think you made fun of him
No,
like
he
2 days
came
ago.
in my life and he disrespected me.
No, I think he went on your live and talked about Josh. But anyway,
No.
no, I'm pretty sure he
Well,
talked about
there you
Josh.
go defending another
No,
I
loser.
already,
dude,
I
I'm not
already told
defending
him,
anybody.
Madeline, but he don't want to. He don't want to
But
get
it's
into it.
saying
I'm just going off of
in
what
saying that,
Barton
brother,
said
you
in
already
the. Yeah,
Lone
let's go.
Star, whatever
Let's go.
the hell your name is. You already
Lone
said who
Star,
you're affiliated with.
Supernatural, baby. We're here in Texas.
No, and you suck.
Boots on the
Pues
ground.
ya, párale,
You
ya,
suck.
primo, ya estuvo.
Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground, baby.
You just said everything I needed to say. I needed to hear, man, which is nothing
Boots on
of
the ground.
irrelevancy.
You gonna get boots up your ass, motherfucker, if I ever run into you.
He
I
said
would
he's
love.
from Fort Worth, primo.
I would love to
Yeah,
meet you,
I
Primo.
know he's around here in fucking Fort Worth. He said he lives in Lake Worth. Yeah, you better run, you motherfucker. You see how he ran when I told him he lived in Lake Worth? Pinche maricón.
Hey, wait up. I think I booted myself out of here. Hey, Xavier.
He ran like a scolded dog.
Let me. I'm trying to put it back to the main screen.
Well, I see you, Primo. I see you.
Yeah, this guy, man, he didn't
He
make no
ran.
sense, bro.
Primo, when I told him he lived in Lake Worth, that motherfucker jumped off quick as hell. Especially when
No,
you told him I was in Fort Worth.
I put him in my mouth, primo. That dude doesn't know his left from his right. Woo wee. At least they gave himself away. You see, I didn't have to do nothing. They all gave themselves away.
I was right when I told him he was wearing a cape. I was right, man.
I'm trying to. Let me see. I'm trying to get to the regular screen, man, so I can see the comments and all. Hey, Xavier, can you put me to
Looks
the
like
regular screen?
you're lagging, cuz.
No, I know. I'm trying to put it back to the regular screen right now. This guy, man, pendejo, dude. He gave himself away. That's why I was letting him talk.
Lawrence, Lawrence, I live in Northside Fort Worth, Holmes. Been here more than 30 years, brother.
There we go. Put it to the messages. There we go. Damn, what'd you post,
Hey,
man?
X.
Hey,
What's up, brother?
Chilling.
I already have my backup here, Mary. Ready to come
Which one is the
side
top?
side swap somebody. Right here.
He
Oh
was
my
trying to
god!
take over. He was trying to take
Did
over
y'all see the
the,
brothers
the
and
show.
sisters? Oh my god! That guy gave himself away and the whole crew. That's what happens when people are dealing in negativity, man.
Who
He
said
gave
that they were
himself
having
away.
a meeting? He said they were
That's what
having
I
a
was letting
meeting,
him
man.
talk. He was burning himself away. He was giving all these people away. He was giving everybody out. He's an idiot.
Momo McD, I'm the wrong one, man. I live close to where he lives. If I see him, I'm gonna fucking put some boots in his asses.
He gave himself away. Crazy. No, he wasn't drunk. He said he was coming from the funeral or something.
He was probably
He
high on
probably
crack.
had David's. You think he was on crack,
Yeah,
cousin Jesse?
I think he was on crack, man. Yeah, no, he said boots on the ground so many fucking times. That's why I told him he was gonna get boots in his ass. And I called him that he had a fucking cape on. He was there to defend. I can think he's fucking super vato.
Oh my god,
Primo,
this
you know
guy
he's
is a,
messing with the wrong one. I'm not the one, bro. I'm not the one.
so they're mad because David from Texas is mad, and I didn't go to his funeral. Why? So they can
Well, if I
all
would have
jump on
gone, I
me?
would.
Try to jump on someone. I would have whooped all of them, all of
No,
their
man.
asses.
If you ever come over here, man, you come get me and we'll go together. That way, if something pops off, somebody's gonna get punched in the mouth.
I would have slapped the hell out of that dude. He would have been crying. Yeah, he's on some drugs, all right. He's on the asshole drugs. He was a defending Barton Lunley. He didn't even let me get to say what Barton Lunley said about me because I had to look for it, and he just kept on blabbing his mouth. Wasn't making no sense. Yeah, I
Arthur,
think he was hiding some
administrator,
shit.
I'm at this age that we are, man. I'm still very overprotective over my cousins, man. Anybody goes against them, they're gonna come through me first. It's always been that way.
This guy, man, he was on some shit now. I mean, his nose must have been up Barton Nunley's ass.
That's why it was
That's who he was
brown.
defending.
That's why he had a brown nose.
That's the first time I ever speak to that asshole. No, you know what? He had beef with me before because he
Yeah,
didn't agree to the spiritual aspect of things.
I told him too, Madeline, that everybody on the chat was seeing what was being said live, so he can't deny. The next time he comes up into anybody's live, he can't deny that he was an asshole.
He wasn't. He didn't think he was live. What the fuck? You said it to add you. Then he didn't even know he was live. He was saying all this shit, looking like an ass.
What, Liz? I see you call my name. What's going on, Liz?
Let me put on my glasses so I can see the comment of the guy. He had his nose up his ass.
I don't know, man. I'm wearing my glasses so shit don't get in my eyes.
What a jerk off, this guy.
Yep.
What was his name? Sean?
No, he kept saying, I don't know, man. I just know he came in here and was trying to take over the show, saying, "Welcome to his show." What the fuck, man?
Oh my god. This guy, man. I'm just laughing. I was just letting him talk just so people could hear how much of an idiot he sounded.
What, Liz? Think you're what? You know, I always got your six, cousin. Be it on the internet or live.
That's all forms of PTSD. He's got PTSD from the LBL.
You got
You
PTSD
know,
with a sore ass.
they're pretending he was Bigfoot and they got his ass.
Yeah, he said his name was Sean or Shanita. I would have told, yeah, if I were Abe, I would have told him because I didn't like that motherfucker. That's why I didn't go to his funeral. That's why me and Josh didn't go because we didn't like his bitch ass. That's what I would have told him.
Or you're not supposed to make fun of the dead, man. So I was trying to be nice, and he kept on insulting.
Yes, Liz. What's going on, Liz?
What a deep shit. I'm trying to find that message. There's a message that he didn't get to hear. Who's the one that told me to invite that asshole on here? That he wouldn't come on the show. Do you remember, cousin?
No, I don't remember because then I got heated real fast. As soon as he came in, I got heated because he tried to take over the show immediately, man.
He tried to make it seem like I'm starting shit when I never started it. The one that initiated everything was Farton Nunley.
What can I do for you, Liz?
That dude was a joke, man.
Liz is calling you, Abe. She said, Abe. Madeline said that was her. That asked for him to come in because he was kept bugging her.
Well, he made an asshole out of himself. That's all I gotta say. And it's not the PTSD talking. That's just Brother Abe saying he's made an ass out of himself. That's why I let him talk.
He's lucky, man.
Just spell out all
He's
means.
lucky.
That's what
He's
you
lucky
do. When
because
somebody has bad intentions, they're going to spread out all their plans, and that's what he did. All the people that were affiliated, you heard all the names, people that he mentioned. All those people that said they have a hatred towards Brother Josh Turner.
he said they were having a meeting. He said they were having a meeting.
Well, I hope he decides to come to Temple, Texas. Get some bolas.
I'm
Because
used to
I'll
dealing with
freaking
buttholes, Greg Frost.
you'll
I'm
meet
used to dealing with
you'll meet
buttholes.
Sergeant Cias.
That's what I was
I'll
saying,
handle his
Madeline.
cool
He
thing.
got lucky. He didn't see Sergeant Cias come out. He almost got corporal discipline. Yeah, but then he would have used that to report this platform that we cussed him out and did this and did that.
That's what he was trying to do. I'm still trying to find that the comment that what's it said about me, man.
Real MMA.
Uh, Go ahead, cousin.
He
You could
derailed.
say something. Talk about something of the night
So
terror
what
sleep
was
paralysis.
the? All
Since
right, all
we're
right, I got it.
really interrupted by I don't know what the hell that was, man. This dude is doesn't know his left from his right.
We Mexicans have a word for it, pendejo.
Maybe you got offended, man, when I talk about that. Maybe you got offended that when I said drugs is a spiritual opening, and he came in here with the how should I say the demonic the demon drug the demon of drug or the drug of demons or demon of drugs. I don't know. I was just listening, like trying to make sense of what he was trying to say.
He was like a spoiled child, man. I wanted to get up and slap him in the face to make him quit having a tantrum. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I had a very weird experience after my father died. It was like a day after he passed. No, it was a day after his funeral. We went home and I went to bed, and I was having a dream that he came to me in my dream, and he was talking to me, and then the dream turned into a nightmare. He started strangling me,
Put out the
and
radio, man.
I couldn't turn over. I couldn't turn over. Finally, I turned over, and the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was a green orb floating right by my face, and then it went into the wall and up through the ceiling. Then I heard something running on the roof.
Just
So
go.
yeah, I kind of figured that it wasn't my daddy. It was something evil. But yeah, it was a green orb. Yeah, I then shared another story, cousin. Any questions? Yes, Madeline. It was strangling me, and then like I said, it looked like my dad and sounded like my dad. But when it started strangling me, I knew right then and there it wasn't my dad. And like I said, I was having trouble waking up. I couldn't wake up. Finally, I turned sideways and woke up. And as soon as I opened my eyes, there was a green floating orb in front of my face. And it went to the wall and went up through the ceiling. And then I could hear something running on the roof.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna look up what the guy said, man. I'm not gonna
It
screw them
wasn't trying
dudes.
to scare me, Diana, because I didn't have any fear. It was just trying to make me unalive because it was strangling me. Like I said, I have always trained myself that when I know I can't wake up, I always turn sideways or fall off the bed. That way I wake up. Yeah, well, that's not the worst of it, Smurfy. Is when you wake up but then you realize you're still in the dream. No matter how many times you wake up, you're still in the dream. No, it wasn't a shapeshifter because shapeshifters can't turn into an energy ball, Greg. And the only way shapeshifters can get in your house is through the door. My door was locked in my bedroom. I didn't have pets, so I know it wasn't a shapeshifter. See what that guy was saying also was that cousin sees things because he has PTSD, but he didn't know that in our family we all see. Everyone in our family sees. So it wasn't PTSD. He just trying to discredit the spiritual gift of enlightenment, of discernment.
He's a pendejo. That's what we call him in Spanish. A pendejo. It seems like he has all kinds of bondage, all kinds of demons in him, man. At least we know that what he's about, which is about nothing. Uh, I invited just to let him come and speak, and he didn't even think he was live. That's how much of an idiot he was.
Yes, Barry, I agree. No, like I said, when I opened my eyes, it had turned into an orb, a green orb at that, and it floated through the wall. No, Smurfy, I don't think he had PTSD. He had a sore asshole, is what he had. Because we tore him a new one. He was sitting there like a spoiled child. No, no, no.
My.
Remind me of my
So
spoiled kid,
because
man.
they're losing people within their ranks, and they're trying to blame Sarcius.
You know,
Go ahead.
Sergeant Sia sniped him.
Yeah, it's called a spiritual hit, man. When you're doing negative things, I remember one of the lives I prayed against. If anybody was doing witchcraft for necromancy, for it to go back 7 times to the sender, and I guess it went back 7 times to the sender. That's why you shouldn't be dabbling in the dark arts. Period. Right there. Enough said. Uh,
He got me heated, cousin. He almost got me heated.
I leave it up to Jesus Christ.
He almost got me heated, man. Yeah, I'm gonna start looking for him in Lake Worth, man. If I'm renting into him, le voy a meter unos putazos.
Sister Liz Delgado said, I see those things and stuff also. I mostly hear the sounds of bumps and thumps and things that go bump in the night, mainly night during the daylight time hours.
That's just me trying to get in your house, Liz. Just kidding.
I'm sorry about that, man. I should have booted him out, but the reason I left him on is because
You're
I
making him
wanted y'all
dig
to
that hole
see.
deeper.
No. I'm going to tell you why I left him on. I wanted you to see that when people have anger and hatred in their hearts, I want you to see how they can be bonded, that they will know their left from their right. You seen how this guy was acting. You heard the things that he was saying. He was making no sense at all because he's got so much anger and hatred, and that's what they're dwelling in. That he's being spiritually bonded.
Exuberance. I'm a Christian and I love Jesus, man. But I'll chin check a motherfucker in the mouth real quick, fast and in a hurry, man, with extreme prejudice. I'm still about that life, man. I try to hide it, man, but
Look, when the Holy Spirit enters somebody that is with no up to no good, he lets everything out. He's he he threw the Holy Spirit, got the names of everybody that was affiliated with him out of him. You all heard the names. You're not. If not, you can watch the replay. And all those names that he said, those are the people that are affiliated with him. He spilled the beans on the people he's affiliated with him. Yeah, because he's spiritually bonded. That's what it is. When you're spiritually bonded, you don't know your left from your right. I was trying to help the guy, but the demons that or whatever has gotten spiritually bonded didn't. He didn't know what to say. He was tap dancing all over the place. You're like sounded like Pookie, or was it the guy that from the movie that he's that's on crack? Yeah, he didn't look. The Holy Spirit was doing works. That's why I was letting the Holy Spirit do the works. He was spilling out the beans, naming all the people that were affiliated with him.
That's
And
what made me. That's what.
they were from Texas was one of them. He said it right. They were from Texas. He died
Hmm.
2 days, 3 days ago, and I wasn't even trying to bring his name. He's the one that brought his name up. Well, I did write his name when I said about something that happened because he said, "How did the beef start?" And I said, "They were from Texas." And right there, I said his name. He spilled the beans of everybody else that was affiliated with him. Well, I'm not. I wasn't worried about the guy because he was already making an asshole out of himself. So I wasn't worried about what he's saying. I've heard a lot worse things than that in the military. Uh, it was just making a an ass out of himself. That's what he was
JF,
doing.
JFA. He didn't know he was live. He thought that he was just talking to me and Abe. He didn't know he was live. When Primo told him he was live, is when he fucking lost it because he got butthurt that everybody else was seeing what he was saying. I called him out real quick. When I saw him, I told him, "You're wearing a cape. You're here to defend him." And he said no, and I was right. My I can tell what somebody's about just by looking at them, man. My senses don't ever fail me.
So that's why I let him talk, man, because he was burning his own self, man. When somebody's up to no good, they ain't gonna make sense, man. And he just didn't make no sense.
Bet you right now he's over there trying to get high fives from all them other pendejos. Yeah, I went on the live and I did this and I did that. He just showed himself to be an asswipe.
They're probably gonna his own crew gonna beat his ass.
They're over there high fiving and chest bumping right now.
Oh my god.
I called him JFA. I told him he came under here under false pretenses. Then he was trying to talk about what we're not talking about. He wanted to talk about Bigfoots. Ain't nobody trying to talk about no DDN. We're trying to talk about night terrors and whatnot, man. Fucking pendejo.
And you know what? God forgive me, but I'm gonna break it down for you. It's something that he said. He said when he was a kid, every night he would hear his father say something to him. I truly believe because he said there's different kinds of PTSDs. He kept on hearing his father every night. I believe that his father did something to him while he was asleep. That's why he said there's different kinds of PTSD.
No, I hope he's watching, Morgan. I've lived in Fort Worth all my life. I know exactly what to do with motherfuckers like that. Lord forgive me, but I'll be stomping a mud hole in his ass. Boots to asses, not boots on the ground.
No, I'm being honest. I believe that's what something happened to him because he kept on hearing his father at nighttime. That I believe something happened to him between him and his father.
Yeah, his father was behind him, pumping him, and he was whispering sweet
That's what I'm
nothings
trying to
into his
say,
ear.
but not in that kind of way, man. I'm just trying to say that something in that nature happened that he's got that PTSD because he tells me there's all kinds of forms of PTSD. I never,
Mm-hmm.
he's the one that brought the PTSD, and the PTSD was, that was a quick fix. It was no succubus or incubus. It's something that happened to him.
That was a dicky bus. I need to shut up.
It would be a papa incubus kind of like his buddy Mike. That's why he's going to court.
Yes, Madeline, I'm still about that life.
So I guess that what happened to him, he's dramatized from what happened to him when he was a kid. That you know, when you're a victim of something.
Ain't
The
that
only
right,
monster,
Deborah? It's
only
never a
monster
dull
that was
moment here on Spiritual Encrypted
was
Encounters.
his own father. They're mad because I, I continue to do lives. I continue to defend Brother Josh Turner, the Turner's Paranormal Table. They can try to make me look like a bad guy all they want to, but you can take away my credibility where I've been. Uh, I have the old ID when I was in the military.
Yeah, Lawrence, it stopped happening when we got older because he moved out.
Here you go, folks. Look, when I was in the United States Army, I was a sergeant. That's my old ID for the military. So
All right,
there you
Deborah.
go. You can suck on that.
He's
It's
probably
not my
doing that
fault.
right now.
It's not my fault that you didn't join. The only war you went to was what happened to you, man.
Yep, exactly, Jeffy. Zero subs and zero respect.
Man, that guy really made a fool out of himself, man. I'm trying to help out the
Hmm.
guy. I'm trying to help him out, man, but he didn't want to listen. He just wanted to. Oh man,
He just wanted to talk what he wanted to talk about. He was trying to take control over the show, man. I wasn't
I
trying to
was
have
let
that.
I was letting him talk just to so he could say all the things that spill the beans on everybody else that was affiliated with him, and he was spilling the beans.
Well, Smurfy, when I was initiated, I had to fight four people, man. But that was back in like '84.
I'm gonna ask a question here to the viewers. Who was really talking about anybody here, man? Like we're talking about. I said this it's going to be my new platform. We're talking about night terror, sleep paralysis. I wasn't talking about anybody, and this guy comes in and brings all these people's names that are irrelevant to me because they are not my friends. They've disrespected me so many times that I don't consider them. I don't want to be associated with them. Uh,
Cousin Madeline said to make sure and block Lone Star on Facebook because he's on your friends list on Facebook.
Let me check. Yeah, he made a jackass out of himself.
There's only one person that will give me the raspberry. Lone Star.
Here I am when I was here I am when I was in the Cav.
Wow, man, you look really young, bro. You still had hair.
Yeah, I was 21 here. 2021. I'm just showing some pictures since they want to talk crap about me. There's me and my son right here, around the same age.
I took care of it, Deborah. He was about as, as tall as a troll.
If you will come in here, cool. Maybe you would
if he,
benefit and learn something. I've been here on this earth longer than probably. I mean, I know he just come off his mama's titty, but I've been around the world. Got wisdom and knowledge that I could help him.
if he
But
was if he
hey,
was a doll, he would be bitch pudding. Greg Ford says he's a hull mechanic on the Abrams. He was acting like a little kid that was having a tantrum, Devorah,
Right now, I
sitting there
just
with his
feel like
arms
a
crossed.
bum because I haven't got my hair cut or anything. But I think I plan on doing it tomorrow or Friday. Go get G'd up.
Yes, Greg Frost, what's up, man?
Ooh man, what do y'all think about that, guys? Out of your opinion about this guy that came in here, this guy was a lost case, right? I can find him
Via
on Facebook.
Angel,
What's his real name? I
What
missed.
was his real name? Sean something? Navia's Angel, welcome to the show.
What's his name? Sean Sapa. I know. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, that's that bitch nigga right there.
Oh my god. Yeah. There you go. Sing you your merry way.
There's no way he could twist it, Joanne, because what he said there was no way he could twist it. There's no way he could spin that for real.
He said that I invited him on, but didn't he ask Madeline to invite him?
Yes. Madeline said that he sent you a message,
He
cousin.
says we can meet man on man. I'll tell you when I'm down there next. All right. He said I was just like 6 days ago. He said I'd also love to meet your cousin. Can even name of the demon drug. I know he's not tuning in here because he's out of here. Uh, this fool don't know what he's getting himself into. That's all I gotta say. Y'all can look at my face. Does it look like I'm scared of this leprechaun?
I'm so scared I can barely drink this water I'm drinking.
Ooh, I'm scared of the leprechaun. I think he's got a short disorder. He's a midget.
Yeah.
So
All I know,
yeah,
man, is that after what he said, and if I see him, I will challenge him to mutual combat. That way, nobody goes to jail, and he's just gonna take his
there
ass
you go.
kicking like a man.
Mutual combat. Come be yourself, buddy. Mutual combat.
We don't need to jump you, man. Just one of us is enough to take care of your little short ass. Fucking going around
I,
looking like the
I
guy
think
Code Lizard.
you get the midget syndrome, man. You know,
Hi, Roberta. Welcome to the show.
he's not a short king. He's a short queen.
He likes that short corn on the cob.
I, I put him to sleep so fast. You know what the fuck happened to him? That's okay.
Well, in mutual combat fight, he can't have a weapon. It's got to be hand to hand.
He's mad. He's mad because David from Texas is dead, and he's blaming me for his death. You believe that? He's the one that decided to take the operation. I knew about the operation that he was getting. He got an operation to lose weight, and that's what caused him the heart attack. That's part of the procedure. After you get the procedure, it's like about 5-7 years expectancy of life, of living, if you don't take care of yourself right. If you're not diet, you're not taking care of yourself right, eating how you're supposed to be eating. Your expectancy after that surgery is not that many years. Yeah, let me
Hey,
see his
primo.
little leprechaun ass over here. I'll put a whooping on him.
Hey, primo. Mira cómo estoy temblando. He's glad he didn't ask me. I didn't ask him to fight, because if he would have said yeah, I would have told him to stick his head up his ass and fight for air.
Oh, it doesn't end well. And right now, you're seeing the good me. If you want to see the other side of me, well, when he shows up, he won't see the person he spoke to here. You're gonna meet somebody, a whole different person, and it's gonna be too late then. He wastes his gas money to make it all the way here. It comes in a threatful manner. Then I'll do what I got to do.
Stella Cubic Beam, we'll forgive him after we whoop his ass. One of us is gonna get him. The bad thing, the funny thing to me is, if he comes to me, I'm gonna whoop his ass, and I won't whoop it with a love foundation. Abe takes care of the life foundation, not me.
The thing is about this guy is like he was too stupid to even be mad at the guy because he wasn't making no damn sense. First of all, and second of all, why was there to forgive him? I know he was trying to insult me in some kind of way, but I feel sorry for the guy. Especially when he said the story about his dad, what his dad did to him when he was growing up. That he would hear his dad every time he was trying to go to sleep at nighttime.
Yeah,
Eventually,
Deborah, that's
something
just the
happened to
beard
him.
talking.
He's got PTSD from something happening with his dad because he heard his voice every night. I feel sorry for the guy, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. I feel sorry for him. If you're hearing here, whichever personality of the PTSD that you have from what happened to your child, I am sorry what happened to you, man. I really am. But the bigger question is this: was it really your dad that did that, or was it a DDN, a
Yes,
skinwalker,
yes, Deborah whispered sweet nothings.
an incubus, something that manifested to sound like your dad?
Murphy, he was a victim of the daddy bus. You got away with words, Murphy. Bittersweet, look at on the nalgas
I'm
lips.
being honest. I mean, what am I supposed to think about that? Because he said there's other forms
I'll
of
be back.
PTSD. It's the only form that he can think of. I can think of that happened to him. Yeah, he's gonna maybe he blames it. It's a Bigfoot, not to think about it. What really happened to him? So he uses a fake thing of Bigfoot, blame it on Bigfoot instead of the real person that affected his life, which was his father. No, I believe it was his father. If he kept on saying his father's name every night, something happened between him and his father. So the best advice I would tell him is face your worst fear is your worst fear, which would be your father, and whatever he did to you. do whatever you got to do. Take him to court. You want to test him out as a man. He's the one that hurt you. That gave you the PTSD. That's a score you should settle. It was that fella because you come into a real veteran over here. You're gonna lose either way. Uh, that's my advice to you. If you're still here listening, I feel sorry for you, man. If you're victimized of your father, you said a lot of things. I just feel sorry for you, man. That's why you're all jacked up from the head, and you left from your right. It's PTSD. You said it yourself. There's many forms of PTSD, and you've been living with that since you were a kid. You said it would happen to you when you was a kid, so you've been living with that all your life. Hey, have you spoken to your friends about it? Did you speak to David from Texas about it? How about Cyrus? How about the boys of the LBL? Did you speak to them about what happened to you when you were as a kid? Or did they take advantage of you? So you know what they do up there in the LBL. Brokeback Mountain. But anyway, I don't even know. I don't think he's Spanish, man. Is he Indian or something? I don't even know what his nationality is. You believe, brothers and sisters, he don't believe in the spirit, but he believes in Bigfoot. Whoa. Yeah, you gotta forgive. He tried to come and insult me, but I didn't accept none of the negativity he was saying because I feel sorry for the guy, man. He didn't know his left from his right. It feels like to me that the demons that have him bonded didn't want him to show didn't want me to get really in touch with him and to tie down and rebuke him out of him. That's why he kept on fighting. Look at the video. When you we're gonna go to the part. Matter of fact, what I might do is take a screenshot of that moment so people can see the how badly demonized this guy was. He was talking about how come I didn't go to his funeral. If you really wants to know, I pray for the fellow. I mean, what can you do when somebody's already gone? If there was some kind of peace that somebody was supposed to do it. You're supposed to do it when somebody's alive. And when somebody crosses over, the only thing you can do is pray for them. There's nothing you can really do.
Greg Frost, I'm always incognito, bro. Nobody needs to know me because sometimes I'm the last person you see before you go take a nap.
They're mad because we're live here on this new platform, and we're live on YouTube, and they're just pissed off. No, I just let him speak. I seen what was going on. I let him speak and say whatever he wanted to say because everything that he was saying, he was just making a fool out of himself. He was making no sense. So I let him say everything that he was saying, and I put him to the questions. He couldn't answer me. Okay, now that we know it's not about me. You were trying to make it about me. Now we know it's about Josh Turner, and you already said the names of the people that are affiliated with you. So why do you hate Josh Turner?
I look like Freddy Krueger, but I'll be in Liz's dreams.
Yeah, I'm not mad with the guy. He's got issues, man. And then what's messed up is, he's talking about PTSD. At least one thing I know, that I have Jesus Christ in my heart. I had my Jesus Christ with me when I was in combat, when I was in Mexico, and I still have Jesus Christ with me right now. So I'm not worried about what anybody has to say about me. We will continue to do spiritual encrypted encounters with me, cousin Jesse, or whoever wants to be my guest. Matter of fact, I have the option to do up to 10 people that want to do it up in here. Yeah. So let's go back
Yes,
down
you
to the.
did, Madeline.
Okay, let's talk about the this night terror sleep paralysis. We can use him as an example, right? Since he said he would hear his dad, just by that by itself, I already know something happened to him in the hands of his father. I already know this. That's why he was acting the way he was, because the PTSD. Now, the reason I'm saying so we're gonna use this to go with it as an example. Was it the spirits of perversion? Was it a succubus or incubus? Because the succubus and incubus can possess, they can attack. Do you think was his father drunk, or was it something that entered his father to do what he did to him?
Deborah.
They're probably in a whole different state of mind. Uh, Probably they're like in a dream that never they can never wake up out of.
They're caught
Like
in a loop.
they're caught up in the dream state that they can't wake up. I don't know if he was drunk or not. The only thing is, I believe he brought me to a show one time, a long time ago. I think he was there with some other guys, and he was. Uh, I guess he didn't like what I brought to the table, the spiritual about the spiritual works, and he kind of responded to me that way back then, and I spoke what I had to say on the show, even though I was invited to the show. I said what I had to say spiritually, whether
He was wearing
he believes or not.
sunglasses.
You know,
Still,
um,
Hubert D.
the only thing I gotta say to him is, I wonder what's gonna happen to him if he ever goes to an area like Elms Grove or an area where there is actually something there, and he goes in there with all this hatred and anger and unforgiveness. He's gonna get spiritually attacked big time. You know, so I would suggest uh, to not go into, don't do no investigations, don't go to no areas. And another thing I would suggest is don't looking for cousin Jesse, because you're barking up the wrong tree on that one, and especially don't come looking for Sorrensias. Now, do you want to be part of the Medina Republican Guard for one day? Then come on looking for.
You coming over here, you're definitely barking up the wrong effing tree, brother. You have no idea what shit from here fucking getting into.
Just put it this way: uh, the PTSD Bigfoot is not going to be able to help you. The imaginary Bigfoot that you're hunting for, which I know is demonic, is not going to be able to help you, man. He's setting you up for failure.
I put it to you this way, Lone Star. I beat up 7 people by myself, man. One little thing like you, that's not even enough for my molar, bro. You really barking up the wrong tree.
Running her ahead, and I once woke up, the house was shaking, and I heard an insane sound. Jumped up out of bed and found the big girl I met fell out of the bed. They're probably pissed off. Like, how can people be listening to this veteran? So that's one thing about me. There, Shaun of the Dead. Uh, I can talk freely about what happened to me, but I don't use where I've been to as a crutch or a clutch. Continue to live my life. You know, you said that I
Oh,
had
what?
PTSD.
Happily
I
food?
managed I managed to raise my son by myself. My son is 23, 24. I don't think you want
Yep.
to come here, bro. I'm telling you. Because if
Yes,
you
man.
come over here disrespectfully and my son is here, he'll whoop your ass. I'm just letting you know. I don't even have to dirty my hands. If he don't get you,
Well,
then I have stepsons also, man. I'm just saying you don't want to come over here in a negative way just because you're following orders from Farden or from a dead man that's not here amongst us no more. May you rest in peace, right? No, that's all I'm
well,
saying.
he wants
Let
to
it
come over
be.
here.
Continue your
He
little
can,
show, whatever
he
you
can eat
do,
peace.
whatever you talk about, do a little show and just move on with your life. Let don't come mess around here in spiritual encrypted encounters because we don't play, man.
Not one bit. We body, brother. We body. You trying to come to Texas, Liz? Ooh. No, bus will
I
take you
do
too
saying
long.
that.
By car, it'll take you 24 hours. You better off doing it by plane.
I think he got
Uh,
triggered when I was showing my veterans
your,
card. He got triggered.
yeah, your military ID.
Join the military, man, Sean. You're still listening, tuning in with
Puro.
the fake profile. Join the military. Do it 4 years so you can experience and just you go to basic and do the thing that I did. It's probably different now, probably easier than when I was in. Join the
Hey,
military,
Anunnaki,
go
bro.
venture out. The
I call
Navy,
my, I call myself
whatever.
the Fort Worth Shogun.
Said do 4 years in the military and then come talk to me. And you're gonna treat me a whole different way.
My cousin knows, man. When we showed up in the valley from Fort Worth, we stirred up a lot of shit. Yeah, Anunnaki, what I'm telling you for real. I call myself the Fort Worth Shogun.
Little Shepahars.
Oh no, Stellar, he lives down the street from here. I live in Fort Worth on the north side. He lives like maybe 5 or 10 minutes from where I live. He lives in Lake Worth, so there's a Walmart there. I'm pretty sure I can bump into him there on any particular day.
And I'll say it
Hi,
again.
Annette, how you doing?
I'll say it again. I believe. Listen to me, Shaun of the Dead. I believe that Bigfoots are not real. There are demonic in nature. I call them the disembodied demonic Nephilim. Put it to the spiritual test if you got faith. If you have faith in Jesus Christ, and which most likely you don't. If you do have faith, put it to the spiritual test next time you see a Bigfoot or a something of that nature, a dog man. Say I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and when it disappears and vanishes, leaves a smell of sulfur or a pestilent smell, you're gonna know that it's demonic in nature. I'm just giving you some words of advice. So going back to the stories of the night terrors and sleep paralysis, I'm so sorry, brother and sisters. That I added this guy on there. I thought he was going to come in here. I recognized him because I seen him from our friends list, and I thought he had something to bring to the table, to the topic we're speaking about here tonight, and it wasn't even like that. So I'm very sorry. Um, uh, the succubus I dealt with, it wasn't just one thing I was dealing with. It's just happened in Elms Grove. It was a succubus, incubus, and a familiar that they had with them. I believe I was talking the other day of the familiar when it was in my laundry room, that he was in the form of a, I don't know, it looked like a little creature, but he had the face of a human. It had his hair combed to the side, like he had barely come out of the shower. He had little hands and little feet, but the body was a fur. I seen it looking at me, and he was smiling at me like a person. So I grabbed my bat and I swung at it. When I swung at it, it it went through the opening where the pipes go down, and it went through there. I dented my dryer that day. I hit it with everything I had, trying to kill it, but it took off on me. But I was when I got spiritually attacked. I was getting spiritually attacked by the succubus and incubus, where I was waking up with markings on my body, scratches, hickey-like marks, like threes or bruises, handprints on the ankles and on the wrist, and at times bite marks in between my groin area, right? And I was trying to figure out what was happening to me. I have no girlfriend or nothing like that. It was just me in my room, and the things were happening to me at nighttime. So it happened for about, man, almost 2 months like this, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. Um, After a while, I started training myself, and I prayed to God. I was meditating, and I was praying to God to show me who my enemies were, who was doing this to me. I wanted to see who was doing this to me spiritually. And I trained that if I did see the enemy, that when I see it, that I was going to say, I type under and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. So I was training myself that I could move the finger and wake up, move two fingers, wake up, three hand, till I could move all my fingers and I could wake up, move my hand, I could wake up. So uh, what would happen is it would take me to dreams, and that's what how they trick you. The dreams that I was having was sinful dreams, where in the dreams I could be like in New York, and there was nothing but naked women, like in a bar, right? And all these naked women, I believe there were succubuses that were coming towards me. So it's like I couldn't wake up out of that dream till I trained myself. So I was able to leave the bar, climb this
Good
fence, and they
night,
were trying
Joanne.
to they were trying to come after me in the dream, and I woke up. When I woke up out of the dream, because they couldn't keep me in the dream, when I opened my eyes, I seen the succubus. Her spirit was hovering over me. Her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was open, where she was draining my energy, my spiritual energy. So when I seen her, the first thing I said was, "I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name." When I said that, her eyes opened real wide, her mouth opened real wide, and she exploded in little pieces, like little pieces. And when she exploded, brothers and sisters, when I said, "I tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name," there was spirits that left her body, spirits of the lives that she had drained exploded out of her, and I seen orbs flying everywhere. So I got up, and I could hear the incubus outside chanting something with a familiar. So I got on my knees and I started praying to God. I call upon the heavenly angels to come and assist me spiritually. When I did that, I could feel the presence of the Holy Spirit, and the succubus and incubus left. That was the last time I had an encounter like that with a succubus. I was able to eliminate her out of the equation. Yes. Yeah, the black tourmaline can protect you from the succubus or incubus or anything negative. It'll keep them away. Like I got this black piece of black tourmaline. I got here on a selenite cube. I keep it here with me. That's why I was calm. When that guy came here trying to be, I was kind of calm. I was just trying to let him say whatever he had to say, let it out, so we can know who was behind him. And I keep a piece of black tourmaline around my neck and a piece of selenite. The selenite brings your guardian angels and angels to you for protection. Thank you, Jonah, for subscribing. But yes, I see how she looked. She wasn't pretty at all. You know, you could say demonic in nature, very ancient, very old. Her face was shriveled, and that's what they do is drain people's energy when they're asleep, the life source out of them. You could say like energy. People call them energy vampires, right? I'll tell you what. When I said I typed binary rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, her eyes open real wide, her mouth opened real wide, and she just exploded and went into all these orbs came out of her. I guess from the energy of spirits or maybe trapped spirits she had captured. They came out of her. She exploded, and all these orbs were flying around all over my room. I wish I would have had a camera to be able to record all the orbs that were flying that came out of her. That's true. So basically, when you go through something like that, brothers and sisters, that you're being spiritually attacked, you're tired, you're very sluggish, that you have no energy. So you're like tired and sluggish all day. So then when you go to sleep, they attack you some more. You wake up even more sluggish, And I remember the marks. I think I might have pictures of the marks that I had when I was going through that. This happened when in the 2000, like in 2000, and I'm trying to think what year the sucker. My son was like 5. So this happened in 2006 when I had the encounter with the succubus. If you don't take authority over them and tell them, welcome here, they're going to continue to come to your household. If they're coming to you, it's because something ain't right, and that's how they attack. I'm thinking the opening I had is that I was sick. At that time, I had a blood clot on my left leg. So I'm thinking that's the opening it was using, was that I was sick to attack me. Yes, this is very true. That happens. So what do you think about that, cousin?
About which part of it? Because
Well, it's kind of like it feels like you're being violated, man.
well,
That's what it
yeah,
is. You're
if
being
you
sexually violated or spiritually sexually violated by the succubus or incubus, and there's nothing you can do about it till you finally do something about it spiritually. That's the only way you can take care of it spiritually.
well, if you recall, man, if you recall when I was living in South Texas here about 10 years ago, you took two of those things off of me, if you remember correctly. And you remember I called you and asked you, do you see anything? And you said, yeah, I see two that are bonded to you. And you prayed for me and you took them away from me.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, I ain't forgotten, man. I ain't forgotten. You told me not to accept them back.
We prayed that day to get rid
Yes,
of
we
them.
did. Yes, we did. So I've been there. I've been there. And the good thing is that you're a witness to that because you took them off of me. But when I was married, man, My ex-son-in-law used to sleep in my room with my daughter, and he woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and he said there was a black being with red eyes that when he talked, fire came out of his mouth, and that he was laying between me and my wife in the bed. And he asked him who was he, and he pointed the black demon pointed at me and said that he was me when I was angry, and that would explain a lot, man. But yeah, that I always felt, man, that when I would always get in fights, there was always something that would help me out, man. And he said when I got angry that he would take over he would possess my body and fight my battles. So that's kind of crazy too, man. It was a black
That's
demon.
not a good feeling, man. I mean, you know, our old boy was saying PTSD. Yeah, I have to. The things that I have to live is what I had to do in combat. You know, uh, when you're in combat, in the front lines especially, uh, which means it's you and the enemy. You know, things happen. You know, either somebody's going to live or somebody's going to die. So that has that memory of that events that happen in the front lines is always with me, but I don't think about it. You know, that's the thing. I don't give it power, even though it's there. Sometimes the memories come to me of what happened. So when a certain memories come, I rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name because I don't want that to affect my life. Right? Even though that I can speak about it freely of everything that I did in the front lines. And of course, there are some sensitive people. They don't want to hear those kind of things, but they're surely very quick to judge a veteran to say they got PTSD. I mean, I know there's different kinds of forms of PTSD, but there's no such thing as bad as a PTSD of fighting in the front lines, army against army, where people die. That's a whole different kind of animal right there. When you place in a situation where it's a matter of life or death, that you got to do what you got to do. You know, of course, you can be in situations like that where somebody can put a gun at your head, uh, domestic violence, yeah, all other kinds of sins that happen, right? Where children disappear, you know, the pedal rings, all kinds of things. And of course, which there is a lot of PTSD, but the PTSD that a veteran has to live with is dealing with combat for those who have been in combat, which is we're combat veterans because we've seen action. So for those people that come at me in a negative way, trying to make it seem first they're making trying to say that I never served. I'm a combat veteran. I just didn't serve the United States Army. I fought for my country in the front lines. So it's something I have the wisdom and knowledge to fight offensively, defensively. I know how to overcome the enemy in many different ways. So I have a lot of wisdom and knowledge in how should I say through combat, through force. I know how to overcome the enemy or of an army. In saying that, I just don't have that kind of knowledge. I have the spiritual knowledge of the balance, how to overcome the unseen enemy spiritually. So I have a lot of wisdom and knowledge. The only thing I say to the guys that are hating on me, just respect where I've been at. Or if you don't want to respect me, well, you don't have to say nothing to me. I don't need if you don't respect me, I don't need to hear somebody coming at me in a negative way. At least I know there's people that do respect for my time and service and the wisdom and knowledge that they have. I'm not going to your group saying anything. I don't even follow you, man, or to any of the other groups that troll me. I don't go say nothing in your groups. If I have something to say, I'll say it here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters out of defense of the people that come and attack my group. You know, but I do have a lot of wisdom and knowledge, and I ain't the only one. When we talk about cousin Jesse, you barking up a brown tree with him because he has a lot of combat, or not even say is combat, a different kind of combat, that he's been involved in, and he has the wisdom and knowledge. And I'm truly saying that you're barking up the wrong tree with cousin Jesse. If something, cousin Jesse is more of a dangerous person that I would say I would be, that I could be. Or we're almost in the same. I would say the same, but cousin Jesse has lived a different path than me. But we have the capabilities of doing whatever we need to do when the time comes. But you're barking up the wrong tree if you think that you're gonna come up against cousin Jesse and come out victorious, or come up against me and come up victorious. So I suggest, personally, go join the military, do 4 years. I don't care if it's whatever you do. Go out there and do that, and then come talk to me afterwards.
Nevaeh's Angel, I'm gonna say something on here, man. I know we're live, and I know I'm probably gonna get razzed for it, like the other issue that I got razzed for. But I'm 56 years old. I've never set foot in a strip bar. Don't know what that is. Never been there. I don't know if I'm missing out or what, but I've never been in any of those kinds of places.
The only time I've been to a strip bar is to get my soldiers out of there when they were missed movement, because we'll be on alerts, and we roll out and they're missed movement, so they will send me to go find the soldiers, and I'm more or less where they knew. I knew where they were at because they had girlfriends that were strippers, so I had to go in there in my BDUs and tell them to come with me, and I would have to bring them back. They would get in trouble, but that's about the only time I would step in the bar, is to get the soldiers that were, when you're missing movement, it's kind of like being able.
I thought you were gonna be the main one to make fun of me, Smurfy.
Another time I went is when there was this one of my sergeants in charge of me, was higher ranked, told me that it was his birthday and he wanted me to go celebrate with him. So okay, let's go. I thought we were going to go somewhere to eat. I said, don't worry about nothing, I got you. You don't have to pay for nothing. We went in there and it was a freaking strip joint. He said I didn't have to pay for nothing because they had free chicken wings or hot wings. So there I go, and I'm not trying to look at the female, so I just get the plate of hot wings, and they had one of those basketball things, nets, and I was just throwing the basketball, and I was ready to go. I didn't want to be there, but they all knew him by his first name. All the females knew him by his first name because he was always tipping big, But that's the only time, those 2 times that I remember getting a soldier, and when I got invited by a higher ranked person to go celebrate. Oh yeah, a lot of these females are. You could see the entities that I will see. I'm gonna be honest with you, is a succubus, incubus. That's where they dwell. They dwell in strip joints. They dwell in bars. Anything where there's a club, that's where they dwell. When I go dancing to just a Tejano club, they always surface up and show themselves to me. That's where I take pictures and people say, hey, there's something black standing behind you. And it's like, I already know, because they're trying to find a spiritual opening on me. So when I go out and dance, I don't drink. I drink water.
What are you doing in a strip club, Nevaeh? Hey, Plymouth Pudgewucky, how you doing?
So I've been to strip clubs before. The energy was really off, and I felt yucky. Well, I've heard of females being strip clubs, and I've heard of what do you call the other ones where they have the toy parties and shit. It's kind of like a strip club because they bring strippers. I've heard of stories. Liquor is poison, lol.
They're called spirits for a reason.
Well, look what happened to me in Germany with that bruja, the gypsy. I was seeing a beautiful woman. Then it freaking transformed into an old ass lady. Her eyes were rolled back white, and foam was coming out of her. I'm talking about white foam was coming out of her mouth,
We doing good, Plymouth.
stabbing the floor.
You missed the drama earlier.
I've witnessed things. I've been invited to certain things, parties, and Tupperware parties. I've been invited to when they're gonna give birth. What do you call them? The parties when the female's gonna give birth, so you can take a gift. I can't remember.
Baby shower.
Baby showers, and then I got invited to a toy party. I didn't. I thought they're talking about toys, and they were talking about different kind of toys. I go in there, and next thing you know, they got male strippers in there. There's nothing but female. I was like, oh, okay. Just put it this way: I was there for about 5 minutes. They were having a party where they were passing around this big old ding dong. The women were in a circle. They were passing it in their legs, and the last person that received it in her legs, that grabbed it, guess what happened to her? She
She got
broke her
pregnant.
leg. She broke
Oh,
her leg.
hey, Primo. Madeline.
She
Madeline says that Lone Star was on Farton's show, and he totally planned this attack. Said, "Some of a bitch."
what attack? He didn't attack nobody. He just made an idiot out of himself.
On a live stream.
Yeah, there was no attack. He made an ass out of himself. If you watch the replay, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I could see him
Uh,
over there going, "No, I said this and I said that, and I told Abe this, and I'm gonna beat up his cousin."
oh my God, he made a jackass out of himself. What I want to do, I'm gonna try to download the video and just make the part of when he's talking, so people can look how much of an idiot he is. He's a jackass.
Watch the playback, Plymouth. You'll see what we're talking about. He was here live. He came in here under false pretenses. Next thing you know, he puts on his cape, trying to be the hero for his butt buddies.
Like Chris Jericho says, he's an ass clown.
Walked up in
No,
here like a spoiled child.
I'm still laughing about it, man. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish by it. Does it look like I'm bothered by it? Hell no.
He was trying to put us in our place.
We're looking down at him. Okay, what are you gonna do, little buddy? You gonna bite my toe, little midget? He was a duende.
Dude, to scare that fool, all I gotta do is show him my missing toe. I'm gonna tell him it's gonna reappear in your butt.
Wait up, cuz.
All right, man. So, people, again, we apologize for the technical difficulty we had earlier with a little troll that was throwing a little temper tantrum. He was trying to be like that little kid on the video. Listen, Linda, listen.
Sorry about that. We got a special guest called Lone Star here. Okay, Lone Star, talk to us. I'm gonna mess you
You,
up, cousin Jesse. I'm affiliated with the Lake Fort, Lake Fort, Fort Worth Monster. I'm gonna mess you up, cousin Jesse. You think you're bad,
Ooh.
Shields? Shut the fuck up.
Like chingada. You and the props, man. You and the props. That's funny as hell.
So, why do you hate Josh Turner? Little. What can I call you, troll or leprechaun?
What
How
are you
come
calling him, Josh Turner?
How come you didn't go to David's funeral?
His name was Sean, man, not Josh Turner.
No, I'm saying little leprechaun, Sean.
Ooh, man.
So, how far do you go into Barton's arse?
All the
Very far,
way.
all the way.
All the way. And people put gerbils up there. Barton puts trolls.
He lost
Garden
his head.
gnome.
Dang.
Is the people in the lab still here? Oh, man.
Yeah, they're still here.
You support strippers, Liz? Oh, wow.
So when you hear when you were hearing when you were hearing your dad calling your name when you were little, when you were asleep with a pillow on your belly, what would happen to you? Are you awake?
He would ride the Hershey Highway.
Well, thank you for letting us know that. What was his name? Texas what? Texas Lone Star. Can we call you the Texas Abyss? Oh man. Uh, there we go. We took care of Sean.
If they want clout the world, they're going about the wrong way to get it.
So what would he hear on his ear? I'm your puppy. Give me some chon chon.
Yes, Navia, the notorious missing toe.
It's called the Texas Abyss. They're like, give me some chon chon. Sean, give me some chon chon. What would he hear? I mean, what's the words that he would hear? He never said what he would hear. He said his name being called. Sean, Sean,
Shancita, Shancita,
Sean,
Shancita.
Sean, so Sean. It's probably it's his favorite movie, Blood In, Blood Out. When he's saying, "Give me that Sean," he's like, you think he's talking about him, Sean, Sean. Oh my God. Yeah, this is the way he was acting. He had no brain when he was talking to us. Chochina, give me some chochina. Give me some chochon. Chon, chochon, chon, chon. He was, but he's I don't know, man. He was acting like He's butthurt with Wolf. But anyway, so much about the Chochon leprechaun from Fort Worth.
No, he's from Lake Worth, bro. He ain't from Fort Worth. He's
Or
from
Lake
Lake
Worth,
Worth.
from the other side of the lake.
Yeah, that fool sees this hat, man, and thinks this is a costume. Nah, man. I live the lifestyle, Vato. I'm all about that life.
I think he's got a. What was the name of the guy that was trying to get a hold of Miklo? The one that passed away recently. The one that was the cook, Big Al.
Yeah, Big L.
Big Al got a hold of Chochon.
Mm.
Chochon.
No more pintos for you. Nothing but Texas barbecue.
Oh man. So let's get back
sorry,
to the night terror, sleep paralysis, and succubus incubus.
sorry,
All I
no
can tell you
tortilla.
is they like attacking at night when you're asleep, when you're sick. But in Sean's case, he got attacked by something I've never heard of. A
A daddy kiss. A daddy
puppy
kiss.
bus, a puppy bus. Was it a puppy bus or incube puppy?
Daddy bus.
A daddy bus. There we go.
No, Plymouth Big Al from Blood In, Blood Out, bro. Sorry, no tortillas.
Sorry, not tortillas. Padre by day and puppy by night. Brogan said he loves Texas barbecue. Oh man, that dude sounded like man, that dude has
he
some
he
issues.
sounded he sounded like that little kid in the video that was like, listen, Linda, listen, Linda. Thank you,
It
Plymouth.
actually
Thank you,
sounded like he wanted to cry
Murphy.
when he was
Thank you,
talking, like he wanted to
Leslie.
cry.
Era
He's
llorón,
got
but he was acting like a child.
yeah, he's got puppy issues.
Yeah,
He's got puppy issues.
Papi gave him hemorrhoids.
Dang. So we're getting a little bit out of can, but you see, I do a premiere here and let's send somebody to come our way intentionally. Tried to say something here, but he sounded like a made a fool out of himself. If y'all don't believe me, watch the replay, guys. Watch the replay. You can fast forward to the part where that idiot Texas Lone Star comes in here. He ain't no damn Texas Lone Star. He's a daddy's girl.
Hi, Liz. Those points are
He's
just adding up. And yeah, Primo was right. A total ass clown.
no wonder Judge Turner doesn't want to affiliate with a guy. That guy's an idiot.
I sneeze.
Sorry to
I'm
say.
allergic to bullshit. I'm a brave man, Smurfy. Saludos, big homie.
Yeah, Sister Madeline's got it right. He needs to change his name to Barton's bitch.
Mi Liz.
Man, the only thing it becomes coming ringing my doorbell, I'm gonna have to look downwards because he's a leprechaun, man.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, "Look, Rebel, here's a treat."
Yeah, then I came here. I got four German shepherds, four of them, four of them, and they're big.
Ooh, Liz. I like danger too. My fingers are pretty deadly.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out. Why were they jealous of brother Josh Turner talking about some bullshit about? I guess you forgot that brother Josh Turner is Hispanic also.
He looked Hispanic to me the last day he came into the live. I thought he was Mexican.
Yeah, brother Josh Turner. I mean, yeah, he likes to joke around a lot. I guess a little leprechaun don't have a sense of humor.
Gangsters and strippers. All right, Liz.
I do monsoon.
Yes, Liz. Yes.
So let's go deep into this. Not as deep as well, as very
Is
little
that
deep,
what
or very shallow
you're,
as Barton goes into Sean.
you're not gonna
I'm
go
gonna
as
talk,
deep as Sean's dad went into Sean?
no, I'm gonna talk about. I believe there was a lot of
Hey,
these dark
Monsoon.
spirits that were coming out of the woods in Elms Grove. Were a lot of succubus, incubus coming out of the woods, and
You're
this
gonna
will
have
the
to catch
attack.
the replay,
This will the attack, brothers and
Monsoon.
sisters. Uh, uh, I'm going to get a little bit serious here. When they would come out of the woods, one day I seen them going into my neighbors' homes through the walls. They could go through the walls because they're spirits, right? So the following day that I seen them go into my neighbor's wall through their walls, I try to warn my neighbors and tell them that this succubus, incubus were going in there and they were trying to drain their life source. They didn't believe me. So they went to go put a complaint on me, and the office told me not to be scaring the neighbors. I said, okay. So I'm just telling them, I'm seeing this people coming around their homes, or this things coming around their homes. I left it at that. Within I think it was like 2 weeks. I mean, within a month, I lost the neighbor behind me who were German. The woman died in her bed. The woman across her, which was Philippine, she died in her recliner. My neighbor, Miss Kim, she died in her bed. The neighbor beside him was a man in an RV. He died in his bed. A Korean lady that lived up the street, she died in her bed. And a man, that brother had already died there before, like a year ago. He inherited the house. He was found dead in his bed. So I lost all those neighbors within the month, the time of the month that I told them that these dark spirits were going into homes. They they drained their energy. So all I'm saying, if you're seeing these dark spirits or succubus, incubus, protect your home, bless your home, keep it protected. If you got a Palm Sunday, put some palms on Sunday crosses on your windows and doorways, or you can place heavenly spiritual crosses with holy water or olive oil. If you have to, place pure salt around your home so they won't be able to come into your house. You gotta put a barrier, or like a cousin Jesse says, a what do you say, cousin
A
Jesse, with
water barrier.
a water barrier around your bed. I lost all those neighbors. They're all found dead in their beds because that's what they do. They drain your energy. I'm just letting you know that you got that deep that all those people died because they lost their lives in that nature. Same months, the same month. So when I went to go pay my monthly lot rent, they were just looking at me like freaked out. The people from there, they didn't say nothing to me. They didn't say how did you know or nothing. They just looked at me like they were freaked out because they lost all those people. To them that's money, right? Because that's people that are renting those lots. So they lost all those people. They all died in their bed. Yeah, the same month. Those same entities, or what you call succubus or incubus, sometimes you see them in nursing homes and at hospitals, flying around, trying to see who they drain their energy. Go attack somebody spiritually. You're welcome, Sister Deborah. Like I said, selenite to bring your guardian angels and angels to protect you, and black tourmaline to keep the negative energies away. I need to hook you up, cuz, with some black tourmaline and a selenite.
I need some, man. I need some. Especially since I'm gonna beat up a duende when I see him in Lake Worth. I'm gonna kick him with my
Man,
missing toe.
you seen the movie Shaun of the Dead?
Yep.
Well, there
Sean's
you
gonna
go.
be
He's,
there.
he's gonna be Shaun of the Dead, all right. That's black tourmaline, yo. Uh, and of course, I got my little necklaces I like putting on sometimes.
You don't need to necessarily salt. You could put aloe vera in all the entrances, and it keeps them from coming in.
Yeah.
Hey, cousin,
Yeah.
cousin. Navia the angel wants you to pray for her because she said bad stuff happened Saturday in her home.
I'm putting on some necklaces right now. Uh, like I said before, I'll say it like this: RIP, rest in peace, David from Texas. Uh, you know,
Aho.
I don't
David
disrespect the dead.
Texas.
Just I don't disrespect the dead. All I can say is rest in peace, David from Texas. That's all I can say. So who wants me to pray for him?
Navia's angel.
What happened
She had some evil things happen at her house on Saturday.
on Saturday? So let's pray for Sister Neva's angel. Can you ask her what kind of things happen so we can know what to pray against?
Navia, what was the issue that you had going? Could you please tell Cousin Abe?
Yeah, like was there was it spiritual? Was it physical? Was there people acting strange? I mean, what was going on? I hope you like this platform, and I'm sorry. I apologize for the intruder that we let in.
He's waiting for you, Navia.
that was infiltrating, that made a jackass out of himself. Yeah, I want to know what was happening, so like that I can pray. Because it happened Saturday, where normally when something happens, uh, when you pray,
She says her family was attacking me physically, and I didn't want to hurt anyone.
was there any beer or anything involved in that nature? But I see what was happening there. It could have been a where something is jumping from person to person because there's anger. So we're going to pray against that. Heavenly Father, at this time, we'd like to pray for Sister Neva's angel, um, for her to forgive and maintain her love foundation for whatever was happening at her house where she was getting attacked physically and spiritually. We tie, bind, and rebuke any negative energies at this time. We place in heavenly crosses in our household from head to toe. On her head, heavenly crosses on all our family members. Heavenly crosses on our doorways, on our windows, any passageway in the house. If there's anything negative there, we take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. You're not welcome there. You're gonna leave now. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. We're calling upon the heavenly angels, the Holy Spirit, to do a clean sweep of our personal foundation and our household at this time. To do a clean sweep and get rid of any unclean spirits that are there at this time. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
I know that feeling, Sister Neva's angel. That's so they attack the thought I use the people that are in your inner circle, loved ones, anything that you love, they try to use to come up against you spiritually, and especially when you're by yourself and you're trying to try your best to maintain a love foundation. That's when they target you even more. You're being placed where people are trying to come and disrespect you, say bad things about you, kind of like what happened here tonight, right? But I didn't give it power. I let him say whatever he wanted to say, and he just, I don't accept no negativity. I don't know the guy, and I just whatever. He's out of here. He's not gonna mess up my love foundation, not unless I have no choice because they're coming at me in a threatful manner. But you did the right thing. If you didn't do nothing, did you maintain your love foundation? You didn't fall to what the spiritual enemy was trying to do. He was trying to get you to anger, to have a spiritual opening, and I'm glad you maintained your love foundation.
Therese Varney, yes, there is a purgatory because when Jesus died, he went to hell to get his people and bring them back to heaven. So there is a purgatory.
Sorry to
Wow.
hear that. I know how it is, but sometimes when you
Sometimes you
place in a
gotta chin check
situation,
somebody.
at least you got to restrain somebody or put them on a hold from preventing them to do something, even if you have to put them to sleep. You know,
My
self
cousin knows.
defense.
My cousin knows. Me and my brother Joe, we've sent each other to the hospital on many occasions. We do not like that anymore now that we're old men. But when we were younger, me and my brother Joe could not get along. If we were in a room, it was a fight about to go down. You remember, cousin?
Yeah, you got to maintain the love foundation. Sometimes the younger generation doesn't understand about all this because they don't want to, they're still young, they're still trying to live their life, or they're barely going into the adulthood. So, they're going to act like the dude that came in here earlier. They're going to act that way because they don't have the wisdom and knowledge. They haven't been aware. They haven't seen anything. So the only thing that they have is what their little circle of friends, what they talk about, which some of the things they talk about just makes no sense because it's not as the knowledge that they have is not from being doing something and experiencing something. It's just by what friends talk about, right? Their inner circle friends. So if the influence is viviendo la vida loca, well, that's how they're going to try to pretend to be, right? Viviendo la vida loca. But just because somebody try to act hard, that's what I'm going to say to that guy that came in here. You try to act hard because you think you're hard because people, your friends are pumping you up to think you're hard. You just don't know who you're messing with. I've had people that come at me in a negative way and they're not here no more. And it's nothing dealing with me. It just things happen. People learn
I
the hard way.
personally have I personally have told my nephews and my sons, if you ever feel like I'm in the wrong and you're not feeling right about it, we could always go in the backyard and handle it like men. I'm almost 60, but I still tell them the same thing. Got an 18-year-old nephew who likes to talk crap. I told him, hey man, any day you want to feel froggy, man, we can go in the backyard and I can show you how stupid you really are.
Check it out. There was this. I was checking my mailbox in Elms Grove, and I was walking away. There was this teenager. He was like 19 or 20. He was smoking weed, and he said, "Hey, well, man, come and smoke with me." I knew who the guy was. And I said, "No, man, I'm good." And he's like, "You're a bitch." I said, "What'd you say?" So you heard me. You're a bitch. So I went up there, and I said, Why you say that?" He said, "Because you don't want to smoke with me." I said, I don't smoke. I never smoked. Even where I've been to in combat, I don't got the urge to do any kind of drugs. That's not me. And he said, I bet you I can kick your ass. Just because you're a veteran, you think you're bad. I said, oh, so you think you can kick my ass, eh? I said, well, how about if I just give you a demonstration? It's like, what's a demonstration? So that means that you can come at me however you want to come at me. I'm just gonna show you what I'm capable of, but without hurting you. I'm just gonna give you a demonstration. So, he came at me. I said, are you ready? Say, I'm ready. So he came at me, trying to punch me. I flipped him and had him on the ground with my hand around his throat, fixing to punch him. And then I looked at him and I said, remember, it's a demonstration. Then I pick him up and he brushes himself off. He was a tall guy. And so I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. So, okay, just let me know when you're ready. So, okay, I'm ready now. So he came at me trying to throw a kick. Yeah, I grabbed him from the kick in the air and I dropped him on his head. Dropped him on his head and I grabbed from the throat again. And I looked at him and I said, remember, just a demonstration. And I picked him up. He looked at me. He didn't say nothing anymore. He was embarrassed and he walked away. It's like I think it was 3 years passed by. 3 years passed by. What I told him was this: how come you don't join the military, go in the Navy, or do something instead of wasting your life on smoking? Go venture out so you can see what's out there, and so you can see how when you disrespect me, you're disrespecting everybody that served in the military. Because you haven't been out there. So I guess he served in the Navy for 3 years. He was going from port to port. Uh, it was a 10:30 at night on a Saturday. I heard somebody knocking on my door, and it was him. He didn't look the same. 3 years. He looked way bigger, muscular, huge. So hey, Can I go talk to you out there at the park? So okay. We're walking side by side, and he's looking at me. And I said, "What are we going to talk about?" And then we get to the park. I said, "So, or is it going to be just another demonstration?" I said, "No, no, 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 no. I just want to say, you man, I just want to thank you." He said, "Ever since that day that happened, I decided to join the Navy.
Welcome,
I've been
Nelly
every,
Turner.
I've been everywhere from port to port. Being in the Navy, I was in Florida. So I just want to say thank you for for guiding me the right direction." And he said, I want to say I'm sorry for disrespecting you the way I did." And then I said, "Well, thank you for your time and service." We shook hands, and that was it. He was cool with me. But sometimes people don't understand what we go through till they're doing it, right? Till they serve. Then they understand why I could be the way I am because of what I seen and what I had to do while I was in the military. Then they would understand. But when you have somebody coming in here in a negative way, that never served the military and wants to talk about my time in service, or uh, just trying to focus on something negative, that dude most likely probably living in his parents' basement. He's never been out anywhere to know anything. He's clueless. Oh, she's watching.
Hey, cousin, Wolf wants to jump in.
All right. Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can remember how to do this. Okay.
Yeah, Miss Nelly, somebody came in here under false pretenses. Apparently,
Okay.
they had a meeting. He's working on it, Madeline. He's working on sending them the link.
Yeah, just wait up real quick. Let me send them the link.
We're on a new platform, Josh. He's working on it.
There we go.
Yes, he ran away when he found out that I live in Fort Worth and he lives in Lake Worth, Nelly. He's like five
I
minutes
sent
down
you
the street from where I live.
an invite, brother Josh. Let me go to this screen till he joins, and I can add him. Y'all can see you can see the comments still, cuz, or everybody.
Yeah, I can still see the comments.
Yeah, it's like and it's like, these guys are just ridiculous, man. It's funny to me. No, the reason it's funny to me is where I've been. I had tank rounds from the T-72s
Bigger than him.
where, well, yeah, kind of like bigger than him, but where the rounds run out of velocity, where they're coming to hit the tank, and it lands in the sand because we're keeping the distance away from them, so the rounds won't be able to hit our tanks. So when the
Nelly
things are,
said to
there's
invite
nothing
him back.
blocking that, and I was able to see that. Huh?
Nelly said to invite him back so he can join. Send him another link.
Who? Brother Just Turner?
Ne- Yeah, to brother Josh Turner. She said to send him another link.
Okay. Tell it is to restring. How did you do it, cuz?
I went to restream and then It asks you to make sure to get your camera and mic
It's on
allow,
restream. Off of restream.
and then
Uh,
you poke to go without channels.
there you go. It's on restream. Let me put it on 3.
Well, Huffington says he gives great helmet. Well, is he coming?
I don't know. I send them the link.
No,
Well,
we're waiting for Josh Turner to come in because I had
okay.
a hard time getting in myself.
Let me send them another link. I'm copying it, and I'm going to send it one more time here. Okay.
Yeah, Plymouth.
Okay, I sent it to him.
It's gonna take him a while to figure it out. Remember, it took me a while.
Restream.
I was stressing, man.
Yeah, he'll figure it out. He's a whiz on that.
That's funny, but not funny. Stellar cubic beam. Wolf will be in a minute. Nelly said,
He said I could. Okay. He said I could invite 10 guests here. Oh man.
"Okay, Nelly, take your time."
There you go. I set it up for 3. The platform for 3.
I think they have 4 Plymouth.
There's a
What
mini
happened?
Jesse. There's a mini Jesse. I see you on the side right there.
Quit making me a duende.
There's a. There you go.
Oh, she said he's gonna make a quick video letting people know that he's coming over here.
Okay. Ooh, they missed it. Sister Madeline probably told them about it.
You're very interesting, Liz. In my ojos. Thank you, cousin. Thank you for hooking me up with Liz.
She seems to be a very nice person.
I can do with a
Good,
very nice person in my life.
a good-hearted person, primo.
I need somebody like that in my life, man.
Everybody deserves happiness in this world.
She said, "Huh?"
Here you go.
Hey, it was me, Josh Turner. As you can tell, I lost a lot of weight and I lost a lot of muscle mass, and then I got a tan. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah. You sure
You're
lost a
back
lot of
again,
weight.
man.
huh?
You didn't have
You man,
enough.
you lost a
Um,
lot of weight real quick.
I'm taller, darker, and more handsome now.
Let's see. There you go. Like that would be good, or
Dude, that's not
because it's
even
like
Josh.
Oh, it doesn't
yeah,
matter
I
now.
can only see cousin Jesse's eyes. Let me see. I can do it like
Primo.
that. Yeah,
Primo, that's not even Josh Turner, man.
I know it is not. That's Anthony.
No, no, but yeah, I just wanted to come on and say a couple things because at least pertaining to what this Sean guy is saying, because I mean, apparently he's saying that the wolf was rude to him at the conference, or didn't complaining that he didn't even talk to him. Um, someone said he said that Wolf is a big fat racist, blah blah
Yeah.
blah. Well, the thing is, like I actually met this guy at the after party. There was like a hotel after party for the second conference, and I didn't know who he was at the time. So I was just hanging out there with me and my younger brother, and we're meeting people, shaking hands, and we meet this guy, and he introduces himself. He's like, "Hey, my name's Sean." It's like, "Hey, Sean, I'm Anthony," and
No doubt, Lee.
huh? But
No
yeah,
talking to you.
he overheard us talking about like fitness, nutrition, supplementation, which was something that apparently he was into too. And so he started giving my brother, some advice, and we were just, I mean, it's like just casual social like normal conversation, right? So I just thought like, oh, this is just like a normal guy. Well, then he just like he shifts the conversation to like all of a sudden he's telling me about how he doesn't get along with Josh Turner. And I mean, like I was going like, what? Like, mentally, I'm like, how the hell did we get here?
Yeah.
We were just talking about like our mutual interests, and now you're telling me how you don't like my uncle. And so he just starts going on about, yeah, me and your uncle back there, and he kind of looks back and does that little kind of head thing, whatever. It's like,
Was he the size of a leprechaun?
well, he's not.
Short.
He's not a tall dude. Put it that way.
Okay, there we
But
go.
but he was like, yeah, me and your uncle back there, we don't see eye to eye. We don't get along. We've had our issues, blah blah blah. And then he starts like complaining about like how like he doesn't like how Wolf talks about how like history is connected to the different paranormal stories. In a nutshell, he was like complaining that like the show wasn't just like some robotic, brain dead story after story. And then I did solve the Bigfoot. Oh, and then I did sing the dog man. Oh, you seen the Bigfoot? I sing blah blah. Just like one hillbilly after another telling the same story over and over. I guess that's what he wanted, and that's not what PRT was. But I mean, of course, I didn't respond like that. I wasn't rude to the guy at all because like everyone was having a good time. Everyone was making friends, it was a really positive atmosphere. So I just brushed it off, and I just told him like, look, man, if the show is not for you, that's cool. I mean, it's not going to be for everything. It's not going to be for everyone. No one thing is going to be for everyone. It's fine. You like what you like. You don't what you don't what you don't. And that was it. Well, now he wants to go on this shriveled up Fraggle Rock 70-year-old mummy looking cosplayers show, and talk about how like Wolf didn't want none of me, or Wolf didn't. He knows better than to mess with me. I mean, he wants to talk all this crap now, but I mean, like whenever he was telling me what he was telling me about how he didn't like Wolf was like 10 feet away. So it's like he had his chance right there, to tell Wolf to his face like a man, I don't like you. Here's why. So what are you gonna do about it, or whatever? I mean, he was right there, So don't talk now. You had your chance, and now you want to talk. And then it really like kind of. I mean, I was nice about it, real polite, but it kind of stuck in my craw. Like, you show up to my uncle's conference, and you don't even like the show, you don't even like him, but you show up to something that he put on his dime, and you reap the benefits of all of his hard work that he put into this conference, and you're surrounded by people who love him, but you want to go around just like telling people how much you don't like him and why. Who does that? Like who goes somewhere just to like complain about someone to the very people who actually like that person, most of whom were there for Wolf.
Yeah.
A lot of people,
he said today who he's affiliated with. He asked me how come I didn't go to David from Texas funeral. He said he was there. He said that Cyrus was there at the funeral, and he named another person, a couple of other people They were supposedly there at the funeral for David from Texas in Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm.
But the person he was defending at the beginning was Barton Nunley. Like he had Barton Nunley's, he had his head up a Barton Nunley. He was telling me how come I started stuff with him. And so I never started anything with Barton Nunley. He started it with me, and I was trying to look at the thing that he said about me, but then he started like talking about all kinds of crazy stuff, trying to insult me about PTSD. He started saying, just talking all kinds of nonsense, talking about, I said, what are you here for? If you're not here to talk about night terror, sleep paralysis, succubus, or incubus, what are you here for?
Yeah, like he doesn't show up to contribute anything. He just like the guy just showed up like to your show just to complain about Wolf, and then he went to the PRT conference for what? Just to get drunk and complain about Wolf and tell everyone why you don't get along with him, as if anyone asked, because he just volunteered this information out of the blue. We went straight from talking about supplementation, fitness, nutrition to I don't like your uncle, and here's why. So
Then I heard he went to
who in their right
Barton
mind does
Nunley's
that, dude?
show and started talking that he came and interrupted our show, bragging about it.
Yeah.
He sent me a message. I got the message. I'm going to send it to Sister
Mhm.
Nelly, where he's saying that he'll whoop cousin Jesse or me, either one of us, that he
Yeah.
wants to take the challenge. And I slept in. I don't know. You want to take the
Not
challenge?
happening.
Well,
Yeah, I got the text message that he sent me.
yeah. Well,
It's crazy.
anywhere, anywhere that guy goes, he doesn't contribute anything positive. He just wants to complain, specifically about Wolf, which is just weird, like this weird borderline homoerotic thing. Like when you're a kid, you pick on the girl that you like because just because you pull her hair and tease her. That's what boys do, or that's what girls will do to a boy that they like. It's just weird. I don't get it. And that same night, the guy had too much to drink, and then what he did was like he knocked on someone's hotel room, which he thought was like a hotel room of one of his friends, and it turns out he knocked on the wrong hotel room. So some lady answered the door, like he woke her up, and she was all confused, and he realized it, and he's like, oh shit, I'm sorry, and he was embarrassed. So he started like yelling down the hall to his friends, like real loud, basically like accusing them of giving him the wrong room number on purpose as a prank. But like it was one of those things where like he was trying to act like he wasn't mad. He was trying to act like oh haha, I'm just laughing it off. I get it. You played a prank on Lone Star Paranormal, whatever. He's yelling it real loud. But you could tell that he was like actually pissed off, like under that veneer of like hoo hoo ha ha hee hee. The dude was pissed off.
He's got that what do you call it? Midget syndrome, man, or the leprechaun syndrome.
Yeah,
The anger
yeah. I mean,
easily.
yeah. He was like just acting like an angry Napoleon or something, just pissed off, trying to act like he was cool about it. But I mean, I knew that it was just a matter of time before this dude like can't keep up that veneer of like of playing it cool, and he's gonna start like challenging people to fights or he's gonna start doing something stupid, and so at that point I grabbed my brother and I'm like, hey dude, let's just go in the room. This dude's out here in the hallway. He's like yelling and trying to act like he's cool, but I know he's mad and he's drunk.
Yeah.
So let's just go in here.
Yeah. Somebody put here
Hey,
little man syndrome.
Yeah.
Crying.
And
Somebody's after my lucky charm.
This brother Justin. I sent the comments. I sent the comments to Sister Nellie Turner. What he said that he wanted a piece of me. I said, hey, I'm game all the time.
What's up,
I'm like,
86? Welcome.
I'm your Huckleberry. How you doing, 86?
He has to defend Barton, dude. Barton, he has to go in there and help him.
Yeah, and I was defending you, brother. He said all kinds of people's names. He asked me how come me and you didn't go to David from Texas funeral.
Yeah, well, there's reasons for that.
Yeah. He said that him and Cyrus and some other people were over there at the funeral.
They had a meeting apparently.
Yeah, he come in here defending Bart. He asking me how come I'm messing with Bart and Nunley, and I was like, he's the one that started messing with me initially. Yeah, I know that dude got issues, but I'll straighten him out. I'll recycle him like I used to do the soldiers back in the day. And that's what he wants.
Okay,
There
so
you go.
am I supposed to look that small? Is this a new
Well,
format or what?
no, yeah, I
Yes,
can
it's
make
an
it.
Different stream
It
time.
just cousin
Aha.
Jesse looks like a ninja there with just his eyes. There you go. So you can adjust it.
The eyes of Texas are upon you.
So here's the thing that I have to say. First and foremost, I just want to say, like, these guys that are doing all this, I mean, they're really, I had a long talk with an old friend today from the community, and he's a well-respected author. Everybody knows who he is. And he gave me some advice, and he said, if you just don't say anything back to them at this point, he's like, what's been said has been said, and what's been done has been done, and it's their side is doing it. And so if you just don't even like engage anymore in retorting, at least for me, then it's a one-sided argument, and then they end up just being screaming and yelling and acting like a bunch of crazy people, which is literally what they've done. They've just turned themselves into a bunch of freaking they look like babosos, I mean, for
What
real.
it is.
And they're like, just stupid. I mean, and so they're over there ranting and having these pep rallies where they hate us or whatever. And to me, it's just sad because, like, I live my life day to day. I don't even think about this crap. Like, 90% of my day is filled up with work. I work a lot, and I'm in the process of we have a very big project. We have a construction company and a security company, and we're doing some very big projects. And I just, Anthony by trade is an architect. We put him through school. He got a degree.
That's good.
That's mijo, And I raised my nephews and put them through school and did what tried to give them a future and do something with themselves. And these people, if they think that they're the most important thing in my life, they are so off base. It's like, my life is over here. They're like down here. Like, there's nothing that I care about less than their opinions. And so Barton, I'm just going to start with Barton. Barton is a person who gives a shit about what people say about him. Barton and Anthony's sitting right here. Or you want to get closer to the mic on that side, maybe? Panzer's in here with us too. That's technically Anthony's cat, but he thinks he's mine too. But he's always up in here. Where is it? You want to hand him to me? Come here. There's our little kitty cat. This Panzer. He always has to be up inside the office with me, don't you? And so it's crazy because, like, today we were in 2 different cities, and we were in another city yesterday dealing with some stuff down in Houston, furthering our business and we do a lot of work, dude. We work constantly. We invest, and we have a lot of holdings and a lot of assets, and we do a lot of things. And yesterday, I bet you not one word was said about these people. Not one word, nothing. And yesterday was the day after I had been on your show.
Mm-hmm.
And so I woke up, I do what I do. We go and we work out. I'm like you, I work out and I try to exercise and do what I need to do. And Anthony does too. And so does Tony, and so does everybody. Scorpion, I see Scorpion in the chat. But it's like, dude, what really do these people have to do with my life? Nothing, other than I'm in this community. And so I probably get about 50, 60 messages over a 24-hour period. That's counting emails and messages on Messenger. A lot of it is people giving me stories, and then a lot of it is people trying to keep me abreast of what's going on. And so I just refer them to Nellie because she's the one that's kind of, does PRT news. And so I have to work. I have a lot going on, and I don't have time for people like Sean Steinberg, or is it Stenberg? It's Stenberg. It's
Stan something.
Some shit, whatever his name is. And I honestly don't know how to say it. I don't know if it's Stenberg or Steinberg. I'm not being cute or facetious or funny. I don't really know if that's how you say his name, and I don't give a shit. He's just some dude that showed up at my conference, and he was, bless you, and he was very rude, which they always are. He was not friendly at all. And so you show up at my conference. David from Texas did the same thing. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be very clear about this. I did not like David from Texas. I did not think he was a good person. David from Texas may be deceased, but I'm not one of those people that when someone passes away, they become a saint, and I sanctify them, and we only talk about good things. He got you and I into a fight. Abe, he's also a person who had a very nasty disposition, and he enjoyed causing problems and chaos in the community. If any of those people that went there to his funeral, other than maybe his family or whatever, and thought that he was truly their friend, well, I got news for you. He probably wasn't. And I'm going to say this, and I don't care if you attack me, you get mad and say, oh, he talked bad about a guy who's deceased. There are good people from this community who are deceased. Rosemary Ellen Guiley, Linda Godfrey. Those are people, Scott Martis, those are really good people. Kenny Arnold was another one. J.C. Johnson, Brenton Salwin. Those are good people from this community. David from Texas, of course, I didn't go to his funeral. David from Texas did everything he could to cause problems and sow the seeds of discord, and he did it a lot. He did it a lot, and he caused problems with Bettina. He caused problems for Marvin. And in fact, he had called me up and was trying to play both sides and saying all kinds of horrible things about Marvin. And so when we got him saying these things, we caught him saying these things. It was a trap that was set by me and Bettina and Nellie to catch him doing that. And I said, look, he's sowing the seeds of discord, and he was working with Chris Cyrus on that. Now, Cyrus, yep. I don't know what he's doing these days, and I don't give a shit. I don't care. Cyrus was another one. I don't care what anybody says. Chris Cyrus told me straight up, just absolutely without blinking an eye, that he was a member of the Communist Party. So is this the kind of guy that you want to be friends with and hang out with? Hell no. What he's doing these days, I don't know. Don't care. I had a war with those guys because those guys were trying to slant the narrative, and they did two things. They attacked women and they attacked Christians. Chris Cyrus, I've said this before, he had a group called Crypto Normal X that Stenberg was in, and they would, with a couple of other guys, attack anybody who strayed from their narrative, which was that the dog man is some sort of animal. They wanted to say it was some kind of an animal, and I did not agree with that. I did not think it was an animal. I stand by that. I still say that it's some sort of subnatured being. What, I don't know exactly, but I got really sick of it. And so when Cyrus reached out to me, he asked me if I would help him grow his group. And so I did. I actually, but I told him, I said, I will help you grow your group. What was it called? What was the group he called?
Crypto Normal?
No. That's the one that he attacked everybody on.
Venomous Fringe?
Venomous Fringe. I helped grow the Venomous Fringe, but I told him, I said, I will not help you grow Crypto Normal X. He asked me why. I told him, I said, you guys are very anti-Christian. I'll name the people's names that were involved in it. Dallas Smith and Simon Young, they were all involved in this attacking of Christians, and in particular women. anybody who spoke up. I had several witnesses that were coming forward and talking to me, and Ricardo Sanchez was like their high priest. He's another one that I don't care for. And I'm very blunt. I'm very honest about this. Okay. Now, listen to what I'm going to tell you, because I'm going to bring it full circle when it comes to the cosplaying homoerotic dude from the LBL.
Throwing kisses.
Yeah, the Horto Deluxe. Okay, so here's what he, here's
He's
what
a Hoto Deluxe.
he tried to say. Now that I attacked him using some sort of pseudonym called the Hammer of Austin. I would never be the Hammer or the Austin Hammer. I would never use a pseudonym to come at you and attack you. That is not me. I have come at these people straight up. I'm not a stab you in the back kind of guy. I'm more like a look you in the eye and stab you in the gut kind of guy. And that's who I am. That's what I am. I'm not a back shooter, a backstabber. I don't punch people in the back of the head. I punch you straight on like that. That's how I fight. That's how I do things, because I know what I'm capable of and I know what I can do. Stenberg, I believe that's how you say his name. Stenberg came at me sideways during the war with Cyrus, and I asked him, was cordial with him at first. I said, "What is your beef with me? What is your deal?" Well, I don't know if he's an atheist or exactly what his take on things were, but he backed up their nonsense 100%. Then he joined in when the thing happened with Vic. Now, the thing happened with Vic, he jumped on me on the day that my mother died. There's no two ways about it. I don't give a shit what anybody says. They can spin it and turn it any kind of way they want. The day that my mother died, he made the announcement that I had said that I didn't like him and that I had attacked him, which was a lie. I did not do that. I did not say I did not like him. I never said that anything about Vic. I said that I thought that Vic was mad at me. He didn't like me, which was like 2 weeks before or something. And he waits until the day my mother dies to say something. What all these people have in common is that they all thought that they were going to throw the knockout punch and knock PRT down. That's what they all had in common. One of the people that I talked to today has been in this community for a long time, and he made a lot of sense. We were talking, and he was like, "Dude, what, we talked about this. What do these people think that they're going to accomplish? Okay, if Dark Waters, Vic Cundiff, all these other guys, they weren't able to destroy PRT. What makes these little punks now think that they're going to? And the fact that they are going around saying that we're buying subs is ludicrous. On a month where we didn't drop any videos up until the second to the last day, I think the 30th or something like that, we dropped some shorts that didn't do anything. We still crossed over to 37,000. Our growth, and I'll show you on here on the camera, just so these idiots, because they don't know how to use Social Blade. That's the problem. Here it shows our graph of our growth. That's our 500. That's our subs right there. That's our subs right there. You see how steady that is?
Yeah.
We have 505 subscribers. You can see it right there. If I can focus it a little bit there. Let me see.
Just see it.
Yeah. 505 subscribers a month. It has fluctuated between 468 and 500. Now it's 505. I think it boosted up a little bit because of the shorts we were releasing, but that had already been planned on being released. That wasn't anything strategic or any kind of plan to make a comeback. That was because KM, who works with us, needed a job. He needed extra money, and he needed to have something going. So I gave him the opportunity to make those shorts, and so we paid him for that. And so he was up at our studio every Monday and Tuesday for a month doing that because he wanted to help us grow. And he says, you have such a huge database and a huge back catalog that heck, you could be making money and making more subs just by us releasing shorts based on your past content. And so I told him, okay, do what you got to do if you feel like you can do it. And we paid him. He is one of 2 paid employees now of PRT. And so officially paid employees. I mean, Anthony and me and Tony, we all make money from the show, but the money was not like the issue. Larry, of course, he bragged about how he had taken all of my big donors and given them to Barton. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, maybe that's true. I don't know. I'm not the one that was sitting there thinking that I was going to get rich off of YouTube. My growth has been 5 years of steadily growing. This is not a first time thing for this Sean guy. He's attacked me before. Him and David from Texas showed up at the conference, and they both acted confrontational. We did not feed into it. I know you had a little bit of a tiff with David, but you ignored him just like I did with Sean and David. Sean, as far as I'm concerned, and this isn't me being snippy or striking out. This is a message to you, Sean. You're a loudmouth. You're a very loud, obnoxious individual, especially when you've been drinking. You think you're tough. You think you can fight. You probably think you can beat me up too. You'd have to pack a lunch, a big one, to think you're going to whoop my ass, dude.
Well, I was telling Abe that he had the chance to address you, whatever problems he had with you, when he was 10 feet away from you in that hotel room.
Yeah.
I mean, he was right there, but instead, he didn't acknowledge Wolf, but he knew that he was there. But instead, Wolf came up to him and he shook his hand and he just told him, like, look, it's all good. Let's just wipe the slate clean. Today's a good day. And that was it. And just left it at that. Like, Wolf went out of his way to acknowledge him just so he could shake his hand and tell him, let's start over. It's all good. That's it.
Yeah.
But like, he wants to complain that Wolf was rude to him at the conference or didn't talk to him enough or ignored him. Whatever.
Mentiras.
Yeah, I don't know if he was drunk or what, but he wasn't making no damn sense of what he was talking about.
Well,
He was asking me how come I was messing with Bart, and it's like, he's the one that started it with me a long time ago.
yeah, Barton. What people don't realize about Barton is that I woke up to him attacking me in a group that's now defunct. It was a group that was given to him by Nelly. And I'll say this. I had a bad feeling about it. I had a feeling that there was going to be some friction at some point with him in that group because of the way that he incessantly complained. He was always calling. And here's another thing too. He would call my wife, to pander to her to get money. I would say I probably gave him at least 10 to 12 grand over the past 2 to 3 years because the guy didn't want to work. Now I'm going to go ahead and probably start releasing those receipts because this guy doesn't want to stop. He wants to play games. So when you want to play games, stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So people, if they want to, Martis is trying to open the door. My cat he knows how to open. One of my cats does. I don't know why the other ones haven't figured it out yet. But I guess I'm just going to have to release the receipts of, how much money I gave this guy. Now, here's what I told one of the author friends of mine I talked to today. I had to talk with 3 different people. 2 of them called me and I called the other one because I felt like it was only prudent to find out what they were being told, because Barton has been going around reaching out to all these people. And one of them said something to me that I thought was, it was ridiculous. Nick Redfern and I had agreed to write a book together. And I approached Barton with the basically the shell of the book. And I had 3 witnesses. It was an MK Ultra book. Now, Nick had already written one, but he had written a second one. Well, he didn't write it. It was like the frame of one. And so I was providing the witnesses. So all Barton had to do, and if Barton, you're listening, this is true, that all you had to do was interview these 4 witnesses and then basically transcribe what you were being told by me from my part of the book. And I offered to pay this guy $5,000 for what amounted to half of a typing of a book. This is way overpriced for doing the work that he was doing. And the author friend of mine, I'm not going to say his name, said, yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, he goes, I would have done it for half of that. I said, well, I was trying to help the guy out. Same reason I bought the comic books from the guy. But the whole time all this was going on, I was telling this man over and over again that he needed to go back to work. I said, and if you don't want to work doing the painting job, which I understand it's a hard manual labor job, then what you need to do is, do some work. Like I told him over and over again, YouTube is not going to pay your bills anytime soon. Eventually, it'll get to where you can make money at it or whatever. But if you're doing it for the money, I told him you're doing it for the wrong reasons. 100%, in my opinion. I can't sit up here and say that I think this is 100% the truth, but in my opinion, I believe that he thought that he was going to make it rich or something on YouTube, and he always sits there and goes, "As you know, here at what the hell is this show called? As you know, here at Inhumansies, we don't care about money. We don't do this for the money." Bullshit. The whole purpose, in my opinion, is for him to make money at it. That's because all he ever did was call me up and bitch and bitch and bitch because YouTube was taking his subs. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you, Barton. Your show is about as boring as watching paint dry. I don't know how many people we had in that chat tonight, but I would hazard to guess it was probably less than 150. Okay? Because his show sucks. He has the personality of a cardboard cutout. He sits there like so. Everybody's already seen this before. Again, doing this shit like he's some kind of federal agent. Yes, that is correct. Yes. So you smelled the doo-doo on the Bigfoot. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Nobody gives a shit about that. Nobody cares, excuse my language, but nobody cares about that. And he doesn't talk about anything. It's sad when this dude had these, like delusions, like he's delusional, thinking that YouTube is going to pay him all this money. No, that's not how it works, dude. You have to work your way up. And then he said, YouTube's going to force us all to buy subs. Bullshit. The reason he was losing subs is one reason. People were unsubscribing. That's it, period. Okay?
Because they never liked them.
Now, here's the Bible, the Holy Bible, right here. My hand to the Bible and before God. God as my witness. I have never bought subs. I don't use fake AI generated stories. I don't get fake views. I don't buy the comments. I don't do any of that. Okay, that is the word. I don't do that. I have never done that. They're accusing me of that. That's another thing I need to turn over to the lawyer because up to this point, Barton, I just thought, well, this guy is a.
But it's them doing that. It's them doing that stuff.
Yeah, now it's to the point of like slanderous libel, defamation on another scale because he's saying it like it's the gospel that I buy subs. I posted it on my Facebook that he had said that. I'm not saying anything about this guy. He's the one that's spinning out and acting like a little kid. And sitting there saying, Wolf is this and he's that and he's blah, 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 blah. He's accused me of being a homosexual. He's accused me of being a Nazi. He's accused me of being what do you call it? What is it called? No, he didn't accuse me, but he tried to insinuate that I had done something to a child, which we know was from Mike from AI, his bullshit. So he tried to insinuate that I had hurt a child. And then he tried to say that I'm this Hammer guy and I accuse them of being homosexuals. And he's claimed all these crazy claims. Folks, it's a very simple thing. We have the receipts. We have the screenshots. We put it all on PRT News, which they've done everything they can to try to take down. Where are their receipts? Where is their proof of anything? He claims that I'm a woman abuser. I'm going to say this. I don't know. I'm going to say this 100% because I'm not going to bear false witness. I don't know if he beats his wife. I don't know that. The only thing I know, and I know what I witnessed, which was at the jalapeno tree, okay, and it was in October, not last October, the October before, following the conference, the Jefferson conference that's put on by Craig Woolhader, and a lot of big name people were there. I just know that we were sitting at a table, myself, my two godsons, not Anthony was not one of them, and Nellie. And then it was a crowded restaurant, and it was a Sunday afternoon, and this man raised his hand to his wife. Now, the next day, I went to the gym and I talked to this guy while I was working out, and I said, Barton, he didn't work out that day because he almost died when he did the weakest workout I have. No bullshit. He was like sitting there like he was going to die. So he didn't work out that night. He just followed me around and we talked. And I said, if a woman makes you feel that way, you should probably not be with her. Now, I'm going to say this. Me and Nellie got into one argument the whole 10 days that they were here. And it was on the last day. And it was a brief argument. But that argument stemmed from their bullshit. It was them. They caused it. And I'm not trying to pass off any of our problems onto them. I don't have problems like they with this. They fight from the time they wake up, or at least what's what we saw. Now, I don't know what they do when they're not around us, but when they were with us, they were in disagreement with everything, him and Letitia. They fought all the time. From the time that we picked them up, they were already fighting in the afternoon until the time we dropped them off. Now, does that sound like, a good time to you? Hell no, it's not a good time. Was it fun for us? No, it wasn't. We didn't have fun. We didn't have a good time. It was a stress. And I looked at them as friends, so we just forgave them, let it go, and said, "Hey, we're going to make the best of this," and we did what we had to do. Now, as far as Stenberg goes, when I walked up to him and talked to him at the conference, he told me he was there to support Barton, and I told him it's all good. Barton's my friend, whatever. Let bygones be bygones. That day at the conference, those days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, were a time for peace and everybody to come together and everybody to get along. And I didn't want any problems. So, I'm not going to fight with somebody unless he's wanting to be confrontational, fight with me. Now, was Stenberg nice to me? No, he was not. Am I being completely honest? Yes, I am. He was very rude, very snotty. He walked in during one of the last speakers, which I think was Bettina, and he just stood there by the door. He refused to sit down and take a seat. There were a few in the back. He didn't want to. He wanted to stand there. And then Barton and him were talking and being, which I feel like was a little bit rude and disruptive, or a lot rude and disruptive. And I told Barton, I said, dude, if you want to talk to that guy, I went over to him and I said, look, go and talk outside of the conference room. We had somebody up there talking and y'all are having your own conversation. And Barton says, oh, he just wanted a book. I said, well, get him his book and that's it, And then later on, he was being a loudmouth and yelling and screaming. And I believe Anthony explained to y'all something about him going to the wrong hotel room or something. Mm-hmm. And then he was downstairs in the lobby, once again, being loud and disruptive. He's not all, to me, in my opinion, Stenberg's a little off. Okay. That's my opinion. He has said some really weird, wacky things.
You know about the daddy issues, right?
Well, he really seemed to kind of start coming unraveled once he got embarrassed that he was sent to the wrong hotel room. I don't know. I mean, because he had been drinking a lot at that point, and then I don't know. I think he felt like embarrassed in front of people, and so it really seemed like he was starting to become unstable at that point. So that's when I got my brother, and I just pulled him into the hotel room.
When he came in here, I said, "Are you here for the night terror, sleep paralysis, succubus, incubus?" And he said he didn't believe in that, but he said that when he was, I guess he said when he was a child or growing up, that he was always hearing his dad calling his name when he was trying to sleep. And he was telling me about that I know that he knows that I have PTSD because I've been in combat. And then he said there's other forms of PTSD. So the only thing I could think is that when he was hearing his father calling his name when he was trying to go to sleep is that possibly he might have PTSD because something might have happened to him. And if you listen at the replay, in some kind of way, that's what he was talking about. And he was acting all crazy.
Was that here earlier or what?
Yeah, here earlier.
Okay.
He said it. He thought we was just here. That we wasn't live. He was saying all these things when we were live, man. All the things that he said it here, and he didn't know he was live. So
He got mad when he found out he was live.
yeah, because he said he talked about Barden. You know, he was defending Barden, and he talked about how come I didn't go to the funeral from Dayford, Texas. I let him say whatever, but he didn't know we were live, and by then it was too late. He done put the food in his mouth, you know.
Well, apparently Sean wants a link to come on your show, so we can bring his ass on if he wants to talk, and I would be more than happy to debate him or any of these other wackos.
Send him. You gonna send him a link? I know he was bragging on Barden's show earlier that he came over here and disrupted our show.
Oh, really? Well,
yeah, he was bragging about it.
Can you add him, cousin, or do I need to get out?
Shoot. Yeah, I can add up to more people, but it'll be probably a little screen.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm good about being small. I don't care.
I don't mind being a duende again.
Okay, there you go.
Duende.
You send them a link.
I'm blocked on there, so I don't know.
Do you have a way to send him a link, Abe?
Well, I can try to send him another link, but
he blocked me a long time ago.
I mean, if not, you can just post the. Well, no, never mind.
Let me try to send him a link.
Let's see how much.
I think I'm gonna block him from here, bro. Because he was saying a lot of fucked up shit, so I blocked him. I think, but let me see. I don't even got him on my friends list anymore.
You might be able to send him one through Facebook, even if he's not on your friends list. I'd love to have him come on and just let's see if he can even be cordial for 5 minutes.
All right, and now I'm gonna boot him out because I don't need to listen to his. Okay, let me see.
No, I want to see what he's got to say to the wolf. I want to see what he's got to say to wolf, man. He was talking all that yin yang earlier.
Yeah, let me see how I can add him. Okay, I'll be right back.
Madeline says she blocked him from the channel.
I'm trying to get him in here.
Well, if anything, Abe, you can just paste the link in the chat, and if he's watching, he can just click on it. And then if anybody joins who's not him, you can just boot them.
Yeah.
That way you can make room for him to come on if he wants to come on.
146 people watching. Let's do this. Bring him on.
I sent it to him.
Love to see what he has to say.
I'm gonna go get some popcorn. I'm just kidding.
I hear they had a big pep rally earlier talking a bunch of crap on Barton's.
Yep.
Don't expect him to be impartial, folks. This guy loves him some Barton now. All of a sudden, it's whoever he'll defend whoever fights me. That's pretty much it. So me and him, we have not been friends over the years. But I just, like at the conference, like I said, I chose to be the bigger man and just be like, hey, let bygones be bygones. But, he had his chance. If he wanted to whoop my ass, he could have tried at the conference. And I'm the kind of guy, I'm not going to make a big scene in front of everybody. We can go, there was a lot of room in there.
Yeah.
Gone somewhere, me and him, and just fought and slugged it out, whatever. I'm a big believer in taking care of business. When I was a kid, one of our gym coaches would give us boxing gloves and just let us beat the shit out of each other. Of course, we grew up differently when we were young. When we were young, we'd box it out. That's it. You just throw hands.
Send him a link. Let's see if we can join.
Where is Shawnee? Shawnee.
He's not responded.
Yeah, he's probably not going to.
Try just pasting the link in the YouTube chat, Abe.
All right.
That way you can just click on it from there.
Yeah, because he might be blocked from here
Yeah.
because he was cousin Jesse kept on telling me just boot him out. And people from the lobby were saying just boot him out, but I just wanted him to spill the beans of who he's affiliated with.
Well, cousin, he came in and put on his Superman cape defending that other fool, man. I told him, why you wearing that cape, man?
We'll see if he joins.
Did you paste the link in the YouTube chat?
Me? No, I sent him a link through Messenger.
Okay.
What is this system you got? What is this?
Restream.
Restream? That's who I got is Restream. Just giving it a shot, just to see, get away from StreamYard because I seen how they were trolling me over there. I said, let me try StreamYard. That's why I got this, and I think it works pretty good.
So his whole thing now, he's calling me a racist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you're a racist.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Wow. And that old.
He said you hate Mexicans.
Wow.
That's exactly what he said. I'm not the only one that heard that.
And
Well,
I
you know
told
why
him,
he thinks that? Because whenever he was talking to me, like one of the main things he was complaining about was about how he doesn't like the way that Wolf talks about the Aztecs when he talks about history. Because he's one of these people who romanticizes the Aztecs, even though they slaughtered and
their own people,
and sacrificed their own people as well as every other tribe around them, which is why like every other indigenous Mesoamerican tribe hated the Aztecs.
Oh, wait.
Because
I'll wait. When he pops up, he'll pop up here. But I'll have it like this for right now because he ain't popping up.
Does anybody?
So
have
if
him?
he's not responding on Messenger, Abe, then you can just paste the link into the YouTube chat, and then he can just click on it from there.
On the
You need
YouTube
tech
chat?
support, Abe.
Huh?
You need to paste the link into the chat.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Plus, it shows that you invited him publicly, so we can't try to wiggle his way out and say that it never happened.
Okay, I'm going to the YouTube right now and place it on there.
If you're Aztec heritage, Liz, then you know they weren't really Aztecs. The tribe they came from were Mexica.
Yeah, they didn't call themselves Aztec. Their names are
They were
actually Mexican.
Mexica.
I placed it on
They
there.
came
I
through,
placed the
they
link.
came through tunnels into Mexico and filled that lake with dirt. That's why Mexico is still sinking to this day.
Yeah, because the Spaniards could not have conquered them really without the help of all the other indigenous tribes around them, because all the other tribes did not like the Aztecs. And there's a reason for that.
Exactly.
Killed everybody. So,
Madeline says to
Sean's
pin
on
the
there.
link to the top of the chat, Abe.
Was it?
Madeline said to
Oh.
pin the link to the top of the chat.
I got I put the link on YouTube.
Yeah, if you click on the link that you just, or if you click on the last message that you just posted on YouTube, it should give the option to pin it.
Okay, let me get on there. Oh, he was trying to throw me in the studio. So I click on it.
Yeah, and there might be like 3 dots all the way to the right of it. If you click on those 3 dots, it should give the option to pin message.
Okay, found page, translate. History dealing. It's not letting me. Let me see. He's trying to get me to come in the studio.
No. You don't have to click on the link. You just have to click on the message.
On the message I sent?
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. I pinned it.
There it is.
Thank you. I'm new to all this, man. Being a tanker, the only thing I knew was to shoot rounds and don't ask questions. Just find the target and get rid of the target.
Logic of chaos.
A little bit of electronics in there.
We're not gonna watch four men argue. We're just gonna listen to what they got to say. I'm gonna keep myself as far of it as possible because I live close to where he lives, and I will find him eventually.
Yeah, be careful. He doesn't strike me as the person that's gonna just go and fist fight.
I placed the link in there.
I mean, he's pretty well put together physically. He looks like he's pretty formidable,
How tall is he? Like 4'8"?
but nah, he's a pretty big guy.
Like how tall?
Dude,
He's not like some little wimpy dude. I mean,
No.
like, but I don't give a flipping shit how big he is. I don't give a shit.
But I was always taught that I'm not gonna carry him. I'm gonna whoop his ass.
That's all right. I'll get rid of the steroid anger that he's got real quick. Most likely that's why he acts the way he does.
Hey, cousin, Morgan said that she found a message where Barton messaged you attacking you.
I can't see right now. Here?
Well, if anybody noticed that message that Barton wrote, I wish we had it on here. If maybe somebody's got it, they could text it to me and I could show everybody. That was like the gayest message I've ever seen anybody post ever on Facebook that supposedly is a straight person. I mean, it was ridiculous. Basically blowing smooches to Abe and saying that we look cute and all this other stuff. It was just sick and weird.
Hey, reality, you.
Just a weird.
Yeah, he's not joining.
And, we want to talk about people losing their damn minds. That's some weirdness.
He ain't joining, cousin, because de lengua me como un taco. You know what I'm saying? Because we believe, man, que los trompos se hicieron para bailar, bro. I'm a man of action.
Yep. Like tonight was supposed to be our premiere on this
Our debut.
Our debut here in this off of this.
No elastic machinery.
I
He
don't want the
wasn't a
trophy
little
in.
gay. He wasn't a little gay. He was a lot of gay.
Yeah, they still surfer stuff out of that dude, man, talking all this crap.
You got it?
Es de la tienda donde se dan los hombres, pero uno al otro.
Yeah.
Here's the message that was sent to us by Barton. If y'all can read that, I don't know if that's too small. You might want to enlarge me.
Let me make you bigger. There we go.
Okay, let me see if I can read it. You want to read it? Just read. Anthony can read it. I don't know if y'all can read that. It's really small.
I can't even see it.
So
And I'm wearing glasses.
So it says, I apologize for calling you and Turner names, Abe, but you two should really stop all this nonsense. You're just embarrassing yourselves in front of everyone. You did look awful cute in that outfit the other day, though. Smooches. P.S. Threatening to harm people is illegal. Have a nice day.
Yeah. You look cute in your outfit, smooches, and then these weird kissy faces and all this other weird, dude. I don't know. People have asked me if they think that he's legitimately lost his mind. I don't know, dude. I think that I'm as guilty as anyone of defending a man who probably never was completely sane. Tried to bring him back to reality, but I guess that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that dude's not showing up.
I don't think he's going to. He's probably you know, you know, and I could say this. I'm going to get back to what I was saying about David from Texas. Why would I go to? Would either one of us or any of us go to a funeral of a man who did the things that he did? Now, I hear that there's a lot of people that liked him, but you know what they don't understand is this guy. He made like his whole life was just about trolling people and getting people into fights. I watched him sow the seeds of discord and chaos with a lot of people, and I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm unapologetic, you know, when it comes to someone who now pray for his soul that he, you know, has found peace and that he, you know, whatever. Yeah, I absolutely. But am I going to sit up here and talk about how he was a good guy? He never did one good thing towards me. And if he did towards anyone else, I didn't see it. And if it, you know, and as far as I'm concerned, it was probably a ruse because all I ever saw him do was create problems. Like he pretended to be Marvin's friend while him and Cyrus literally created all kinds of problems. And I don't
Sister there, instigator.
instigator, yeah. And I don't care if Cyrus gets mad and comes back in and joins the war too. I don't give a crap. To hell with him too. We fought before. My wife was in the hospital, and I begged and pleaded with that dude back in 2019 after I helped him grow his groups to just let me leave in peace from Crypto Normal X. And I didn't want to fight with him and Dallas Smith and his other friends, Ricardo Sanchez, who, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, is a big fraud. I've always come right out and said who I thought was a fraud and who I think is a fraud. And I don't care what any of these people think about me. I don't give a damn. I don't lose sleep over what any of these hoaxers, frauds, and grifters think. There's a whole passel of them in this community. And the quicker and sooner that they are expurgated from it, the better we'll be. And as far as I'm concerned, that's what they all are. They can all get together in a big old room and talk loud and laugh and joke and be the center of whatever attention they want. That doesn't make them smart. It doesn't make them right. It doesn't make them anything but a pack of fools. Now, you can get 100 of them and you'll have 100 fools. You can add another 100 and you'll just have 200 fools. So that's what they've done. They've just gotten together in one big mega ball of fools and decided that I'm the enemy because why? Well, their channels, their groups, all of their crap is subpar. And this is what happens when somebody is over the target who's telling the truth, who's bringing reality, the true reality to light. The NPCs, the on switch is turned on by the powers that be, and they use these people like cannon fodder. And so they go out and they do all of these crazy things because they're miscreants. They have nothing better to do with themselves. And as far as I'm concerned, they're a bunch of freaking NPCs. That's all they are. And they're never going to have any. Do you think Sean is ever going to have a channel that's going to be anything worth a crap? No, I do not. Do I think that Chris Cyrus is ever going to make a comeback and have some great channel? No, I do not, because they were not good at what they did. It's as simple as that. I mean, take all of the morality out of the issue, out of the issue of the morality, and just look at it from a very pragmatic standpoint. None of them are capable of captivating an audience and holding anyone's attention. I was just told that Barton, I think, had 120 people in his chat tonight. Wow. He's really lighting it on fire, isn't he? 120 people. Whoopee-doo. I mean, like, you know, this is supposed to be the great Barton Lindley, the saber-toothed lion cat, you know, mountain cat, tiger slayer. I mean, what is he? He can only muster that many people. He's written these books and all this other stuff, which I found out later. You know, the one that I actually liked was a boilerplate. If you don't know what a boilerplate is, it's when you take a bunch of stories from a bunch of other authors and count them as your own. Now, let me tell you what the fraud of the LBL is doing now. He's repeating things that I've already talked about, like the Mandela effect in the Bible. I talked about that. Now he's using it as his own. He's passing it on.
Trying to steal your content.
He stole all of my content. Now, Helbin Holler had told me that he's using their name Raw and Real or whatever. That was their term that they had for one of their projects. He stole that, and he began to use it. His music comes from Tex, from Texas Front Porch. The show was made by Truth from an Impromptu Truth. I don't know if people know who that is. Tex is a big, heavy-set guy with a cowboy hat. He's got a show called Texas Front Porch. He's a white dude. Truth and Bass are African-American twins. They have a show called An Impromptu Truth. They're the ones that made his channel. And then Blondes and Booze, they're two white female blonde-haired women. They're the ones that had to sit in there week after week and hold his little scrawny hand and help him do his show because he's pathetic and doesn't know how to do anything on his own. So this is who, and then he's got Larry, Dirty Larry, giving him money to prop him up because I cut him off. I quit giving him money and I said, you need to go to work. That's exactly, what I told him. And so he has a problem with me. And so he keeps attacking me. The bottom line is this, I'm retired from this and they keep messing with me and it's just going to end up, bringing me back. You want to make me come back and knock the shit out of everybody, and take everybody's subs and ratings. I will, but I'm not going to do this out of spite and do it. I'm going to do this when I have the passion back, which I don't have right now.
Let me call these fools.
So eventually I'll come back.
It picks up.
Wasting our time trying to even.
Yeah, he's not picking up.
He's probably passed out drunk, man.
Well, this is a message I got from this fool at the end. I sent it to Sister Nelly. It said, did y'all block me? LOL. Liar, LOL. I was an asshole. That's what we do here, baby. Add me back. You blocked me, LOL. Add me back. I'm such an idiot. Add me back. I keep hearing you, the shit you talk. You invited me. Anyway, God bless, Abe. See you one day, brother. I heard you laugh. Invite me back. You'll once say to JT too, LOL. I can come to Temple soon. I'll let you know. I'll probably be there in the end of October. I don't report. I'm a man, bro. We can meet man on man. I'll tell you when I'm down there next. I was just like there 6 days ago. I'd also love to meet your cousin. Can't even name the name of the demon drug.
What?
So, the only thing I can tell you is this. I'm a 40-0, and you want to be 41-0, but you did insult me pretty bad, and no, I don't take threats seriously. I just handle them. And if you think, cousin just lives right there by you, but you want to come this way, come on this ways. I'll handle you. Teach
I
you a
prefer
lesson
you
in
come
life.
over here first. I prefer he comes over here first, man. Because he's going to walk over here. He's going to crawl back home. That's for damn sure.
You don't know what you're getting yourself into, man. I'm telling you. You're asking for, I just want you to breathe in and breathe out. Get rid of the testosterone and the steroids that you take. Because I'll work you, bro. I'll work you.
He's got me blocked on Facebook.
You just don't know, man, what he's dealing with.
So all you have is his Facebook information, right?
Yeah. I had him on my friends list, so he had been infiltrating all this time.
Oh yeah, you can't keep people like him on there.
That's why we kept getting trolled, because he was on the friends list.
I didn't know I had him on my friends list, man.
Well, the bottom line is this: he was right there at the conference. If he wanted to do something or say something, he could have. I mean, he had every opportunity. He could have, he could have called me to the side and said, "I don't like you," whatever, and we could have done what we had to do. I'm not going to say anything silly or incriminating. But I'm going to say this. I mean, if me and him get into it, it's going to be pretty one-sided. That's all I got to say. He can talk all he wants. I'm not going to talk back and forth with him about it. When something's going to happen, it's going to happen, and I don't want to talk about it. He's going to say, "Oh yeah, I'm a man. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that." Yeah, but as soon as something happens, and they go pull a gun. That's what always.
I've heard a lot of those things before from a lot of people.
Well, there's too much talking for my taste.
Yeah,
The cops always end up getting called, or a gun gets pulled, or something always ends up happening. The ones that say that never actually do it. If you're going to fight. Why talk about it? Just do it. I mean, I made the offer to one of them back in the day when we were going at it with the Filthy Five.
What nationality is the guy, man? Is he Hispanic also, or is he Indian or something?
Who?
The dude.
Sean.
I think Sean is Jewish and black.
Jews and black.
I think so.
Well, so he gets hated on
That's
both
even
sides.
better. I'm 40-0 Bandico fights, so he'll be 41-0. We consider him as black. We'll add him to the list.
He tried to say that I'm racist and dumb. Yes, because everyone that listens to my show knows that I'm a very dumb, stupid guy. I'm just a caveman. Yeah.
So
sure.
this guy's really at the PRT conference. Though we're just there looking for trouble.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
what they were there.
Well, he thinks he was just there getting drunk and being loud and being at the after party.
Baboso.
Yeah.
Jay Elastic Machinery, the way I see it, man, he better hope the devil gets a hold of him before I do, because I think the devil will have mercy and I won't.
Well, I think if we do have another conference, what we're going to have to do is have people like him banned. So at the door, I will just walk up to the door and be like, "You're not coming in. Just get the F out of here. You're not coming in. I don't care." Because that's the only way we could ever do another conference if it ever happens again. I don't see it ever happening again. I don't see any of it ever happening again. At this point, all we want is just to be left the hell alone. But Barton had to go and reach out to this guy and drag him onto his show to try to prove that he's not racist. Which Barton, I can say this too, and like I said, I'm not going to bear false witness and make up things that aren't, whatever. It's like the thing with the pictures that Larry had of the girls. I've been very honest about that. I said that they did not look like they were underage and they were not nude. They just looked like they were scantily clothed younger girls. That's all I said. And I did not add or take away anything that's happened. I only saw Barton raise his hand to his wife one time. I've said that. I'm not making up things and saying all this other stuff. But I can say this. I can raise my hand before any court of law, and I can say this 100%. I have heard Barton use the N-word on multiple occasions, at least twice that I know of, that I can remember. Once I remember we were downtown Austin, and it was like the second to the last day that they were here, and we had gone into a bar and had a drink. Now he did have a few drinks, and he yelled at a police officer and said some stuff, and he did use the N-word. Another time he used the N-word was when he was saying that everybody he had ever beaten up was a black person. And so I worked at a black club. I fought a lot of black people, but I'm not going around saying, yeah, everybody I ever beat up was an N-word. I mean, that, like, he literally said that. Now, I know he said it a few other times, but I don't remember whatever. But this was after that. He's right when he says that our friendship was never the same after he came down here. We didn't talk anymore after that because he also was using the calling people wet, whatever, over and over again, because he doesn't like Hispanic people. And so for this guy to go over there and be all buddy with Barton, he's way off base, because Barton is the one that really, to me, I can't sit up here and say Barton's a racist because I don't really know his true heart. All I know is what he has said in front of me, and he has said, he's said wet, whatever, and he's called people the N-word. So, not call anybody specific, but he's used the N-word, let's put it that way. So there you have that, okay? He's also said the word ching, whatever, when it came to Asian people.
Oh, hell no.
So, yeah, so he is a very racist individual as far as I'm concerned. I mean, he's racist. You know, I mean, he's called Arabs towelheads, or maybe he said raghead, something like that to that effect. But he was referring to terrorists, you know. So I mean, you know, maybe he's just says it in the heat of the moment, whatever. But you should be able to control yourself a little better than that if you're going to be in the public eye. Going around and saying those things is probably not, you know, whatever. And he wants to accuse me of all this crap and saying that everything that I said about him is actually it's me, that I'm that way, which is bullshit. And Barton, if you're listening, you know that you did say those things. And you did raise your hand to your wife, and that is the absolute truth. I don't give a damn, you know, what he says. If I ever am on with him and I can debate him, I will call him out on everything he did and said. He also made a post calling my wife a bitch. I didn't call his wife a bitch. I think there are certain things about her, the way she is, but I also temper that with the fact that she lives with him. So I can only imagine why she is the way she is. Did my Xanax disappear? I have a prescription for it. Yes, it did. I did talk to her about it. And at first she denied it, but then later she didn't even respond about it. And when I talked to Barton about it, he acted like I was making it up. And I said, okay, well, you know, a bottle of my pills is gone. And we were at the gym and we talked about that. And Barton, you know, that's true. You can sit up here and scream and yell and flail about and act like a child. It doesn't change any of these facts. These are facts. The people that I have had problems with in this community, to a man or woman, is because they either A, attacked me, or because they're grifter, frauds, or hoaxers, or both. That's the simple fact.
Or somebody instigated or was trying to instigate fights.
Yeah, that's that. They started it. Yeah, they started crap. The thing
I
that
had the dude, whatever his name is, Sean or whatever, on my friends list. I had nothing against the guy, but he come in here insulting me, you know? So it's like, it's not like I went to him insulting him. He's coming to me insulting me. So what am I supposed to do? Then he's saying that he wants to do something to me physically.
Yeah. Well, you need to those things that he was saying, you know, like on those texts, you know, like he's basically saying that he wants to do something to you. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and say that I'm going to do anything to this guy other than defend myself. And if Sean, if you're listening, and you feel froggy, you know, I mean, you do what you got to do. But if he comes to my property, he comes around me in any shape or form, it's not going to go well. And I'm not going to be getting hurt. I'm going to defend myself. I can tell you that 100%. Also, I think you're not brave, because if you were, you could have done what you wanted to do at the conference. I was right there in front of you. I was in your face. And in fact, when he was standing by the door, I asked him to keep it down because he was talking, being loud with Barton. And so, you know, and I wasn't rude about it. I just said, hey, what are you guys doing? Because you need to keep it down. And they didn't want to take a seat. They wanted to stand there all like this up against the door and act like little, you know, like cabrons. And so, you know, if you want to act like that, you know, you can leave. And so I just told them, I said, either take a seat or you know, whatever. And they walked out. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, these people, they come to my conference and then they take advantage of it. And then they go and they spread lies about it. And they say that I was rude and inhospitable. Nobody was rude and inhospitable. They were at an after party and he got smashed drunk and was being loud and obnoxious. I had already left that particular party. I didn't have one drop of drink or smoke. I don't do any of those things. And I left. I just left. I went back to my hotel and went to sleep because the next day I had to get up early and MC. Just about everybody came in a little bit sluggish on Sunday because they had all been to the after party on Saturday. And everybody had a good time. But
I didn't go. I was.
Yeah, you weren't there. You weren't at the after party. I went to bed early. I left the party and went to sleep. Now Sunday's after party, because the next day was Monday. You know, I stayed out pretty late and whatever. And that's when all that crap went down. And that Jenny girl was going around and I saw what she did. She grabbed and groped several people, and her and her husband are swingers. And so they were trying to get people to go back to the hotel room with them. They propositioned me and several other people to go back. And, you know, and I said, me and Ellie don't do that. We're not that way. And that was, and Barton was right there. Barton was right
Diablo,
there.
your bro says I've been around abused women, and it's very obvious his wife has been abused.
Oh, I mean, I was on the phone with her one day before all this popped off, and she told me and Barton, or she told me and Nellie about Barton that he was always on the phone with Larry, that they were always talking, and that it's a very what to say? According to Sean, Wolf said the N word and hates immigrants. What a freaking you a liar! What a lying mother effer, dude. Dude,
Who
that
is
is.
that?
Madeline said that this Sean guy said that he is such a liar, dude. You're a lying sack of shit, dude.
Somebody else is here with a fake profile or something. They said something here. Um,
David, he
Josh
said he should be
JT.
asleep.
Somebody said I will miss
David,
Jake. Who was that?
Brian Jackson said he will miss Josh T.
JT.
Josh T.
So let me JT, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
These comments are coming in out of order or something. It seems like I don't know.
yeah, I'm trying to see if they post anything else. Well, I just put it this way. He comes over here, you know.
Hi, Prima. How you
Uh,
doing?
if I don't if I don't handle them, if somebody gets them first, it's going to be the DDN. The DDN might make them disappear. That's all I got to say. The DDN are here in Temple, Texas.
Matt Acosta says Aztec is a made up name. Yes and no. Actually, the word Aztec or Azteca referred to a loose confederation of people that were Mexica, not Mexican. This was before the time of the Mexican people.
Regina says Leticia soar up and down in age chat yesterday that Barden was the most living husband and never has hit her.
Right. Well, she told me and Nellie on the phone that because Larry had continued calling and aggravating Barton, that it was stressing her out. And I said, "Well, what's bothering you?" And she said, "Larry, that Larry was constantly, bothering Barton and constantly creating problems, and that when she was at the LBL with them and they were filming with Greg Ogles, that she left that weekend, and that's everybody said that. Blondes and Booze had said that she had left because Larry wouldn't stop calling and trying to drag Barton into this situation that they had going with me. It was him, Clough, and Phil trying to make Barton choose sides, to join in the fight. I mean, they got what they wanted. I left and I quit doing the show. But apparently that's not good enough for them. They got to keep it going. Well, anyways, I really don't believe that Sean is a stupid person. I think he might be unhinged and crazy, but he's not stupid to the point where he's going to be dumb enough to come down here and start anything with me. I just can't see that if he's that ignorant. I mean, he would have to be real stupid to do that. And I'm just telling you, Sean, that's not a road you want to take. I'm not going to sit up here and threaten you. All I'm going to tell you is 100%, sir, I will defend myself, and it's going to work out just fine for me. Trust me. I would just stay on your side of the Texas. Texas is a big state. Stay up there where you're at, where you're safe, because I'm not going to come up there messing around with you in your home turf. Don't think you're going to get away with it down here. Trust me. Okay.
Yeah, I suggest stick your nose up Barton's ass like you've been doing.
Keep it
Because
up.
you come to Temple in a negative way, man. I'll take care of you like I have to take care of you. But whatever I have to do, I will overcome you. Believe that. And I won't have no mercy on you. You come at me in a negative way. I'm just being honest with you. So keep that shit over there with your little group of idiots. Keep it over there. You
On my side, I'm not
you don't
hard
want
to
to mess
find.
with you don't want to mess with us. I can tell you that right now.
I'm not hard to find, man. I live here in Fort Worth, right next to Lake Worth, man. I'm not hard to find. Just be careful. I might just murk you.
Yeah, just because he doesn't believe in the supernatural or spirits or anything that we speak of, religion or whatever the hell,
Well,
doesn't mean that we're cowards, bro.
he's like
You're gonna
David.
handle that.
They're
You want to
all
be
that
my
little
enemy?
group.
I'll handle you too.
Him and Cyrus and David, they were all in that belief that these things were a flesh and blood animal type creature. And I know that David had mentioned to me in one of the conversations we had that he didn't like that Marvin was starting to veer off into the what they could be spiritual, which he claimed was the reason why he was backstabbing Marvin. What I think, to me, for my money, is that he was just a backstabber. Period. And that's what I think. But
And you know what? David had come to me and he would ask me, how do I take these pictures? And I give him some spiritual advice. And I told him that when he goes out to sense with his senses, that where he's sensing something, to take a picture of wherever he's sensing. And some of these pictures, it was because of what I told him what to do. And he started capturing some good images because he was sensing things. He said there were certain things there. But then that's when he was trying to cause the division between me and you. I guess he was being affiliated with the guy with Roy, the one that was Betina's ex-boyfriend. And he was trying to get me out of the equation because I was bringing the spiritual aspect of things.
Yeah, they're like in a there's a cabal of them, and what they are is really and truly they're a holdover from that first war, from that crypto normal X, and they have been looking for someone to fight me ever since that first war, and so I mean it's never stopped, it's never ended, and so if they could side with the devil to fight me, they would, because I'm one of the first people in this community that was bringing out the truth, and you too, Abe, both of us, and telling people that these were what you call DDN, disembodied, Nephilim spirits,
Demonic,
disembodied demonic Nephilim spirits. And you and we squashed our beef pretty quick. And I told you, I said, look, dude, we're on the same page here. And I said, these other people, these other people, they have an agenda, and their agenda is to try to make people believe this is a physical thing. They want to throw Christianity out of it. The sad reality is that people like Larry claim that they are doing what they're doing for God, and that they believe in that this is a holy war or whatever. Folks, look at their fruits, look at their works, look at their words, look at what Larry says, look at all the posts that we have reposted of what he has said. This is not a Christian person. It's not. A Christian person would not be doing and saying the things that he has done. A Christian person would not be doing and saying the things that Barton is doing and saying. These are not Christian people. And look at the people that Barton is affiliating with. I mean, good grief, dude. Like the people that he's affiliating with now, I mean, look, Chris Geyer, he is a devout sorcerer. He sat there and said in one of his posts that he was going to throw a curse, and Clough was right there telling him, do it, man, go for it, do what you got to do, man. They started making some little poem with like Eminem, something about, his palms are sweaty, whatever, mom's spaghetti, whatever. I saw the little, yeah, he was like rapping, trying to tell him, encouraging him.
He looks like a nerd, man.
Yeah, Geyer is a homosexual dude. He makes no bones about it. He is also into sorcery, and he claims to have thrown a curse on me. He's also the one that went around saying that my lawyer was disbarred, which was not true, and our lawyer got pretty pissed off about that. And so Larry went around lying because he's just he's a devout liar, and so he went around saying that I had a cease and desist on me and that I wasn't following it. He told Brandon Tolbert that, and I was like, that's bullshit. I don't have no cease and desist on me. I have lawyers. Now, there's people asking me like, well, what are the lawyers doing? Let me tell you what the lawyers are doing. Nothing, because these people don't work, folks. They don't have money. They have nothing to take. The lawyers what are they going to do? Get a judgment against them? Larry has a roofing business that doesn't have an LLC, or at least it didn't when I last checked about 2 weeks ago. And he doesn't have, he's not insured. His business isn't insured. Now, these people have nothing. Like, what am I supposed to do? Sue these people? And then what? The judge rewards me $1 million that I never see a dime of, and then I'm out of $5,000 a person because it costs money to sue these people. And then someone said, well, some people donated to the show. Did you see my donations the last 2 months? And remember, Larry was bragging about how he destroyed my donation base, which he's not wrong about that. He did take a lot of them and moved them over to Barton so that Barton could get the money because, well, let's face it, he's a piece of shit and he's poor, so he needs the money, but he's poor by choice, folks. Don't make the mistake of feeling sorry for this guy. It's because he refused to work. Believe me, folks, I tried talking him into going back and painting and doing something, and I even offered for him to help write a book that would have been a simple thing, and I could have paid him for it. He didn't want to do it. He said he was writing the Spotsville Monster. Well, damn, how long does it take to write that book? Damn, you've been writing that book since I've met you. Go write it, lazy fucker. I mean, what are you writing? What are you doing? Bart,
I'm trying to say this. I'm waiting for the saber-tooth tiger book.
Well, that's a children's book. It's never going to be written. I'm going to
Pink
tell
Ranger.
you, this is a message for you, Bart. I'm going to tell you this right now. You called me a fat, lazy piece of shit, right? I'm going to say this, okay? You may not be fat. I saw you were growing quite the little pot belly there because you sat around being a housewife for 3 months while Letitia worked. Get off your lazy little red-haired ass, okay, your stringy scarecrow hair ass, and get in work. Put in the lick, hit a lick, and do what you got to do. You said, hey, I'm going to work, losers. Good. Go to work like I've been doing for months and months and months. Stop being jealous, okay? Very celoso, as they say in Spanish. You come to my house, and then you acted like I was chicante with you. I wasn't. He's
a joto celoso.
Joto celoso. Mucho. I mean, like for real, this dude. I mean, like I don't know. What this guy's deal is. I mean, what is your deal? I mean, go to work like everyone else. Stop trying to make it rich off of YouTube. That's not going to happen, especially when what you do, you're not good at. I'm not even trying to be ugly, rude, or insulting. I am being completely honest with you. You are not good at what you do. Now, if you got better at it and you practiced, you might be able to do something with it. But as it stands, I couldn't watch his show. It was terrible.
I wonder if he's got the pot belly after camping out at the LBL.
And then he's over here telling these lies.
Nothing but air, the belly.
Puro mentiras. I mean, like he's telling all these lies. I mean, like somebody's dog gets loose, somebody's Pedro. Oh, look, it's a saber-toothed cat. Like, what the? I mean, what are you?
How many cryptids has he seen in the past 2 weeks? You said that he's seen like
shit. He's on some shit. What is he doing, dude? He's tweaking. I mean, like, can you imagine going out to the LBO with this dude? One of the guys I was talking to today was like, he had been invited to the LBO. He's like, I don't want to go out there. And these guys got cuertas, and they're out there like, mira, aquí, oye, ay, and then they shoot somebody and they blow off their freaking head. I mean, this was going to happen. I heard Larry was out there laser sighting people's backs. That, he was pointing his gun and it was going over people's backs. And next thing you know, somebody's cabezas gone because this baboso, he's shooting.
They just say it's an accident. It was an accident.
Yeah, it was an accident. He Dick Cheney, porque, I mean, What is this dude? I mean, these people, to me, they're a pack of pendejos. I mean, they need to just stay on the porch, man, because they don't belong out there. you know, and they wanted me to go out there and participate in that bullshit. I'm like, I'm not going out there with this shit. I mean, that's crazy, you know. And I told Barton, I said, you got people out there that don't know how to use weapons, and they're wandering around out there with swords and guns, and you know, Helbin Holler said the same thing. You know, so did the guy I talked to today. He was like, I'm not going to go out there with that bullshit. I mean,
how long has Barton been looking for the dogman of LBO? How many years?
Beats the hell out of me. I mean, I have no idea.
Like a lot of años, right? A lot of years.
Yeah.
And he said that when he sees it, that he's going to kill it. Well, he hasn't killed it because it's not.
Well, he could kill it with his stinky ass underarms because he stank like hell because he wouldn't wear a shirt like a normal person. You know? Pinche fundido, like, I mean, he's walking around with no, you know, with no sleeves.
Oh, man.
Maybe he speaks Spanish because a lot of people don't understand what I'm saying. Like, he smells, man, for real. Like, I mean,
smells like armpit.
Like, because he's not walking around with a shirt on, dude. I mean, like, dude, imagine being around that dude for like 9 or 10 days, man.
Like a person of high hygiene is not good. Does he know what underarm
you know, I'm pretty sure he showered and everything, you know, like, you know, but later on you're gonna smell because you're not wearing, you know, sleeves, you know, and so the sleeves will actually catch some of the sweat. It's just common sense. But you know, you get downwind of the guy and you're like, ah, dang, man, what in the hell? You know, I mean, this guy.
Yeah, you mistake him for the dog man because he smells like
I mean, you know,
like arca and culo.
Cachino, man. I mean, like, you know, like shit, dude.
We're walking around smelling like fundija.
Yeah.
Fundido en verija.
I smell sulfur. He's bending over. I think I found
Wait, what is it? Yeah. When you like start smelling like onions or whatever, what the
dang.
Yeah, man. No, fundija because he smells like fundido en verija.
Hey, out here. What the fuck is like? It's him.
It'd be like old boy from the UFC. Chee-wee-wees.
You're like, I'm hungry for elote, some picadillo. Oh, it's him. It smells like shit. The freaking, you know.
Oh man.
I mean, when you walk around smelling like pesole under your underarms and shit, you know, and I'm like, that's not good, bro. You know, the onions and the cilantro, you know. I don't know. It just
Puro culo. Not Coolio, folks. Not Coolio. Culo.
Because you know, if you don't wear normal shirt, normal clothes, you know, it's like you're gonna.
Yes, I do, Deborah. Yes, I do. I do turn into the dog man when I see Liz in the chat. Ooh.
Calm down.
Yeah, and so what I was going to say, you got 172 people in the chat. What I'm going to tell everybody right now is we talked about it today at length, and I need to stop joking and messing around here, but I prayed about it, and I know that I get upset and I get mad. Abe, I think we all try to be men of God, but you get angry, you get aggravated, and you let it get to you, you know, and like you said, you get that spiritual opening. But all joking aside, we tentatively have decided that we will do something. We don't know what or when, but we're gonna start doing a little bit of something here and there. But we're not gonna make it a consistent thing. It's just gonna come. We're gonna come out when I have some things to do. And it was really because of a conversation I had today with a very prolific author who's been a friend of mine for years. And he kind of talked me into it. I mean, he's talked me into it before about not leaving. And today we talked. He called me today and he said, look, he said, you're good at what you do what you do, and just come back and try your best to ignore these people and just do what you believe in and do what you think is right. And he goes, you've been, you know, under attack for a long time. And he goes, he's been in this field since the 70s. And he said, I've seen a lot of people come and go. And he goes, and you're good at what you do. I mean, and there's not, and his compliment was very high. And he said there's you know, not many people that can do it, you know, like you. And I appreciate him saying that. And I do think there are a handful of people here that are doing good in this community, doing this right here. I think Abe, you're one of them. I think Monica and Joe, and then I think Blondes and Booze, Tex, and Bigfoot Rob. And there's a few others too. Josh Pinocchio. I like Josh a lot. He's good what he does. Chris Garitano's good. Eric Palacios. Of course, I like Eric. He's great, and I think that there are people who are doing good work. And I do have a lot of friends in this field. Jason Bland is another one. I love Jason Bland. Jason Bland on Paranormal Soup on Sunday nights is awesome. Yeah, and so I do feel like, and I don't want to. I don't want to come back under the pretense of like, well, these people messed with me, so they made me come back, because that's not going to make me come back. That's making me not want to be back. Because I started thinking about, seriously coming back. And then this whole thing popped off with Barton the other day. And I said, see, this is bullshit. This is why I don't want to be involved in this. I don't want this crap, And so it's just always some kind of, bullshit, And so
they try to disrupt the what the topic is supposed to be. So tomorrow probably going to have to make a part 2 of this, because that guy came here and disrupted what I was speaking of. That's what they like to do. So what I need to do, I already know what he's about. Just ignore him and just boot him out. I ain't gonna give him. I give him the platform today to speak. He chose to come at me in a negative way. I don't need to. Don't need to be associated. But at the same time, I don't know what they're telling him. But still, it doesn't matter. You ain't gonna come at me in a negative way defending somebody else when you don't know the whole story.
I don't think they have to tell Sean too much of anything. He's been a hater for a long time, and like I'll say this to you too, Sean. 100% man to man. I don't want any problems with you, but I also don't give a shit if you bring problems. I don't care. You're just another person to me that's causing problems in my life. So there's 2001 people causing problems. Whoopie-doo. I mean. I think as long as you're really over the target, that's going to happen. It's going to be that way. When and if we do decide 100% to come back and do some shows and do what we got to do, I'm just going to do what I do, put these people in my rearview mirror. They're not going to be a topic to be talked about. We do have a person that I'm talking to about being a PR person. When that happens, that person has already told me, we're going to have to be a certain way. I'm also talking to a publicist. I don't know what direction we're going to go. I did have a syndication, like I said, and I gave it away to Blondes and Booze. Now, think about that. If I wanted to be famous and be on TV, and I wanted to be the big shot like these people are claiming, then why wouldn't I jump on that and just go do it? Because I would have had to commit to 16 episodes, which I wasn't willing to do at the time because I had a lot going on in my life. And I want to say this, a person who wants notoriety and who wants money and fame and all that, would they tell, hey, take this and syndication and go do it? And I don't want it. Does that sound like the actions of somebody who's trying to make it rich or trying to, no, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. I
know what he was trying to do initially, Brother Josh Turner. He was trying to unite everybody of all angles of whether they're spiritual, whether they believe in the flesh, whether they're interdimensional, all aspects, because we're all trying to find out what are they, we're trying to find a solution. So you figure you could gather everybody that believes in different things together, that we can come up with an answer of what they are, right?
Well, and I feel like that's what needs to happen. I mean, if we don't start like coming together and bringing the truth together from all the different fields and bringing, everybody together, then we are going to just be picked off one by one by the powers that be, and we're never going to get any answers. We're not going to get any closer to the truth, And I have some of the stories that I was getting like several, a day, and now it's kind of slowed down, But That's because, I'm not doing anything anymore. But, I'm sure from just what I got for this 5 weeks that we've been gone, we've gotten like at least 30 or 40 show-worthy stories. So there's no shortage of that. And we still had hundreds in the chamber. Now, one of the things I did, I made deals with certain individuals over the last 5 years. I brokered deals with NADP and of course the IDP. Josh Pinocchio is another one from What Lurks Beneath. Albert Rosales, and I did make a lot of connections and a lot of friends. And I was given carte blanche from multiple authors and researchers to use their material and to talk to their witnesses. And in turn I shared witnesses too. If you like you were on These Woods Are Haunted, right?
Yes.
Yeah. See, I recommended you. I recommended several people to those guys, and that's how that came to be. That whole third season was us basically.
Yeah.
And so, I made friends with a lot of people in a lot of different arenas, and so that's how I did with my businesses too. I made friends with people who were into commercial real estate. People were into selling raw land and things like that. And of course, you cross over, you get people to work together so you can create business deals. I know a lot of people don't like Trump, but he does have a good book, The Art of the Deal. And there, Warren Buffett is another one that I've studied and researched. And he says, if you're not making money while you're asleep, then you're broke. He's right. There are people who claim that you need to have 6 sources of income. I understand that too. The same principles that I brought with me economically and how I built not an empire, I wouldn't say, but an economic stronghold, for me and my people. I brought those same principles to bear in this arena here, and I really do want to teach people not just about the spiritual aspect of things and about what these DDN, as you call them, which is a good name for them. That's what they are. And I would also want to teach people about, economics, because we need to have a good grasp on how to create wealth. And what I mean by that is, without that, you can't be comfortable, and you're not going to be able to go and do anything but focus on making wealth, making money. So the system is rigged. It's geared toward keeping people poor and keeping people chasing dollars, and so that they can never get comfortable and get to a point where they can study these things. Because if your head is down all the time, you're not looking up and wondering what the hell is up there. You're not wondering what is out there. You're not going to be researching places like Elms Grove like you did if you're constantly just working constantly just to keep your head above water and to make a living. So to get your finances in order and to not have to worry about that is a very important thing. And one of the things I wanted to do with my listeners was to do, maybe 30 minutes a week or something of just giving them economic advice on how to not be living paycheck to paycheck and being poor. And I don't mean it's bad to be poor. I was born and raised poor. But what I'm saying is you don't have to stay there. And there are actually simple things that people can do that can generate income and wealth so that you don't have to worry about those kinds of things. And so to me, I wanted to create, because on Rumble, you can have one channel and you can have multiple, I forgot now, how does it work? You could have one account with multiple channels. And so one of the channels, I wanted to call it Being an Adult, and just teaching people about how to make sound investments, whether it be playing the stock market and how to be smart about it and how to foresee things that are coming down the pipe. And then, I wanted to teach people about how they could eventually own property and create a cushion for themselves. If you're worried about retirement, what are the best options? Teach people what the hell a Roth IRA is. People don't even know what that is. They don't know what a 401k is. People don't understand about gold and how it's a hedge and against inflation. They don't understand how inflation works. They don't understand about cutting interest rates, and they don't understand that assets are more important than money because it really is a form of money. So you have, these different things that I wanted to do. That was one of them. Another one I wanted to do because my brother was a chef, and I wanted him and Anthony to do some cooking and show people how to cook and actually make food. Scorpion is, I would go on a limb and say he's one of the best grillers out there. Of course, he's Mexicano, every Mexican born knowing how to knowing how to grill some meat. You know what I mean? But he's a grill artist, man, and so he can throw down some fajitas and he can throw down some steak and barbacoa and whatever. And this do it, man. So I was thinking we could do something like that, and just people could learn and people could grow, and it would grow our community. And then while all of this is going on, we're still giving people's encounters, and we're teaching people about what is real. And I honestly thought that Barton would be a big part of that, but I noticed that he didn't want to work with you. And that was one of the big red flags, was he always had a problem with you, and he could never give me a good reason why. It was always an excuse. He didn't like Matt Imsh either, and he was always going after Matt Imsh. I didn't understand it. He couldn't give me a good reason. He gave me all these different excuses. I know that Larry was a big part of it. Larry has been a cancer, every shape or form, in my opinion. And one of the things that I liked y'all's names for these things, inhumanoids, even though Barton coined that phrase, whatever, that is a very good term for them. And then DDN is another good term for them, because that's what they are. And people don't realize how these things affect your physical world. They think, well, we go and we listen to PRT, and it takes your mind away from the ho-hum of life. And then, but they don't realize how these entities take away from your everyday physical life and how they affect your health, your mental and spiritual health. It's very important, because what it does is it infects your body, and then it comes out in a physical way. One of the things, one of the things that Abe was saying the other day, folks, really stuck with me when you were talking about the sores on these people's faces and their tongues. These DDNs, what you witnessed, Abe, was the physical manifestation of what these things cause. Now, we were talking earlier about the show, These Woods Are Haunted. Michael Sheenan's the producer there. He's a really cool guy. I don't know if Roger was the one that directed you. He was the one that directed us. But we were talking at length with them about these guys. They're good chaps. One of them's from England, one of them's from Wales. And they were asking me questions about what I thought that they were. Well, what happened to me with the Church of the Forgotten, I told them, I said that the physical manifestation became the spiritual reality. In other words, they were spiritually affected, and it caused them to be ill physically. But then when they died, then it became a spiritual manifestation. And of course, when we saw them, they looked like they had that stuff all over their faces, whatever. And like you said it in Spanish, and it was literally the plague is what it was.
Yeah, it looks like they're plagued. When I was there, I seen that, and the guy that we put a tank on like a head, but they were being operated by the Kuwaitis.
Yeah,
he stuck out his tongue, and it went la 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 la, and his tongue was full of freaking all kinds of stuff on his tongue, man. And I was looking at him, and I seen his body. He had all kinds of stuff on his arms and everything, like warts, granos. I mean, it was there all over his body. And I was like, man, what is he infected by, But then at the same time, I started seeing other people like that, and they were holding hands, and they started sticking your nasty tongues in their mouth, like the people from over there. And I just did the sign of the cross, man. And after a while, I started seeing the Didian or Jen from out there, where they're jumping from person to person, these dark spirits. And it's like, I had to pray. I had to maintain my faith, because I didn't want nothing to attach on me. I was only 19 years old when I witnessed this out there.
And
then
there's a lot of soldiers that see things like that. Not everybody has the second sight like you, but the ones that do, they are able to see that. Like whenever they take out an insurgent, a few minutes later, they see something stand up and move around, and that's a disembodied spirit. That's what that is. And I've had multiple soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq and the different theaters, and I had a guy, who was talking to me from Serbia because he was in the Serbo-Croatic war with Kosovo, and he was talking about seeing a whole unit reappear after they had been killed. And I was like, well, that's ghosts of war. That's what that is. There were German and Russian soldiers that claimed the same thing, that they saw this on the battlefield. I'm gonna take one quick break. I'll be right back.
All righty, brother. What's up, cuz?
Oh man, just enjoy the show, man.
You're in ninja mode.
That's all right, man.
Oh, there you go. It'll show it in 3 screens now. I didn't know I could do that. I thought it was only for 2, but now we can see 3. So that's a different way. So when he pops up, we're gonna see him here, see you. Okay, that's a different way. Now I know.
Yeah, because we've been on for 5 hours.
I know. But if you
It's
want to
already...
you tired, cousin?
No, I'm just saying we're like half an hour into the demonic hour.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sister Neva's Angel. I do want to apologize, for certain people's behavior that they requested to be added to the show and then they didn't know how to act properly. I just, how should I say, we'll see what happens. That's all I can say.
Morgan says she likes this screen.
Hopefully nothing will happen. We'll leave it up to the Heavenly Father to handle people that are coming up against in a negative way.
Someone said a couple of total idiots.
Yeah, there we go, Brother Josh. I found a different screen now.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. So what we were talking about with the DDNs, like I said, I thought that was a good term for these beings because that's what they are. And now I saw somebody post something on Facebook earlier, and I thought it was interesting. Somebody had said, and I don't remember which group it was. I'm in a lot of different groups, too many. And somebody had said that the Nephilim were actually the Anunnaki.
Oh, that's a different one.
Yeah, I could move it around. The Anunnaki's children, and that they ended up destroying them with the flood, and that it was actually Enlil and Enki who did it. And then they had to repent to the Most High God. Now, that's a very weird statement, and it's a very loaded statement. And so people who don't understand, who aren't going to grasp what we're talking about, and so whenever somebody said that, I said, oh man, and then a huge argument just exploded. And I was tempted to say a little something. The only thing I said was, because somebody said they would not fight each other, that they were from the same family. I said families fight all the time. And I said one of the reasons the flood happened was because they were fighting and making war with one another, and it was destroying the planet. And now I can tell you one of the things I want to do a deep dive on, I already have, is getting down to what these giants were, who they were, where they come from, what they are, and people helping them to understand, like get a grasp on it. Like people say, well, Baal, he was, this evil god that was supposedly a Canaanite god, but like they don't understand who or what he was, and they don't get that he was actually Marduk, and he was the son of Tiamat. And so there's a whole story behind that, and what that is, and why that's important is because this individual became a Canaanite god, and I think it was either a half brother or a cousin who was shown favor by Tiamat after Marduk did what he did, and it was Moloch. And now they were two different things, two different beings, and one of them, they're both evil. I mean, you can't stop and say either one of them because they both had human sacrifice. But every god from the Old Testament demanded blood sacrifice. Why that is, people want to know. Well, the big argument that started on Facebook, which I managed to kind of avoid, because once my name was in there, some people were like, well, what do you think? Because they started trying to get me to get involved. And I was like, I don't want to be involved in this. I know what I think, but I'm not going to sit here and get attacked. I get attacked enough as it is. And I think a lot of it is just having the wrong audience, because a lot of the people that would watch my show were accustomed to a certain viewpoint. And when they were exposed to a different viewpoint, then they began to become upset because they're like, well, everything is Old Testament Bible, and anything that deviates from that, they didn't understand it. So they were just like rejecting it outright. But there's a whole lot more going on than just what is written in the Old Testament. And so whenever people talk about these entities, what they don't understand is they're not all the same. But some of them are. Some of them have just the same names, but also there's a bloodline and there is a lineage there. The reason that all this is important is because one of the things that priests will tell you, any priest worth his salt, and I mean whether they're Christian or Orthodox or any preacher, they'll tell you that you need to know the name of the entity that you're facing. That is because the name is oftentimes linked to what their weaponry is, what they use, and what they do. At one time, these beings were a lot more corporeal than they are now. I believe that almost all of them were physical beings, as Abe would call it, the vessel. They had a vessel. It was destroyed. Eventually, they died or they were killed. And people don't understand how that works. They don't understand. Well, the reason that it's important to bring all of these different groups together, I call it the triad or the Trinity. And that is the ghost investigators, the cryptid investigators, and the UFO investigators. Those are the three most important fields when it comes to the unknown, the Fortean fields. The reason that those are important is because each one of them holds a piece of the puzzle. Now, like our goofy little friend over in the LBL, the cosplayer over there, he's been spouting off all of my work. He stole my work. And what he did was said, everybody has a piece of the puzzle and blah, blah, blah. He's basically just been repeating things that he learned from me and things that he learned from my show. Now, I'm not saying this because I want to have credit and be like, give me the credit. No, because do you know how I learned it? I learned it from listening to other people who lectured, and I learned it from reading other people's books and going back and rereading these ancient texts that have been retranslated. And so, of course, that's how you learn. But I can assure you this, in my opinion, this guy didn't do that at all. All he did was just take what I've been saying for years and years and started spouting it off on his channel and acting like it's his. Now, you also got to realize you got 100 people that listen to him. That's not a huge number of people. So who really cares? Okay. We have 170 people in this chat right now. That's like 40 more people than he had in his chat tonight. All right. So, or actually, I'm sorry, 50, excuse me. So you're not dealing with like the best and brightest over there, okay? If people really want to know and they really want to learn and they really want to understand, then they'll start tuning in to your channel, to my channel, and understanding and learning how to combat these beings, what these beings are, okay? And the most important thing is the weaponry that they use. The deliverance from them is the most important thing. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day who or what they are. But what really does matter is how to protect yourself from them and to be prepared with the full armor of God, because they do attack. They absolutely. I see Joe Breezy on there. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Joe Breezy.
They actually do, attack, and they do horrible things. You got to throw Breezy a link. I mean, if he wants to jump on and talk, I don't know what he's doing.
He's
He
about
got
to go to bed.
wow.
So he's going to bed. He's got to work, I think.
Oh, Breezy's going to bed.
Yeah,
Yep.
he said he got to work in the morning.
He's about to take it breezy.
But at least he didn't get shot, Joe. But when you stop and you sit back and you look at these beings, learning about the history of our world and actually learning and understanding what it is that we're dealing with, and where we are coming from, will go a long ways to explaining where we're headed. And now where we're headed is the most important thing. But you got to remember, everything is cyclical. And so that was my thing, was just bringing these three groups together. And it has been like pulling teeth. And each one of these groups has its own gatekeepers and, people who want to fight and argue, and just they want to stay divided, because if you bring them out into the light, they honestly, folks, I'm telling you, and this is the most important thing I've said up to this point tonight, they have nothing to offer you. At the end of the day, they can't teach you anything. They don't do anything but regurgitate. And the sad thing is, they don't even do that well. They regurgitate some stuff that they've heard here, this mishmash, and they bring on, guests that are subpar. And if the guest is worth the crap, they don't get the information. They don't glean the information from them like they should. There's a lot going on that needs to be said, and they're not doing this. And they're not even doing what they do well. And so we need to come together as a community. And when I say community, I don't mean three fractured communities. I mean bringing them all together. And that was my goal. Now, to make an omelet, you're going to have to break a few eggs. And it really pissed a lot of people off. I had people from each one of those communities messaging me, telling me, who the F do you think you are? Stay in your lane. Talk about Dogman or whatever it is you talk about. Don't talk about Bigfoot. I got attacked by the Bigfoot community. Don't talk about ghosts. You don't need, this is our turf. Don't talk about alien abduction. And why are you talking about MK Ultra and conspiracies and all this and that? And I tell people it is all connected. It is all connected. How am I supposed to talk to you? Say I drive up in one of my trucks, all right? Let's just take I have a Ram Rebel. I drive up in a Ram Rebel, right? And I start talking to you about the tires. And I'm explaining to you about the truck. And you're like, okay, well, I've heard enough about the tires. What about the suspension? What about the engine? Does it have a good transmission? What is the stereo like? Does it have a good interior? Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm the tire guy. Let's just keep talking about the tires. And you're like, look, guy, I've heard about the tires. They're nice, okay? I want to know about the rest of the truck. Well, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to these other people who know about all these other things, right? I'm going to talk to an upholstery guy about the interior. I'm going to talk to a person that knows about the motor, the engine, blah, blah, blah. Well, you don't need to go there. Let's just stay here and keep talking about this one part of the truck. Okay, good. We're glad that we understand that, but we need to know everything about it before we make a purchase, right? Before we put our money into something, okay? We need to know, is it worth it? What do we need to know about this vehicle? Could it break down after a certain point? Is it going to get us from point A to point B? These are questions that it's like we're not supposed to ask,
I got rid of Blizzard. It was
he's half Anunnaki, I guess.
I booted him out.
Yeah, he was saying he was half Anunnaki and that Josh didn't know what he was talking about.
Somebody named Blizzard. He's probably talking about Dairy Queen. The Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
He said he was half Anunnaki, man.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just put out the dude because he was being disrespectful and I kicked him out.
because the chat is gone for me.
What did you do, cousin? You went out and came back in, right? And it showed the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do I go back out here? I've never been on this one before.
Yeah, it was our first for us. We're discovering. You go to leave and then come back in.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, I'm about to get off, cousin, because I gotta go do something in the morning.
Okay, cousin.
Let Josh come back before I leave. That way you won't be all alone.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that dude Jay Blizzard was saying that he was half Anunnaki and that we had no idea because we were so far behind technology wise. He should have just come around and said he was a Nephilim. I would have gone. I would have.
You probably what's the name of the movie, or the alien movie that just came out on the theater?
I don't know, but if he would have said he was half Nephilim, man, I would have gone to my room and got my slingshot. I got some rocks. You think you're gonna have to send him another link?
No, he should be able to join on the same link. Oh, there he is. I see him. There he is. There you go.
Okay.
Can you see the chat now?
Yeah, I still can't see it. No.
You can't see it?
No.
Huh.
He came in to try to figure it out here. You might want to take those off.
Yeah.
It says that that's being blocked.
Right, it might take out briefly, but if it does, we'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, I see him there.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna be tired, Madeline. I'll probably be running through Liz's dreams all night. Bye,
You see it?
cousin.
All right, check it out, cousin Jesse.
See you later, man.
Bye. Just to meet you,
Buenas
man.
noches. There we go. Can you see the comments, Brother Josh?
Yeah, I can. So I don't know. I mean, it's 3:51. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to cut it short? I mean, do you want to? It's not short. You've been on for 5.5 hours, so
You can keep on talking, brother.
okay. Because I see that you originally were going to talk about night terrors, sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
This house that we're in right now. I was talking to a few different people today, and one of them, like I said, is a good friend of mine, and he's been to this house, and he told me, he said, you need to get out of that house. He said, as long as you're in that house, nothing good's going to come of it, and it's been nothing but bad since we've been here. And he did tell me while we were talking, he said that there is a consciousness that is acutely aware that we are trying to leave, and that's trying to stop us. And that's why there's this weird situation that we have where we're moving. I'm not going to disclose where we're moving to because I don't need to be stalked by Clough or Larry, or I guess now Sean Steinberg or whatever. But one of the things that this guy, it's a good friend of mine, what he told me, it's very similar to what you and I have talked about, and me and a few other people have talked about. He's just like you. I mean, like for protection and things like that. People don't realize that selenite is a very potent weapon, and people think that it's a joke. They don't realize, or they think that it's something evil that you're playing with crystals or something new agey, whatever. No, they're minerals of the earth, and they actually do help protect against negative energy. And so I talked to one of my friends today. He's actually a Kurdish guy. He's from Turkey. And we talked today, and he told me that I needed to get more selenite. And he offered to get me, oh God, what is it called? It's the big rock.
Black tourmaline?
No, it's purple. Amethyst.
Amethyst.
Amethyst is a big rock. And he said,
I got one right here.
Yeah, show us your collection.
Oh man, I have a. Let me see. There's a
Oh,
rod.
yeah. There you go. Yeah. He has a big one, and he told me when I go into the new place that I need to get a piece of that and sit in the corner.
Yeah.
I told him, I said that's exactly what I plan to do. I plan to get some amethyst and actually get it, and so people don't realize like how important these crystals really are, and how much positive energy they emanate that emanates from them, and how it can repel negative forces.
Yeah, that's.
energies.
Keep it around. I'm here. I got it all around me. So when old boy came in here saying, I was just like, I'm calm and relaxed because I got all the protection around me. So I didn't really get mad or nothing with him. I just let him speak. I got a piece of a tower of black tourmaline here right beside me.
Yeah, I have some tourmaline somewhere here. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, that's looks like a agate slice.
Yeah, because I don't know.
I get that. AGATE.
Yeah, it was given to me. Now, what is this right here?
Let me see. What color is that? Is that
Pink?
rose quartz?
Yeah, it's rose quartz. Yeah, and then
there's a blue rose quartz.
Yeah, and then this one here is kind of a purplish color.
Yeah, that looks like a. Let me see again. Get it closer. It looks like a Super 7, which is got a lot of them in it. It's got amethyst. It's got like 7 of them. It's called Super 7. That's what it looks like.
Definitely looks like it has some amethyst and selenite in it.
Yeah, it's a Super 7, which has got like 7 properties, 7 minerals in it. It's
I had
very
no
strong.
idea what it was. I knew what this one was, the rose quartz, but I didn't know what the other two were.
Yeah, because I know you got the beautiful sphere, which was a smoky resin that you wanted to purchase. This beautiful sphere from Brother Joe Hopes.
Yeah, I ended up getting that sphere and I packed it away. It's packed away right now because we were leaving, and we still are. We're just like almost we're 90% gone. We just have like a few things left, and then we're going to be out of here. Probably by Thursday we'll be finished and hopefully be on our way out by the end of this week. But yeah, it's yeah. What is that right there, Abe? Tell the audience.
This is like a look. I think it's like a new one, but I think it's like silver sheen because it's got like a glow to it. Silver sheen. You see how you had that agate sphere? I got an agate hand with a little bit of jersey there in the center.
Oh wow!
See how it looks? They even make all kinds of things. I got it as a sphere holder here. Yeah, I got a big collection, man.
What you need to do is come on the show when I come back, if and when I decide to come back, and I don't know, I don't know when that'll be, but tentatively we're thinking about doing some shows. We're probably not going to do anything regular, like on a regular basis, but because I have to be in the mood for it and want to do it. And right now, I'm just kind of like I said, my heart's not really in it, but and you can showcase all of your.
Yeah, it's black tourmaline. I got it all around my house, man. When I moved in here, the neighbor warned me right off the bat. The first day I moved in here, she warned me about there was a shadow figure always right there in front of her window by her living room, always looking in. So I went to her house and I blessed her home, for protection, and I seen the shadow figure go into her garage. I went into her garage and there was a big mirror in there, in the garage. So I placed a cross on the mirror. So whatever was there wasn't able to hide anymore. After that, like I was asleep and I heard something banging on my wall in the bedroom on the outside, like it was pissed off. So I protected my home also, and I placed some black tourmaline and selenite, and all the banging that was happening, it stopped. But yeah, it's very important to protect your homes. Yeah, but I'll be able to. I wouldn't mind doing that. Doing a show talking about all that, the minerals, the properties. Here's a rose quartz sphere.
Cobalt says something interesting here. He says you have to make sure you cleanse the crystals every now and then to get the negative energy they have absorbed out of them. Is that true?
You can cleanse it, but at the same time you can energize your minerals with selenite.
Selenite, yeah. I was going to say maybe because if you put it on selenite,
Maybe you put the selenite in the sun, let it absorb the energy from the sun or from the moon. It can energize the minerals, which you would probably have to have a flat piece of selenite, like kind of like this. See this flat piece of selenite? Is
did somebody kick Excalibur out? Because Excalibur made a funny joke and now he's gone.
who? No,
Excalibur, he made a funny joke and then they kicked him out.
no, I didn't kick Excalibur.
No, not you. I think one of the mods did. Who kicked out Excalibur? That's not good. He was making a joke.
He was on YouTube. Madeline, if Madeline's here, she can add him back on.
Yeah, he was joking. He said tomorrow, Excalibur said something like, well, tomorrow we're going to hear about how Josh is a warlock and
Oh no,
they're going to say we're playing with crystals and stuff.
yeah, whoever kicked him out, just bring him back on.
Yeah.
This is what you do. You want to charge up a mineral, like, you can put this in the sun, let it energize, get energy from the sun or the moon. Then you put the mineral, whatever you want to charge, like the black tourmaline or whatever minerals you got, and it'll charge them up. Put energy in the mineral.
Yeah.
The selenite.
And you can tell whenever they absorb negative energy, and I'll tell you how, they'll start to take on a weird, like a darkish hue. And it's very obvious. I had some really nice quartz crystal, and it started to turn black in the old house I lived in. And so when we moved in here, I had several pieces of quartz, and they began to turn gray and black.
Yeah, the ones that are sensitive from the sun, and I would recommend to keep them in dark place, will be the amethyst, the purple amethyst, because you put it in the sun, it's going to take its color.
Well, I want to apologize to Excalibur. I didn't, I'm sad that you got kicked out because that was a funny joke. I was going to read what he said, and then he got kicked out. But
I don't know who kicked him out.
I don't either. But it was hilarious.
Oh, it was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke. He said tomorrow we're going to hear about it.
So probably somebody from the moderators from YouTube.
Yeah, the moderators kicked him out.
Yeah, and selenite cannot get wet. If it gets wet, it'll dissolve. Just kind of like, yeah, you got to keep it away from water because it'll get dull. It'll lose the color, or it gets dull. There he is. Is that Cobalt right there? What was his name?
No, his name was Excalibur.
Excalibur. Somebody said it wasn't me.
Well, I just thought it was a funny comment because, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be like, oh, they were on there talking about the devil and crystals and blah, 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 whatever. Freaking moron squad. But we need to plan a show, though. And since I'm not going to be doing my show for a little while.
But they wear silver and gold. What do you think that is? Yeah. Right? Silver and gold. They're minerals. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, they're elements.
That are made out of silver and gold.
Very important because you protect yourself with those things. It protects you.
Yes.
So we need to plan a show, and actually, I'll bring some stories along and talk about. So I got one. If anybody wants to hear a story here, let's see a show of hands here. Whoever wants to hear a story.
Go ahead, brother Josh. I'm going to let my dog outside real quick because I think he needs to go use the restroom.
Okay.
Go ahead and share the story.
Shoot, Andrew says, could someone share? Because the chat on here on the computer is not following the chat on the phone at all. It is like two totally different things. So I don't know what's going on. So lucid dreaming. People were talking about dreams. Sleep paralysis was one of the topics of the show. I had somebody that gave me a story about a dream recently, and I thought it was interesting. It's probably been it's been longer than that. It's probably been about a month now. It was right after we had quit doing the show. And guy got in touch with me. His name was Clint. Well, I'm actually not, that's not correct. He called himself Clint Eastwood. I'm pretty sure that's not his real name, but I just called him Clint because his last name was Eastwood, and he said people call me Clint. And so anyway, this guy, his name's not important, but the thing is, he got in touch with me, and he lives in Tennessee, and he was telling me that he had a Bigfoot encounter when he was 4 years old. At least he thinks that's what it was, but he wasn't 100% sure that that's what that was. But he went to some national park when he was a kid that was out of state. He was so young he doesn't even remember it. And his dad left his mother when he was like 6 or 7, and he walked out, and literally it was crazy. It was like his dad said that, hey, do you want some pizza? And he said, yeah, I'd like some pizza. And so his dad just leaves and then doesn't come back with any pizza, and he never showed up again. And then his dad was gone. And the next thing you know, his dad tells his mother, I'm never coming back. And he like moved to Florida or something like that. So it was pretty sad. And he said for years and years, he would sit by the window with his little sister and look out the window, and they would think that their dad was coming home, and he never did. And so he heard from his dad again when he was like 12, and then maybe again when he was a teenager. But he said one day he had a dream that he thought was a very lucid dream, a very vivid, very real dream. And in the dream, now get this. This is weird. It starts off that he was talking to what he thought was a Bigfoot type creature that was standing in his room a few feet away from the foot of his bed. And he had a very large bedroom, and he actually stayed in the master bedroom and had his own bathroom at that time. And his mother had become an alcoholic and would just sleep on the couch all the time. And her what was officially her bedroom, they ended up moving their aunt in, and she stayed with them, and that was their dad's sister, and they were very close, and their mother and her were best friends. That's how their mother met their dad, and so she was staying in the mother's bedroom. And so he said that at night, his aunt, who kind of became the de facto mother because his mother was a lush, she couldn't even function. She was such an alcoholic. She got to the point where she couldn't even go to work. And so they were pretty much being taken care of by some grandparents that lived down the road, and then the aunt, who was the derelict, deadbeat dad that had left, and so that was his sister. But he had this dream that there was this Bigfoot type entity at the foot of his bed or in the room. And he said, I wake up and I see this thing. And he goes, at least I thought I was awake. He's like, and then he goes, I realized that I had to still be dreaming because I was looking at what looked like a Chewbacca looking creature, for lack of a better term, with sort of a muzzle. And it was a chocolate color, like a milk chocolate color. He goes, and this thing started to talk to me. And he said, when it talked to me, it said, son, I need to tell you something. I'm gone now. He goes, but I love you. He goes, and I feel horrible about the way things went, and I never should have abandoned you. and I didn't have the courage to come back and face you. At this point, he was like 15 or 16. I think he said he was like a few days after his 16th birthday. I believe that's what he said. So he was like a 16-year-old kid, and he told me, he said he had a dream about a week before. So the first one that was sort of like it was interrupted because he had to get woken up to go to school because his sister was banging on the door. And she was like, "You're going to be late. We're going to be late for school." And they rode to school together because she was like a year younger than him or something. And so he said that he was still 15 years old, but he had a hardship license and he could drive and he had a job at the age of 15. So he was pretty much like a man by the time he was 15. He was very much like I was. And so he was telling me about this, dream. And he said that this Chewbacca-looking Bigfoot creature that he thinks he saw when he was 4 years old, when he got separated from his parents, and talked to him when he was in the woods. He said that this thing was talking to him. And he said that as this thing began to talk to him, he realized that it wasn't Bigfoot, it was his dad. And so then he's like, "Oh man, I think I'm actually dreaming." So he says he lays back down on the pillow and then he opens his eyes, and it was like instantaneous, and it was like in the middle of the afternoon on a Saturday. And earlier in the week, he had actually dreamed like it was awakened from a dream. And so he goes to school. They pull him out of class when he was like in fifth period or something, and they take him to the principal's office and they sit him down and they tell him, they said, "Look, your father passed away about 4 days ago, and they just found him. There was a wellness check that was done, and his dad had died of heart disease." Well, it's a very sad thing. And then they find out that the day that his dad had passed away was the day of the first dream that he had. And then the second dream was the day that they found his dad. So here's the weird thing. Now, this is a very weird story, and I told Clint, and like I said, it's not his real name, but that's his nickname. But I told him, I said, "Let me tell you something." I said, "This is a very weird dream because you don't know if you're actually dreaming. You don't know if you're actually having a dream or if this is something that's really happening. And why did this being come to you in the form of a Chewbacca, as he called it, Bigfoot-looking creature? Very odd, very strange." But his dad appeared to him, and he says he thinks that was the creature that had appeared to him when he was 4. Now, he said that he had told his dad, that he had seen Chewbacca, in the woods and at that national park. And he says, for the life of me, I can't remember the name of the place where we went. And, he talked to this being. And so he thinks maybe his dad thought it was a pleasant experience. So maybe he chose to appear to him in that form. I don't know. But why would your dad come back to you after he passes away and tell you all this information and look to you like a Bigfoot that you saw when you were 4? Now, if anybody can tell me that, that's the $1 million question, is why did it look like Bigfoot? And when he told me that story, I thought that's a very interesting story. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird right there.
Yeah,
you've seen it when he was. It's kind of like me when I was. As I know, I was dealing with death, but I was seeing things like when I was seeing the shadows when I was growing up. I would see it as a kid, right? Like I'm sitting down, you could see something like a blur running around the house real fast. My mom be in the kitchen cooking, and she's like, "Abram, I come here to go play with your friend." I said, "What friend?" They said, "He's over here looking through the window." Right? Then you see a blur, and he stands in front of the door. You could see what's supposed to be a boy. He's got clothes on and everything, and he's looking like this. And she's like, go play with them. It's lunchtime. It's hot as hell in the Rio Grande Valley. You know how hot it gets down there.
Oh yeah, I spent a lot of
So
time down
I
there.
go out the door. I see him going around the house. By the time I go, trying to go peek around the house, he's already going around the corner of the house. So by the time I get to the corner, I see him going to the other corner, and it's like I could never catch up to him. So I chase him for about 5 minutes like that. I get tired. I go back inside and sit down, and my mom's like, "How come you're not playing with your friend?" I said, "Mom, I don't." It's like he's too fast. I can't catch up to him. And then all of a sudden you show up again. It's like maybe what you witnessed was maybe something like what I witnessed. That something that's trying to be your friend. That is able to manifest to look like something, but why would he come in the form of his father? Because these beings, they can mimic, they know how to mimic or impersonate, and so it goes, they can read your mind, so it goes by something that's in your thought, something that maybe to him the story of him seeing the Bigfoot is stuck with him in his mind, so he manifested to look like it. And but what was weird about it is when he was talking like his father, like it was his spirit telling him, Now that right there is and the dates that it happened, because those things are in spirit. So maybe it was basically sending a message about, but you said he was talking in the form of the father, like his
Yeah, he
voice.
was talking like his dad, telling him, "I love you," and then, "I'm sorry I left you." Now, I did ask him this. I said, "Your sister, how old was she when he left?" And he goes, "I think I was 6 or 7. She must have been 5 or 6, something
Mm-hmm.
like that." And he goes, and I don't remember it clearly. He goes, "I just remember like kind of putting it out of my mind and then sitting by the window at a big picture window and every day just looking out that window forever until my mom started getting angry with us. And when she would drink, she would get out of control and angry. And sometimes she would chase us or hit us and tell us to quit thinking about that deadbeat and blah, blah, blah." But of course, it's natural inclination for children to miss one of the parents that's gone. And he thinks that his mother's drinking may have been what drove his dad away. And then it
Mm-hmm.
got worse after he left. But, he left his children, which is just a horrible thing. And I guess he just couldn't take dealing with her or whatever. At least that's what he thought. His
Well,
mother eventually succumbed to cirrhosis of the liver. But I asked him about his sister, and I said, "Did she ever have any encounters like that?" And he said, "No, she saw our dad full on, but it happened after the funeral when they went to go and view the
yeah,
body." And he said that we looked and we saw this body. And he goes, "After that, my sister had 2 or 3 different, like, kind of night terrors, that he was coming to her and talking to her, and he looked like a corpse.
yeah,
So it was coming to her as a spirit,
yeah,
that looked corporeal.
yeah. Like I remember my sisters telling me. I remember that day when my mother, after had the domestic violence, that I seen her, like her spirit in the house, like checking up on us, but it didn't look like her. It looked like her, but her face was different. You know, my sister was always seeing her all the time. And where we had the truck, where everything happened, you could hear the truck open, the door open and close, and you look out the window, you could see her sitting in the truck. And I think my cousin, he wouldn't, but my sister would say that's not our mom. It says something evil, that it would take the manifestation to look like her, but it was something evil. And the door was always opening and closing. You could hear it opening and closing all throughout the night. That I got tired of hearing the noise, that I sold the truck because it was scaring my brothers and sisters, whatever was out there. Because that's where my mom lost her life, was inside that truck.
Oh, wow.
So I remember my little sister talking to her out the window, and I was like, my little sister was like 3 years old, and I was like, "Who are you talking to?" And she's like, "To mom." And I'm looking, and there's nothing but darkness outside. And I grabbed my sister away from the window. That was a window where the lechuzas and the brujas were come to. because we're still living in that house. So yeah, it's you just got to be careful of what you give them power to, because sometimes those things can manifest to look like something that you recall or you remember, especially in a time of that when you lost a loved one, to see if they can find a spiritual opening, and apparently, you know, I mean, I guess he, in some kind of way, he remembered the Bigfoot, and his father wasn't never there. So, I feel sorry for the guy, especially with his mom and stuff like that. But I can relate to the story because we had a lot of strange things happening around the house. It's as far as part of when the house is being bonded, when the parents are bonded. The bondage happened when the father left, and then the mother was doing what she was doing, and who's the one that got spiritually attacked will be the children, because there's nobody to protect them spiritually. So, they try to be what do you call it? Like friendly, like imaginary friends that pretend they're your friends so they can get closer,
Yeah.
attack spiritually, and most likely affect you later on in life. Uh, but yeah, but the thing about it, it manifested to look like a Bigfoot. Now that's or maybe or the manifestation was its true form. The beastly form. Like
Well, what he told me about that, what he remembered about the Bigfoot experience wasn't much. There wasn't a lot of details, but he just said that, when he was 4 years old, he remembers wandering away from his parents, and then he heard his parents calling him, and this Bigfoot looking creature looked around and heard them and then took off into the woods. But that it wasn't menacing, and he wasn't afraid of it, but that it smelled bad. So when he talked about it, and it was, it was ambivalence. There was nothing bad about it or whatever. Could it have escalated without the parents making noise? Yeah, possibly.
Brother Judge, that there's a lot of missing 401 cases of Julian where they've been infiltrated in that manner by the DDN or whatever you want to call it, unclean spirits, that they deceive them and tell them, I'm your friend, follow me, because they take a manifestation, or they look like somebody that might know when they take them deeper into the woods. Do you think that's possible?
I do. I think that a lot of times what we're dealing with is something that we can't comprehend. And in fact, Ken Gerhard said that to me one day, and he's supposedly like a big aper, a person that believes that they're just really a giant ape-like creature that runs around the woods. But he's told me before that he doesn't think that this phenomenon is something that we can comprehend, which sort of says that there's more going on to it than it's just a giant monkey running around out there.
Yeah,
and I think that the natural evolution of a person going from, and I don't mean evolution, animal evolution. What I mean is like the evolution of a person. You evolve, and eventually you become like you go toward the spiritual aspect of it, and that's where the answers are. I don't believe it ever happens the other way, hardly at all. The other side is like, well, these are giant apes and they're running around out there in the woods. You never see anyone go from our side to that. It's always that side to this.
Yeah. But I've been in the woods when I was in the Cav in Fort Hood. We trained the daytime and nighttime. When I first got to Fort Hood, we'd be out there like 10 months out of the year training, man, whether it was in Fort Hood or in California. So I've seen the things that are out there in the woods. I've seen animals, like mountain lion, cougars, wildcats, deer, elk, cows and horses, donkeys and coyotes. But then I've seen other things that's unexplainable. With the night vision on the tanks, with the thermal vision that we have, I could laze on a rat, laze on it, and it would show me how far the rat was away from the tank. And the tank could shoot at 3,000 meters, so that's a long range. and normally an animal has body heat. There were some things that are out there that had no body heat,
Oh yeah.
that we could see how tall they were, and they were moving like in groups of 6 or 7. This especially like when we're going down range to fight our night fire. So I had to report to my tank commander, tell him, hey, there's something over there by the troops, by the target of the troops. There's something standing there. So he would look and he would see him moving, and he's like, hey, but we were lazy. We'll get no reading because he had no heat signature. We even tried to change different pixels and filters, and nothing. We just see a dark shadows moving down there. So we were reported to the range control, and I guess they would look and they would see him moving out there. So they would get off and they go check it out. They we had to do a ceasefire. They put a guard tube. We take out the ammo and the main gun around out. So range control will go down range to the area where, because they have night vision capabilities on the tower too. So they had to see something out there too. So they go out there to check it out, but then they don't find nothing. But there was definitely something out there that was very tall, 7, 8 foot, 7, 8 foot, 9 foot, in groups of 6 or 7 out there. But you cannot get a reading off of them. So definitely something out there, whether they had a cloak or whatever. But why would they be out there when we're gonna do our night fire? To me, if it's not has a body signature, it has to be a spirit of sort, or something in that nature. We witnessed it out there numerous times. And I was on Fort Hood from 1991 all the way to 99. So I witnessed a lot of things like that out there. They do have a range out there that is guarded by the MPs 24 hours, because it's a native Indian burial ground on the mountain range, and nobody's allowed to go up there. It's guarded 24 hours. If you get caught there, there's an automatic Article 15, so nobody will go to it. But there's a lot of strange activity on Fort Hood, man, for sure.
Oh, yeah. So Andres Carrizales says, you ever hear of the Otter Man? Yes, Andres, I have heard of it. I don't know if you're still here, but let me go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back in 20 seconds, and I'll tell you something about the Otter Man.
The Otter Man. Thank you all, brothers and sisters, whoever's here. The follows brother Josh Turner. He's a good guy. I was when somebody's trying to talk bad about the Turners, I let them know what's up, because they're my friends. So any kind of scare tactics that anybody's trying to use is not going to work. I'm a combat veteran. I've been out there in combat, so try mess with somebody else, because you're messing with the wrong person. But I'm not going to let you tell somebody to add you here, and then you come and insult me and insult brother Josh Turner. That's why I told you what I told you, and I stand by the Turners 100%. They're good peoples, and for all the people that are trying to tarnish the works that they do, y'all can go screw yourselves. That's why I unfriended y'all and I deleted you off my friends list, because I've seen the wicked things that you do, and you continue to do it. Me and Wolf were friends at the beginning. I was following PRT. I would follow PRT. We were friends. I had nothing against them. As a matter of fact, I was always giving spiritual advice, because people was always attacking him, and he would get mad. I said, brother Josh Turner, I would tell him, attend your love foundation. You can't get mad, because that's a spiritual opening. I believe the enemy is trying to attack you. So before we even had any beef, we were friends. the guy that passed away, they're from Texas, was the one that was instigating a fight between me and him, and I figured him out that it was him. So then we talked and we just squashed it. And ever since that day that we squashed it, we still continue to be friends because I never had nothing against brother Josh Turner. He was fighting wars with other people, and then I found out that some of the people that were friends with those individuals he was fighting the war were trying to play games. So I unfriended a lot of people that was trying to cause a wedge, just like I unfriended Larry Cuffington and the other guy from Germany, whatever the hell his name is. I unfriended those people because they were trying to do the same thing, the same tactics. But for some reason, the guy that came in here, he was mad at me because I didn't go to David from Texas funeral.
Yeah, I don't think he was mad at you about that. I think he was using that just to try to
as an excuse.
Yeah, David wasn't our friend. I mean, well,
No, he was because he was the one that tried to get us to fight. He was instigating. He was telling you something, and he was telling me something.
he did the same thing.
Something. I had COVID, man. I was sick as hell. When I seen the message and I was all fucked up, excuse my language, I had COVID, and he was saying, I said, what the hell? So I figured him out afterwards because it's kind of all the people that I had of friends were kind of like stopped talking. So it was just him left. And I said, when I started getting better from the COVID, I said, David, I said, come on, everybody that I was my friend is not my friend no more. And then I said, so why are you my friend? And I said, what do you mean? I said, well, I figured that you're the one that's causing all this bullshit, that it's you instigating all this stuff. And he laughed. And he said, you got me. That's what he said.
He was a mean person, dude.
And I told him, you know what's going to happen, right? I said, what's going to happen? Well, I can't be your friend no more. And that was it. I deleted him on my friends list. When we were at the conference and he come right in front of me, I looked at him. I went right around him because I told him that he wasn't my friend anymore. Because I seen the games that he was playing. He was a very bad person, and that's why I didn't go to the funeral. I pay my respects by saying, at least saying R.I.P., right? Rest in peace.
Yeah, I'm not going to even.
Besides that, he was up to no good, and I'm more sure that he's been affiliated with those people.
I know he has
right now.
But Tina's the one that figured him out.
I prayed one day because I felt something. I said, if anybody's trying to do any witchcraft or necromancy, for it to go back 7 times fold to the sender. I said that not even that long ago, a couple of days ago, and next thing you know, I hear that he's not here anymore.
No. But Tina was the one that reached out to me and figured him out. She was like, and they heard what he was saying. And he was basically bad-mouthing her and Marvin Allen. And him and Chris Cyrus were the ones that got us to fight. And it was always other people instigating. And so Bettina, reached out to me and said, look, I think that it's David from Texas that's doing this. And I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, this is in bad taste for you to talk about this guy because he's deceased. I'm going to say this. He was an integral part of this mess. And they were together trying to instigate a fight between me and Marvin Allen. And Bettina brought us to the table and said, look, we need to work together because I think that David from Texas is responsible for some of this infighting. And so we got him on the phone and we got him to admit it. And they heard what he was saying. And so I told him, I said, okay. I said, just so you know, we all know now. And ever since that day, he was so mad with me. He was so mad, dude. And his plan, after we had that conversation, he immediately went to them and tried to lie about what was said. And I said, no, we got you. And so we talked about it, and I played what he had said, whatever. And I said, is this you, dude? And he said, yeah. And he did the same thing. Like, he admitted it because he had to.
Admitted it.
He laughed. He laughed about it. Like, he literally laughed on the phone with us. And I said, this is the problem right here. This guy, very much like the guy from Oklahoma, like Mike from Oklahoma, They're damn sociopaths. So I don't know who all these people are that think that this guy was their friend. Maybe he pretended like he was their friend, but he did that to multiple people, going around pretending to be friends with people, and he really wasn't people's friend. He got off on doing that stuff.
The how should I say, the tactics that David from Texas was used, that's the same tactics that Corner the Cobb is using and other people are using. Same tactics.
Same thing.
That's how he was causing division and wanting people. He was getting a laugh out of it, you know. But you see, God doesn't like dirty. You know, that's all
And
I
I
can
don't
say.
believe that he was really. I don't believe that he really believed in any of this. I mean, like, in fact, he said that. So I mean, like, you know, he goes, I don't really believe all this, you know, blah blah blah. So I mean, I don't know what he was doing in our community. I don't know what his relationship is with Sean. Sean doesn't believe in anything either.
But
I don't know how
he
him
said
and
he went to the funeral, so he was affiliated with him
he was
some kind of way.
affiliated with him, yeah. But you
Him,
know,
you mentioned him and
Chris Cyrus,
boy from the Cringe.
Chris Cyrus, yeah.
They said they went to the funeral, and a couple other people went to the funeral. They asked me, how come I didn't go? But
Why would you go to the funeral of somebody who did nothing but cause problems for you?
yeah, they try to cause a wedge between me and you.
I don't even know. I don't know how he passed away. I didn't ask. It's not my situation. I don't know what you know.
What I heard, what that guy said, Sean said, somebody said it was a heart attack or something like that. I'm not sure. I know he had got into surgery, and you know, the surgeries, those gastro, whatever.
Yeah,
that,
to lose weight.
You can lose weight, but it's your life expectancy after that surgery is not that long. You know, if you're not eating right or dieting right. I don't know. But you know, I remember when he got in my face over there at the conference. I was with my wife. I just looked at him. I went right around. I didn't say nothing to the guy, man.
You know, I don't remember. Like I saw him, and I guess I didn't recognize him, but it was the same thing as Sean Stenberg.
Yeah.
Like he had his opportunity right there to say something to me or to be rude, and he wasn't friendly. But I looked at him and I thought I recognized him, but I wasn't for sure. I didn't, you know. But if these dudes had a beef, they sure the hell didn't say anything in my face. Now, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'4", 370 pounds. So I think when people see me face to face, it's a little different story.
They pucker it up from somewhere.
Yeah,
and
because, you know, I was right in Sean's face when he was talking. I came straight across that conference room, and I went right, got in his face, and I was like, "Hey, man, what do you want? You know, you're being loud." I mean, if he was on here right now, I would say that to him. You know, he didn't say shit to me. I was just like, why are you talking over here? What are you doing? He says, oh, I was asking Barton for a book.
I guess he must have been there with David from Texas, man.
He must have been. They must have all been there together. I mean,
in cahoots together.
No.
And you had the infiltrator, Larry the Deceiver Fisher.
Mm-hmm. Because look, you know, the thing is, if me or you died, Abe, I don't expect them to go to my freaking funeral. I don't expect them to show up and pretend like they like me. And in fact, I don't want them at my funeral. I don't want Larry or Roger or Phil or any of these women, these witches that they hang out with. I don't want any of them there. I don't want Barton there. You know, I don't want Clough or you know, or any of them. Mike from Oklahoma. Why would I want those people at my funeral? I don't think David would want us at his funeral. And I feel sad that he died. No, I don't. I mean, I don't feel anything. I don't feel happy. I don't rejoice in the ruination of men's physical or spiritual or mental health or soul. But I don't feel anything. I mean, you know, so if these people, they're trying to get sound bites from us. They're trying to get a rise out of us.
Yeah.
Sound bite for you. I don't give a fuck which one of you dies. I can tell you the truth because you're all evil people. Now show me Something. Show me that you're not evil. Show me that you can be good. Apologize for what you've done and said to us and our families and to our listeners and to the horrible things that y'all have done and said. And then I will say, okay, I'm sorry for my part. I'll say it right now. I'm sorry for my part of whatever I've done and said. I hope you forgive me, but if you don't, I don't give a shit. And I already forgave you because that's what I'm supposed to do. I forgave David from Texas. The minute I heard he passed away too, which was a couple days ago, I heard it right after it happened. And I just said a little prayer. This is what I said. I said, I forgive him for what he's done. And I said this. I said, David, I forgive you for what you've done to me. Now, am I going to go to his funeral and cry tears for him? No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. And if any of the other ones died, I wouldn't cry tears or because that would be me being false. I would be being fake. I'd go to your funeral and pretend to care and pretend to be sad when I'm really not. The same thing with these other people. I don't care about any of them. I know that Chris Cyrus was a communist. I'm not a communist, so I'm not going to be friends with that guy. I'm not going to like the guy. He wore the little Castro hat, and he was all into communism and bragging about doing KGB tactics on me and stuff. I don't give a shit. I don't care about them. I don't care about Vic. I don't care about any of those people. All of those people have done is try to attack me repeatedly over and over again to try to get me to shut up, to try to get me to stop talking and stop taking people to our channel so that they could learn the truth. Because these people, they are standing as gatekeepers from the truth. It is the truth. These people are going to try and stymie everything that we do and say. All of the good people who are honest and good in this community, I think there's a minority of them now. I used to think that there was the opposite, that there was more good than there was evil. Folks, I'm here to tell you right now, we got 174 people in this chat. There are more evil people in this community than there are good. I don't mean the people that come and watch the shows and the listeners, the audience. The people that are doing the shows, I already said it before. Joe, Monica, Abe, myself, Blondes and Booze, Tex, BMR. Those are the people that are good. There's several others too. Jason Bland. There's some good people, but we're vastly outnumbered by the dog shit people. I'm sorry. And there are a lot of people who are out to get those people who are telling the truth. Folks, Barton keeps making these outlandish claims. He's making these outlandish claims about us. Where is your proof, sir? Put up or shut up. Do you have any physical proof of this? Where are your screenshots? We have screenshot after screenshot after screenshot of him, Clough, and Larry and Roger saying and doing the most horrible things. Mike, too, from AI, all of them. This Sinister Six, this pack of crapheads. We have tons and tons of screenshots of them doing and saying horrible things. Okay. It has been put on PRT News. It's been put on my Facebook. They've come and said it on Abe's channel. They've said it on my channel. But where is the opposite? Where is the opposite? Where is all of this proof of us doing it to them?
They have a lot of hatred in their hearts because I believe they're cult affiliated because all the works they do is nothing but evil. They can talk about verses out of the Bible or the Old Testament, but the works that they do is evil. And we can only take it so much that we have to defend ourselves. So they get mad because we defend ourselves and we put them on blast because we have evidence of what they're doing. Oh, well, but all I'm saying is I prayed against anybody doing witchcraft or necromancy, and there's certain people within the cryptic community that are not amongst us anymore because I felt that somebody was doing witchcraft or necromancy. So I tie, bind, and rebuke him in Jesus Christ's name for if anybody was doing witchcraft or necromancy, go back to the sender.
Yeah.
and somebody's gone, and then all of a sudden this guy is upset with me because I didn't go to the funeral. For what? So
He's not upset with you about that. He's just trying to find an end. He's
And
trying
then-
to say you're an evil bad guy. Look out, Beans. He's
Yeah.
trying to say you're an evil bad guy because you didn't go to a funeral of a man that you were not friends with, that actually did a lot of bad things to you. And he did a lot of bad things to me. He did a lot of bad things to Marvin and to Bettina. Like, who is this guy? I mean, you know, why hasn't he gone to any of the other people and said, why didn't you go to his funeral? Why would you go to a funeral of someone who actively tried to ruin your life?
if you look at the tape of when he was speaking, man, I swear to God, he's spiritually bonded big time, man. This guy is spiritually bonded because he don't believe in anything spiritual. So he's being spiritually bonded and using that way, and only God knows what the hell the other people, you know, that have control over him, because that's what he seemed like to me. That they have control over him, and he's gonna, if they tell him to jump, he's gonna jump. You know, but I ain't worried about the guy. I'll keep him in prayer for him to get off whatever roids he's on. You know, but guess what it seems like to me? The way he was speaking, I knew people that were on steroids before. So I pray for him not to take the roids, because maybe that's messing up his mindset.
Yeah. Well, you know what else is going to mess up his mindset if he comes and messes around with the wrong people, and he thinks he's an MMA fighter. Okay, I coached MMA for years. Let's see what you're made of. You're such a tough guy. I'm not these little twerps that you're choking out in practice, dude. Ridiculous, you know.
And I didn't even know he had passed away. As a matter of fact, maybe that's why he came at me in a negative way. I had made a video about talking about that I've been there, done that, and I was talking about all these people that were trolling me, right? I was putting them all on blast, Barden and everybody, and one of the names that surfaced up was Dare from Texas, when he was trying to cause a division between me and you. But when I was said his name, I didn't know he was dead.
Yeah.
See, so maybe they took it offensively. So if they took what I said, I wasn't lying about what I said, what he did, but I didn't know he was dead. So I do apologize that he was dead, but I was speaking in truth. So if you take that offensively, well, I'm just speaking in truth. I wasn't lying about that, but I didn't know that he was dead till the following day when I seen something that Derek from Texas had died, which was the following day after I made that video. But it was already 2 days, I think a day or two that had happened when he had passed away. I read, I think it was a Bigfoot community or somebody that placed it that he had died from a heart attack or something like that, you know. But I didn't know. But oh well, you know. Lives move forward. I'm more sure that if Soren Seals ever pass away, that they're going to throw a LBO party over there.
Yeah, same thing with me. I mean, you know, if I died, they're not going to say good things about me. They're going to be like, F him, glad he's dead, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to know who was my real friend and who was evil. Everybody's going to know who the bad guys were and who made our lives hell. They turned my life upside down. So I don't give a shit what Steinberg says. You know, Steinberg can you know, say whatever he wants. I mean, you know, you didn't say shit to my face when you had a chance to, and now you want to go in.
Whoever's in charge of him, he's like a puppet. You know, he's gonna jump. I mean, the first thing he came in defending was Barton Nunley. So I already know who's the one behind all that, or maybe he's affiliated with Larry. I don't really give a shit. You know, who he's affiliated with or who he thinks he is. He just don't know who I am. You know, and better keep it that way. That he don't know how I can be. You know, it's very hard for me to maintain a love foundation. I don't think that he wants to cross me in a negative way, because then he'll see the real me, and I don't think he wants to see the real me.
Well, what gets me is, why is he coming over to your channel in the first place? What business does he have?
Well, I heard that after he came over here, he went to go celebrate with Bartonelli's channel. That he came in over here and he was talking shit. That's what I heard from some of the people that said that they came.
And
That he
let me
was.
say this. Let me say this. If I wanted to be a real butthole, and I'm saying this with all sincerity, I could come back and I could do my show at 8. I think he does it at 8 o'clock. I could do my show at 8 o'clock. He'd have 50 people in that chat, and I'd have 400 or 500. If I wanted to be a butthole, I'm saying this. People may think I'm saying it being an arrogant.
Oh, I believe you 100%, man.
I mean, and I'm not doing that because I don't give a shit. Barton, I don't care about your little red-haired ass. I don't give a shit about your little descendant of the Nephilim, red-haired ass. Okay, because he acts like one of them. He acts like a Canaanite. So to me, that's what you are. Who wakes up at 6 in the morning and starts trolling people like he did that one night on the show?
Yeah.
Who does that? I mean, who walks around with their armpits stinking, like he does and does what he does? Funny thing, let me tell you something else, Barton. You know what you are? You're being used by Mike from Oklahoma and Larry. You notice Mike and Larry haven't been saying anything lately because they got Barton like a dumbass.
Like a
He's
puppet.
the dumbest one of all because they're sitting back and using him as talking about the hammer. He's the hammer. They're using him as a hammer against us, and they're not doing shit. They're just sitting back letting him do it. And now he's got this other dumbass that thinks he's an MMA fighter. I'm gonna say something, bitch. You ain't no MMA fighter, all right? Okay. I don't want to say anything that's incriminating because that's what they want to do is get me incriminated, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm more than willing to put up or shut up. I don't give a crap. You come here, I'll fight you fair. I mean, now you break into my house or you do something stupid, come into my property. That's a different story.
He said he was here 6 days ago. When is it when you had problems with your vehicle?
About a week ago.
Well, he said he was here. He was in this area 6.
Well, Larry's got my address. I'm sure he probably gave it to him.
6 days ago. That's what he said on the. If you look at the comments, let me see.
Well, they're going to have some real problems if they get caught on my property. I can tell you that.
On the message you sent me through Messenger, he said he was here 6 days ago in this area. I don't think he wants to come out of my house because
Me neither.
He won't be pretty.
And if he's an MMA fighter, where is he
I
training?
never heard of him.
Who is he fighting?
Is it a Temu MMA fighter?
He doesn't look, like he's nothing but a smart ass to me. I mean, he's just being loud and obnoxious.
Yeah, he said I was just there. I didn't even say where he say Luke. Like I was just like 6 days ago. That's what he says. Right here. Let me see if y'all can see it.
Wow. And look at the way he typed it.
Yeah.
God, all these people. And if you read Barton's typing, it's all like he says all this weird, goofy stuff, and then a bunch of laughing, like he's just laughing it up, like saying these horrific things, and he's just laughing it up. And then people are like, wow, I didn't know this side of Barton. Well, the sad thing was I did. I saw this side of Barton, and I thought it was not the main side of him. I thought it was just a part of him. He's got demons, like everybody's got demons.
He tried to say that I invited him, but he's here as Lone Star saying to invite him, to send him a link. I didn't even know he was messaging because I was doing the live, and I think Sister Madeline told him that Lone Star was trying to come on here, and that's when he showed himself. But yeah, he said he was in the area 6 days ago, brother. That's why I was asking you, when is it when the things happen with your tanks of gas and stuff like that?
All of our tanks got they siphoned all the gas out of our vehicles. All of them were on E.
What day was that? Because he said he was here 6 days ago.
It was about a week ago. Yeah. So who knows? Yeah, I don't want to say too much.
Just leave it up to God, because God don't like dirty.
Whenever we had issues before, it never got into threats or anything like that. He just went around talking shit to people behind my back, and then he would say snide things to me in the chats on Facebook and challenge me. Anything I said, he would challenge it, And so I just, eventually got tired of it.
See you later, brother. Texas Front Porch. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, I saw text.
David was. I don't even know if he had a show, a podcast or not, but he's David from Texas. That's what they would call him, or he called himself David from Texas.
Barton, as far as I know, didn't even really know him because we talked about him one day and he didn't know who I was talking about. So I'm sure now that he's gone, though, Barton will use it. He'll do anything to make money. So he'll probably capitalize on it and be like, "Oh, he was a good man, brother. They were talking about a good man." I'm sure he's going to hype it up. And
well, I got the messages that old boy was sending me. So he tried to tell me that I invited him into the show. No, he wanted me to bring him in. I thought he was going to talk about the night terror, sleep paralysis, succubus, incubus, that he had a story, but no, he came in talking about Bart and Unley right off the bat. How come I'm messing with Bart and Unley, like trying to defend him? So Bart and Unley,
why come over here and even bring up that stupid thing?
Listen to me, Bart and Unley. Don't send your bitches over here. All right. If you want to man up to me as a man. Don't send your little bitches over here.
Man up, dude. Barton is a $105. He's a beady-eyed little goofball. He can't, in my opinion, and he can't fight. Barton, you can't fight. If you could fight, why were you in such awe when I slapped that dude? He was like, "I've never seen somebody get slapped so hard." Well, the guy was stealing, and he nearly ran us over. And so I smacked the hell out of the dude. Barton was right there, and he was like all like, "Ooh." And then when I yelled, he like jumped 5 feet. So, I mean, you're not a man. You're not tough. Barton, you are not tough. Stop pretending like you're a badass and you're tough and you've beat up all these people. Same thing for you, Sean. Whose ass have you kicked? Give me some names of people that I can go and say, "Oh, that guy's a tough guy." Whose asses have they kicked? These are the cop callers, dude. If you say something, they're going to go run and call the police. Okay.
Wasn't he? Did he have a different show before, Brother Josh Turner, that he was affiliated with other people?
Who?
Sean. There was with like 4 other guys or 3 other guys that they had a show.
I don't know. I'm sure he hangs out with a lot of guys. He looks like the type.
Yeah, sweet and low.
Fuck you, Sean. Fuck you, Barton. I don't give a shit. I don't want to be your friend. I don't want to debate you. I just want to see you come on here and face me and tell me give me your reasons why you don't like me. It's not going to change my opinion about you one iota. I don't want an apology from you. I don't care. I just want to be left the fuck alone. That's it. That's period. That's all I want. I already
show, man. How many viewers does Texas? What's his name? Lone Star has on his. How many viewers does he have? Like 4 viewers or 4 subscribers? 5? I don't know.
Lone
got
Star
a couple.
Paranormal. Get the hell out of here. You're not from Texas, dude. What the fuck? Get out of here, dude.
He called himself a Lone Star.
I bet you anything his mom ain't even from here. He probably just moved here from somewhere. Goofy ass. He's gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, "Oh, we've got a problem." You wish you had a problem. You wish.
Like,
you wish that I fucking give you a problem. You'll never hear me speak his name or his lone fag paranormal. You'll never hear me say it on my show ever. I'm never going to give him the time of day. Never.
Yeah. I was like, who the hell is this guy? I've seen him before somewhere. And then it's like, man, he looks familiar, but I didn't even know. I looked at my friends list. He was on my friends list. But then he was just infiltrating all this time. He came to defend his girlfriend, farting sweet lips, farting sweet lips.
Blowing kisses at everybody.
Blowing kisses at everybody.
Oh.
So
He
that's
said-
what
he
it
said
is,
you
man.
look
They
funny.
have they have a love relationship.
Mhm. Barton was like, "You looked real good, Abe." Like, even joking, who says shit like that? I mean, that just.
He's probably tells that to Sean. You look very good, Sean. You look very muscular today. You look mighty fine in them jeans.
Yeah.
Like
What's going
Eddie
to
Murphy.
happen now? I'm going to predict it. What's going to happen now is Sean's going to go and wake up tomorrow once he gets sober or whatever, and he's going to be like, "I challenged them to a fight, and they were scared." From what I was told, I don't know if this is true, but he was on Barton Crumley's show, and he was telling people that I won't mess with him. He's like, he won't mess with me, and he knows why. Like, no, I don't. Why do I know why? Why would I not mess with you, Sean? Why would I give a damn about you? Like, first of all, who the hell are you? You're nobody. You're an absolute nobody. You
It's
tell my
zero.
nephews some, yeah, exactly. He's a zero. You tell my
Zero.
nephews some weird shit about me, like, and then you don't say anything to me, when you had the opportunity to. You were a guest at my conference. I let you be there. I could have kicked your ass out. And believe me, I could have thrown you out. I could have physically thrown you out. What are you going to do? You going to beat me up? I don't think so. In fact, I promise you, 100,000%, I promise you, you cannot kick my ass. I swear. I don't even like to swear, but you will not kick my ass. You will not kick my ass. I promise you, you will not do it.
I believe you 100%, brother Wolf.
Something that hundreds of other people have not been able to. You're going to be the guy, right? Just like Barton was the guy that was going to destroy my channel. Shut the hell up. You're not going to do anything, and neither are any of your little goofy friends, your little buddies that you're hanging out with doing drugs or whatever it is y'all do. I mean, he came out there with a pack of goobers, "Oh, you can lock me out of my hotel room." Like he was yelling. And people heard him doing it, and everybody's like, "This guy's a jackass." Like 3 people told me that the guy was being a jackass, and that he was loud and obnoxious, and so that's who he is. That's the kind of
That's
guy.
how he came in here. You should when we're done, check out the replay how he came in here, man. He didn't make no sense. He's like sounded like an idiot, man. I'm like, who the hell is this dude?
Did he
Sounded like
show
a
up,
jackass.
physically, like live on and show his face? Or
Yeah, the show here. When he came in, he was just sounding like stupid, man, like a jackass.
Yeah,
He made an ass out of himself. Check out the replay. You're gonna be laughing, brother Josh. You're gonna be laughing. You're gonna laugh your ass off,
I'm
bro.
already laughing.
And my cousin was like, just boot him out. I said, no, let him talk. Let him talk. Because he was making a fool out of himself. It's pendejo.
And they're all mentirosos too, man. All of them, just full of shit, man. So Andres had asked something. Let's get focused here. Andres had asked me about the Otter Man.
That's right.
Heard of the Otter Man. So let me look at the thing here. Andres, what is it that you want to know about the Otter Man? Because I can tell you quite a bit about it. Pretty funny. So what is it that you want to know about the Otter Man? Because what I know about it is it's a legend predominantly from Alaska, but it's not just in Alaska. It's also Canadian and in the Northwest. The Otter Man is the Kushtaka. And what the Otter Man is an actual shape-shifting creature, but its real appearance is of that of an otter-like creature, sort of sleek-looking, dogmanish looking creature. And it looks like a large otter. If anybody knows anything about otters, they're actually not kind, lovable, little sweet creatures. They hang out in packs, and they are known to attack just about anything, especially when they're in groups. They'll kill and eat caiman and small crocodiles, and they'll attack jaguars. There have even been cases of them 4 or 5 of them getting together and chasing a jaguar off of its kill. And the jaguar just takes off because there's too much trouble trying to fight these things. There was a case of some otters who were sharing an enclosure with some monkeys, and these monkeys were getting down out of the trees and messing with the otters and taking their food. And then one day, when one of the monkeys, and I can't remember which zoo this was, and I'm sure you could look it up and Google it, but they came down. One of them came down and was getting some water, and the otters, got together, and they ambushed this monkey and tore it apart in front of all of these onlookers.
Dang.
And so this was a vicious attack, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't here in the United States. But
is an otter like a beaver or something?
Kind of looks like a beaver if you've never seen one before. I mean, they're like kind of sleek looking, and they can be really cute. I've seen a baby one, getting fed at an enclosure at a zoo that I was in years ago when I was out of state, like in Colorado. But I can tell you this. There are a couple of them they have at a snake farm zoo in New Braunfels, and I've seen them, and they're real playful and they're cute, and they're small. There's only a couple of them, but in groups, like little packs, they can be extremely vicious, and if they're big enough, they could even kill a person.
Oh wow!
And so, yeah, they're extremely territorial too, and they're volatile. So I know that they like to their fur is like water resistant, so they can float on water. And so one of the things that what is it called? I'm trying to think of the name of that fur. The way it's like an oil,
like mink oil.
Yeah, it's like an oil that they exude, and it makes their water resistant, but it also makes it's not quite waterproof, but it's water resistant, and there's a name for it. But anyway, they can float. And I know at one point they were getting killed. They were being targeted and killed in some of these coves where they were swimming, and they were being killed by sharks. And it turned out that great whites were actually killing them, which is weird. The great white would just kill them, just bite them, chew on them, and just let them go. And we know this because people had witnessed it happening. So it was kind of a weird thing, and there was really no reason behind it. And the great whites weren't actually eating them. I don't know if they just didn't like the taste of them or what it was, but they were just releasing them after they attacked them. It could be the fur. They don't really like it. It's a lot thicker and more dense than seal fur. And so, what was that? Animals, dogs arguing. So anyway.
Something like the cat.
The dogs were arguing.
Oh.
I was trying to see here. And Andres says in the legends of the stories. So, yeah, so the story of the Kushtaka, it's basically like this. A person, and it's the native legends, will go out into the water, and one of their supposed relatives who has disappeared, which is what happens, like someone's girlfriend or wife or sister or somebody will go missing, and then that particular relative will be out there hunting or in the bush or fishing, and what'll happen is they'll hear their name being called, and they'll look and they'll see their relative. And they'll be like, holy crap, they've been missing for months. There they are. And then when they go up there to try to talk to them, this is actually a Kushtaka now. It is their relative. It really is. But now,
like a skinwalker shapeshifter.
Yeah, now they're a shapeshifter. That is the relative, though. It's not something mimicking the relative. It's actually, they have become one of the otter people, aka the Kushtaka. And
Wow.
So they will be abducted or attacked by this particular entity, and then they themselves become one of the Kushtaka. If you read David Weatherly's book about Alaska, he was on the show and I interviewed him about that book. That's one of my favorites of his books that he wrote. The one from Texas, of course, I'm from Texas. I'm partial to it, but I like that one quite a bit too. He's got a bunch of different states, and in fact, he just finished another one that's going to be released pretty soon. I talked to him recently. The legends of the Kushtaka, and there's another story called the Tailmen. Now these look like otters, but they have these long, like prehensile tails, and they can use them to smack things, and they don't look exactly like otters. They look more like a sort of like a dog man, but with a more sleek looking weasel type head. And they are known to be man eaters. And one of the stories that was told in David's book about Alaska, it's a really good book. You should check it out, guys, was of these things actually killing a human being. And another person came upon 3 of these tailmen, and they were kicking around the person's head like a soccer ball.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so these are really nasty.
This is a creatures that live in the water. That
Well,
are
it's the Kushtaka, but there's also the water panther too. It's a different type.
Oh shoot, another one. Is all in Alaska?
Yeah, in Alaska, yeah. Ken Gerhard, our good friend, he had a show called Missing in Alaska, and they did a lot of research on different legends. Some of them were about the little people, like these gnome-like creatures that were abducting, or elf-like creatures that were abducting people, even children. They were leading them astray from school, and they'd gotten stories about it. So they went and they visited these different places. Another one was a type of creature called an amarok, which a lot of people say looks like an amphitryon, which is something that has been extinct for a long, long time. It's like a bear wolf type creature mixed with like a hyena. It looks very weird. The amarok, though, has these bony structures that stick out of its back. Very weird, kind of like how people describe a chupacabra.
Yeah.
But I think that genetic tampering that was done by the actual chupacabras, which I think are a species that come from inner Earth, the genetic tampering, I believe, it created a 4-legged species, which interbred with coyotes, or
Coyotes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so not just interbred, but maybe like the chimeric, and so they created like something that's like hybrids, yeah, like a quarter breed a species. And so a lot of people are seeing this creature with these weird spines on its back, but it's 4-legged. It's not hopping around on 2 legs with the little T-Rex arms. And then some people claim that these things have their appendages are like this, and they come out like a mantis. Now, these are all different types of cryptids. But I believe the original species is a reptilian hybrid, something that was interbred with possibly, and this is just a theory, a marsupial type creature that maybe they interbred with or spliced the DNA with a reptilian or reptoid, creating a smaller species that they could use to do things. Like it's smart enough, it has the intelligence, and they could use them. Kind of like, whenever they sick dogs on like a terrorist, you know what I mean? Like these reptilians could use this creature to go into places that they couldn't get into. And
I think the one you're talking about, I think they made a movie of that, man, where he had like things on his back. He was dealing with Alaska. I think I seen a movie of that one, man, where it was like it looked like a wolf, but it wasn't a wolf, and he had like spikes on his back, and there was a bunch of them, and they were killing some of the Eskimos. I think I seen a movie of that, man. The creature you're talking about, the way you described it, that's the way it looked in the movie.
You talking about the one with the big bear? There was like a bear.
No, it was like a wolf, but it wasn't a wolf. He had like spikes on his freaking back, and there was a big one that was real big, but then there was a lot of little ones, and they were kidnapping the people from the village, killing them.
I've never seen that before.
If I find the title of the movie, I'll let you know what the name of the movie is. But it was a crazy movie, man. They were going into people were disappearing. They were trying to escape from them at the end, where they had to go on the ledge of a mountain, because he had killed all the people. It was a crazy movie,
Yeah,
but he's dealing with Alaska.
if you remember the name of it, text it to me
Yeah.
because I'd like to check it out.
It was a good movie. It's just like a sci-fi movie, but he was dealing with the Eskimos. Uh, it lived in a cave, like in a cave. I don't know. It was just a crazy movie,
So
but he had
John,
like spikes on his back.
golly, so this dude was probably drunk.
Yeah, something wasn't right with him.
Yeah.
You couldn't even understand him.
So he drinks. Yeah, that's real good. Yeah, because he got drunk as hell at the conference. So Andres Carrizales says, "What about the sightings of the bear god, huge polar bear in appearance?" Actually, I'm gonna sort of disagree with you on that. The god bear, the Kamchatka short-faced bear, which is, I believe, it's Kamchatka or the Taiga region. Those regions of Russia, which are very remote, and a lot of people see a lot of weird things in those areas. There have been sightings of woolly mammoths and uh, Barton would love this saber-toothed tigers have been
Whoa.
seen there, and also cave hyenas and the short-faced bear or the god bear. And we talked about
Isn't
that.
it in Alaska?
No. This is in Russia,
In
and
Russia?
because the giant polar bear, that's something totally different. I don't know. I've heard of stories of polar bears looking, huge, like size, just crazy size, But the god bear is a very interesting thing. I was on the show a couple nights ago on your show. We talked about one of the guys from Russia who was a captain in the military, and one of his men was grabbed and taken off into the brush by what they believe was the god bear. And it was the Kamchatka short-faced cave bear, I believe, because they found fossil remains of this thing. And if you look online, you can find a picture of one of these things. I believe it is the Natural History Science Museum in Colorado and Denver. I believe Natural Science Museum, because I saw a statue that was like that. I remember about 5-6 years ago. And this thing, they had like guys there below the statue at the base of it that were like 6 to 6.5 feet tall. These were big, tall guys. And this bear, I mean, they were barely up to its waist, and it was standing up on its hind legs. So you can imagine how big this thing was. I mean, it was unbelievable, like 13, 14 feet standing up. So this thing could pretty much kill and eat anything. And in fact, I'll tell you something else. Grizzly bears, there are no fossil records of them, really very, very sparse. And they came across the Bering Strait, which is what connected Asia, which is Russia, to Alaska, which is, North America. And for a long, long time, several thousand years, there were grizzly bears that did not proliferate or get too far into Alaska. And I'll tell you why. The grizzlies were held in check by the short-faced cave bear. We have fossil remains of those. And then eventually those bears began to die out. Then you start to see fossil records about 6,000 to 7,000 years ago of the grizzlies starting to show up in the fossil records. That is very just cut and dry. The short-faced bear killed them. I mean, that's just a simple, there's no other, way around it. That's what happened. Now, eventually, I think that the short-faced bear was probably out hunted eventually. And I think that hibernation, which is something we have seen now, this is what was interesting. They say that at some point the short-faced bear's prey would have gone extinct. But I don't buy that, because what this bear did predominantly was scavenge. So if you're looking at a bear that would take the kills from a wolf, or from a it would take the kills from a wolf, or another type of bear, or a cave hyena, or one of these other types of, because we had lions here too at that time, from the Younger Dryas period, I mean, they existed. And so these other animals would make kills, and these short-faced bears would basically just poach their kills from them, right? So it didn't make sense that they would just die off. And so nothing was killing them. They were being out-hunted. Now, I had a theory, and I proposed this theory to one of the curators of a museum that I went to years ago. And this museum just happened to be the same museum I mentioned earlier. Now, maybe it's a Mandela effect, but I remember it being called the Museum of Natural Science and History. Now it's called the Natural Science Museum, and they said it's always been called that. Well, I don't remember that. I remember it being called the Museum of History and Natural Science, whatever. But it was in Denver, Colorado, and I remember talking to one of the people that worked there. And he said he had been working there for like 10 years or something. And he had this whole thing about the
Is that the museum that was up on the mountain?
No. This is in Denver. Yeah, downtown. Denver. And so I told this guy, I said, let me tell you something. I said, I have a theory that these grizzly bears did not hibernate. And when the cave bears did, the grizzlies eventually began to come across the Bering Strait in larger numbers before the land bridge. But if you look at their ability to swim, and just like polar bears, grizzlies are good, they can swim. So it's not much of a stretch to think that they didn't just swim across, because they can run as big as they are, they can run, they can swim. And so even with the land bridge gone, they probably swam across. And then they probably hung out in the islands, the Aleutians, and eventually, when these cave bears went to sleep, to hibernate, the grizzlies did not hibernate, and they began to hunt, and they were a lot more efficient hunters at killing the megafauna. And I think that some of this megafauna also died out as the earth warmed up and the ice melted away. But that wouldn't necessarily destroy them, because there would actually be more to eat on the ground in the tundra. So it didn't make sense. They said, well, their food supply may have run short because of the earth warming up, which is dumb, stupid thinking, because all it's going to do is the permafrost is going to be gone, and you're going to have all of this nutrients that's under there that can now grow, and they can eat it, right? So that doesn't make sense. So I said, what I think happened was the grizzlies actually were able to be very efficient. Now, I think that there were probably 100 times more grizzlies than there are now, of course, right? Because humans. So the grizzlies could outproduce, they could make more babies. It's pretty common that when a species is larger, they have less ability to reproduce. Like a cave bear would have one cub, typically, right? Whereas a grizzly could have 2 or even 3, right? So they outbred them, and then they killed a lot more efficiently. And when these bears, these cave bears, came out of hibernation, a lot of their prey was gone. So they had to go further afield. Takes more energy when you're bigger. You have to eat more. So they began to starve. And it was predominantly because the grizzlies eventually just started going over into and you had the dire wolves at that time. You had gray wolves at that time. You had the cave hyena, and you had the saber-toothed cats. Now, not all of them were tigers, saber-toothed tigers. Some of them, like Smilodon, obviously was one, but They were different types of saber-toothed cats. In fact, there were several different species and different genus of saber-toothed cats. They were a whole different subspecies of them. And so you had all of these different types, and then you had other types of bears. You had different types of brown bears and black bears evolving at that time. And you had all of these different species of animals. And the cave bear, unfortunately, was asleep. So my theory, and then this guy goes, well, that's absolutely crazy. I don't know. I mean, yeah, that sounds cool, in theory, but I just can't see that happening. I just don't really believe that. Well, years later, I was watching TV. I was flipping through the channels, and I saw this documentary about wolves being reintroduced to Yellowstone. One of the things that fascinated me about this, the reintroduction of wolves after 100 years of them being gone or whatever it was that they were doing a lot of the killing, and these grizzlies were taking their kills. And then get this, my ears perked up because I already had that theory, right? And the guy says on this video, he says, grizzlies are now not hibernating. They have learned to not hibernate because the wolves and the pumas, what do you call them, the cougars, are very successful hunters, way more successful than the grizzlies. So the grizzlies are learning not to hibernate. So they did it before, right? According to my theory. So what they did was they started to go and kill and eat the scavenged prey from the cougars and the smaller bears, the smaller brown bears, the black bears, and the wolves. So these grizzlies are just doing what they did before. They adapted. These grizzlies are intelligent, and they figured out, hey, thousands of years ago, our ancestors defeated the cave bears by not hibernating. And now they've done it again. They've learned to keep themselves from going extinct by poaching the kills of smaller, weaker predators and not hibernating. So I wish I could have called that guy up and said, hey, dude, scientists are now figuring out that these things aren't hibernating. And so there are people who are going up into Alaska in the middle of winter, and they're running into, guess what? Fully awake and fully alert grizzlies. And it's bad because not only are they running into these grizzlies, but they're following wolf packs. So the chances of you running into a 10, 12, or even 20 member wolf pack is now there too. So you have that going on, and that's like in Yellowstone, and in Alaska, in these different places where these animals are, because it really is just a genetic arms race. And when you think of these animals and how they have adapted and what they do, think of all the other things that could exist, like within the inner earth. There's entire ecosystems down there. In fact, the largest cave opening that we know of, the largest cave opening known to man, is in a region of Georgia in Russia, which is a state in Russia. There's an autonomous, I forgot what it's called, region, like a province. I forgot the name of it, but it's in Georgia. And speleologists, these are people that go spelunking, whatever, they claim that it's 2,412 meters down or something like that. It's unbelievable how deep this thing is. And they say it's the deepest point, to as close as we can get to the earth, but that is just where you can get to the floor of this cave. And then there are crevices and cracks, and you can see down in there. And they think that it could go down, for miles and miles. And it is the closest that we can come to the inside of the earth. But if you think about it, can you imagine how many places there are like that we don't know about? And that there could be entire ecosystems down there. Like I told people before, read Edda-Dwarpa or the Smoky God. If you read these books, then you'll see what we're talking about. So yeah, there's just a whole lot to explore. And so I was thinking about it today. I was driving, I was out of town and I was driving back and I was just in my thoughts and I thought, I've been praying about it and I keep thinking, and I do feel like I do need to come back because I have a lot of teaching.
A lot of wisdom and knowledge, brother.
Yeah. And so there's a whole lot of things that need to be talked about, need to be said. And I think these wicked people, and I say wicked people because that's what they are. They're very wicked. And I think that what they're doing is they're vessels and they're working overtime to try to keep me from doing what I need to do. I just, I feel like when I'm talking like right now, I feel like my heart gets back into it. But then when I go away from it, I feel at peace and I'm just like, I don't want to mess with it because I'm sick of the people.
You're making a lot of sense because that would explain some of the things that I've seen that look like bears, that I've captured that look like bears from the face. That what if, like you said, there's things underground that go further in and certain
the Bear King, like what it does. Yeah. Josh Nonocchio's people did a lot of research on that in the national forest in the oh God, my mind's not working right now. Not Yosemite. I think it's Yosemite National Forest. And then there was another one, the Redwood Forest. And I know that there were bear-like creatures. I know that me and David Weatherly both researched the bear sightings around here, bear man sightings. Morgan says that they actually had jaguars in Texas at one point. Morgan, I'm going to tell you this. They're here right now. Yeah. The latest sighting of a jaguar that I read about was in 2017, and it was down the Rio Grande Valley. I'm almost positive that there are black panthers. That's what they are. They're jaguars because the melanin on their fur, it actually, if you look at it, that black closely, you'll see the spots on it from like the jaguar. And so that's what those are. They range all over the Big Bend National Park area. Other than the Big Bend area. Now, the Big Bend area, I think there was one that they saw in 2021, if I'm correct. But I know that there was one that was spotted in 2017 in the Rio Grande Valley, probably where me and Abe used to run around. Because there's a place called the Jaguar Club. Let's not talk about that. That's
there's a lot of things over there, man. That in the valley, a lot of things that's crazy over there. And there's a lot of woods, a lot of monte. We call it monte. I mean, I've heard stories where people have seen giant rattlesnakes, like very tall rattlesnakes.
Oh yeah.
And other things that are out there.
Well, it looks like Nellie's getting ready to crash out, man.
Yes.
I guess I'm
We've been on for 7 hours. We're like at 7-Eleven right now.
Yeah.
7. That's what they say. 7-Eleven.
I was just wondering why old cosplayer with his goofy sword hasn't been up here to attack us. I guess you blocked him, right?
No, I haven't blocked them off of here.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised he hadn't come up here and been rootin' tootin'.
But where he popped up was on StreamYard. I seen what he did there, and I said, you know what? Let me try a different platform, just to try to get rid of some of the trolls. But they couldn't help themselves. They came in here drunk.
Yeah. Andra's got a lot of good questions here. He says here, could you speak your thoughts on the Dyatlov Pass incident? Yes, I could. Very quickly, I'll say what I say about this. I'll do a show with you about it, and what I know about the Dyatlov Pass. My personal opinion. There were two different things going on there. The people that were killed, not only were they being chased by something, there was radiation that was found, radioactive burns. Now, some people, and if you read my book, The Bigfoot Phenomena, and this is not a plug of the book or whatever, the book that Barton claims that he wrote, but we interview a woman by the name of Claudia Ackley. who claimed that she was getting very sick and ill from her encounters with what Abe would call DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim spirits. And so she claims that she was getting sick from these things. I believe that these things can cause radiation sickness. I have reasons why I believe that. I could sit here and tell you all day long. I believe it's kind of sciencey and probably boring if I really got down to the brass tacks of what it is and why. Because their bodies vibrate on another level. And so if you come in contact with these things, it's not uncommon for people who have been in contact with Bigfoot to get cancer. Now, two things going on there. As Brother Abe would say, it's a spiritual thing, but it could, the spirit and the flesh are bound together. Spirit, flesh, and mind, they're all together. And so what ends up happening is these beings can cause you to get ill. They cause a sickness. Now, if you look at some of the people who had illnesses way back in the days of the Bible, it's very much like they had like a poison. They were poisoned by something. So these demonic entities, they vibrate on a level that it's not healthy to be around them, because they upset your molecular structure. And anything that does that causes cancer. So cancer literally could be caused by some of these encounters. I think that the reason that these people were burned, I have a whole bunch of theories about it, because I know people who have been in contact with these beings, these DDN, as Abe would call them, and they end up with serious illnesses, tumors. One lady got ovarian cysts after she had been dealing with supposed dogman habitation on her. She was going into these areas where she believed that they were making their beds and laying down. And I told her, I said, don't go in there. Do not touch anything. She says, why? Because they'll smell me, this and that. I said, well, that's one thing that could happen, but you could also get very ill. And she ended up getting ovarian cancer. So is it connected? Is it related? Possibly. Now, what it has to do with the Dyatlov Pass, that's another day for another story. But I do believe that those people were burned up by something. And I believe that it could have been a disembodied creature. Now, I want to do a show. If you haven't watched this show, and I've had a little bit of time lately because I haven't been doing the shows, I've been watching a little TV. Guilty pleasure of mine. I usually don't watch a lot of TV. I promise you I don't. So I've been able to watch a little bit of TV. But one of the things that you can do is go check out a show called The Outsider. Now, if you go and you binge watch that show, it's Jason Bateman. It's a Stephen King book, and I do believe Stephen King is soft disclosure. I've said this before. If you go and you check out that show, it's a 10-episode show. It's called The Outsider. Remember, The Outsider. And watch it. It's El Cucuy, or as the Caribbean, they say cuco, right? El Cuco, right? The El Cucuy is, like we know, it's monstro, el monstro.
Monstro.
It's basically a monster. And when you're a kid, your abuelita and your tias, and they would always be like, El Cucuy, right? It's in the closet. And if you don't behave, you don't just get the chancla upside the cabeza. You get El Cucuy. He comes, and what does he do? He eats you. But the thing is, every culture on earth has El Cucuy. And that is what The Outsider is about. And so, in the Dyatlov Pass, the natives there, now there's natives that were there. This is Russia, right? But these people are native people, not unlike Laplanders. You may not know what that is. Those are people from Finland that are almost like Eskimos. But the natives said that don't go there. Don't go there. And in fact, they would enforce by their own physical rules. They would force people off of their land, and they would tell people it's okay to pass through, but don't go to the Dyatlov area because there's a monster there that will kill you.
Like the Predator movie, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like the predator, and people in that area had actually claimed to have seen something that looked like it was moving, it was blurry, And so there's a whole history there. Some people claim that the natives didn't want them there, so they killed them. I don't believe that. I believe that they were trying to keep these people from going there, and they did it anyway. And something got them. Now, every culture on earth has this being that kills and eats you. In the Middle East, it's the Nizguela or the Noguala. Right.
Well,
Yeah, there's all of these different types of creatures that do these things. People be driving through, the backwoods of Alabama, and they'll see a woman with a shawl walking down the side of the road. Like, what the hell is that? Same thing in Iraq. There's all kinds of stories I got out of the Middle East. This Mesopotamian demonic entity. It's a female entity. And there's another one that people see from Morocco. She draws men in, and then she grabs them, and she's got like teeth on her chest, and she takes them and she chews them up and takes them to the water and rolls them like a crocodile, eats them.
Llorona is another one. I think I've seen that. I think they got a movie about that one, Brother Josh.
Really?
I think it's a movie, yeah. A lot of this that you're talking about, I've seen movies that
It's all self-disclosure, dude. It really is.
Yeah.
And these beings, like in Russia and in Ukraine and all those regions, like Serbia,
La Soyona in Brazil.
Brazil,
It's kind of like La Llorona, but it's different.
Yeah,
there's
a Moroccan one, and then there's one, the Baba Yaga. That's what they call the Baba Yaga. I've talked about that on my show, but I'm going to do a show about it because I got a lot of different stories that people have had of encounters with El Kukui from all over the world. I've gotten probably 50 fucking stories about that. Excuse my language, I'm cussing, but I bet you I got at least 50 stories because it's all different stuff. But really and truly, it's all the same thing. It is really just the boogeyman, because that is what the Kukui is the boogeyman. We don't really know what that is, but the Dyatlov Pass, I do believe they ran into that region's version of the boogeyman. And I believe that it was a disembodied evil spirit. And now you remember the jinn or demons, whatever, they're made of smokeless flame. This plasmic state that they're in would be highly acidic and it would burn you. So anyway, food for thought. I could go into a whole dissertation about that, and I'd be here until tomorrow. But thank you for having me on, Abe. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Brother Josh. Anytime, man. Just hit me up, and we'll do it.
I said one
sure
body was
the borrachos out of the channel.
Well, borracho teresos. But we'll try to get together again, and maybe if we're just less Hispanic, they'll like us more. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
Maybe I need to go buy me one of those hillbilly hats and try to pretend I'm
talk like this, and maybe have some chew dripping down your mouth or something, your face
with some dip.
Yeah.
Some red man.
Talk like Larry. I'm saying. Yeah, but good questions, Andrus. Come to my show whenever we come back on the air, which we don't know when that'll be. I'm actually really enjoying not dealing with the bullshit, but here I am being drugged right back into it. And they're on their show just talking a bunch of crap about me. And, I never go over there and troll them. I do not troll them. I don't do anything. All we do is repost what they say. They keep saying that I've said all of these horrible things. They have no proof, no screenshots, no nothing. But we have tons and tons of evidence of them doing it.
193 viewers here early in the morning, brother.
That's quite a bit. Yeah.
Because of you, brother. Just turned all night. You come on. We've been steady at I've seen the numbers were 174. Now we got 193. There's some people that said, I went to sleep and I woke up and they're still talking.
Well, it was good talking to you, man. I'm going to get some rest. I always go to sleep about 7 and then I wake up about 11 or 12. And
that's what I do.
Yeah, and then I'm up all day. But take care of yourself. We'll do this again. And thank you for having me on.
No problem, man. Anytime. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Thank you. God bless you. I'll keep you all in prayer.
All right. I'll see you.
Thank
Good
you to all the
folks.
viewers of the PRT paranormal. We call them paratroopers, right?
Yeah,
To all
paratroopers.
the paratroopers that joined in here. Thank y'all. God bless y'all. In
All right.
saying
I'll
that,
see you guys.
everybody have a beautiful, blessed day. God bless every single one of y'all.
God bless you all. Good night.